Chair Zavaleta, all the recording's been started. All the participants have been admitted, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is the January 16th, 2024 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Wildlife Resources Committee. Welcome, everyone. We have a packed house in person today, and I see a lot of people on Zoom as well. Thank you for joining. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. And when it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, they'll receive instructions on how to indicate that they would like to speak. Please keep your microphone on mute unless you have been called on to speak. And I'll just introduce myself really quickly for folks who are new to the process. I'm Vice President of the Commission, Erica Zavaleta. I joined the Commission in April of 2021. So I got to spend my first year on the Commission entirely on Zoom. And it's a pleasure to be in a room with stakeholders, with our partners at the department and staff from the Commission. The committee meeting's purpose is to have opportunities for discussion about items that are going to come before the Commission, to understand them fully, understand what everybody's perspectives are on them, and try to bring well-formulated ideas to the Commission level. So I encourage everyone to engage in a respectful, constructive conversation today about each of the items on our agenda. It's a really, really important part of the process. And I want to turn it over to Ari for technical notes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Zavaleta. For those here in the meeting room, please, with the exception of the chair's computer, since we're using that, please mute your computers, and especially Zoom if you're connected to the webinar. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and you're calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, then that linkage happened automatically. If you're joining by phone only and you wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number, so be prepared for that. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, you can contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred way. Once again, that's FGC at fgc.ca.gov, or 916-902-9286 if you need to. And we'll do our best to help you. We don't always succeed because we're not technical folks, but we can try and help with as much as we can with any technical difficulties that you have. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host. So unless you're having some sort of Zoom difficulty or something like that, there's no sense in using chat because you won't be able to reach anybody. And that's all.
Okay, so I'll call this meeting to order with the proviso that we're going to probably have to pause briefly when we get the technical system switched over, so that folks on Zoom can see everyone in the room and folks in the room can hear everyone on Zoom. But with that, I'll turn it over to Ari again to introduce members of the staff on the Commission and the department, and to provide an overview of the meeting.
Okay, Chair Zavaleta has introduced herself. We're also joined by Melissa Miller-Henson, who's the Executive Director of the Fish and Game Commission. I'm Ari Kornman. I'm the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission, and we're also joined by David Haug, the Analyst for the Commission. We have department staff here. We're joined by Chad Dibble, Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries Division. We have Robert Pelsman with the Law Enforcement Division. Scott Gardner, Branch Chief of the Wildlife Branch. Jay Rowan, Branch Chief of the Fisheries Branch. And later on, we'll be joined by Vicki Monroe of the Wildlife Branch and by John Kelly and Karen Mitchell of the Fisheries Branch. Just some logistics for the meeting. So you probably noticed that we are behind locked doors, which is a weird thing. We try and keep clear access to our meetings, but unfortunately we are behind locked doors. So anybody in the room, if you need to leave and come back, David has a badge, a hall pass basically, that you can get from him and leave and then come back. Please come back as soon as you can because others might need it. If you need the restroom, it's around the other side. So this second floor is a big circle and it's essentially on the opposite end of the circle, outside the other side of the locked door. So there's a restroom there if you need it. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making, but it's important to understand that the committee only makes recommendations to the commission. It's not a decision-making body. This meeting is being recorded, and when it's finished, in due time, it will be posted to the commission's YouTube page, so you can watch a video recording of the meeting. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair. And if you'd like to speak, make sure you raise your hand either in the room or physically or on Zoom if you'd like to speak. Please share your name, and if you have any affiliation, we'd like to hear that too. It's not necessary, but we really like to know who we're talking to and if they're representing anybody, so we'd appreciate that if you do. There are no time limits as there are with a full commission meeting. People have an ample amount, I'll say, to speak, but we do ask that you be precise and get to the point, not repeat things that have been said over and over by other people, because we have limited time for the meeting, and we want to make sure that not only do we hear from everybody and hear what everyone has to say, but we have a meeting to get through and want to make sure that every item gets its due. So we do want to hear what you have to say. Don't be afraid to speak up, but at the same time, please be precise and succinct. And that's all I have for introductions.
Thank you, Ari. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda and the order of items. So I just want to check in quickly with staff. Are there any proposals to move anything on the agenda?
Nothing to move, but we have had a request from Mario Giuliani, the city manager of
Thank you, that's right.
the city of Benicia, to speak on the Southampton Bay item at the beginning of the meeting. So if that pleases the chair, then we could hear from him first and then move on to the rest of the items.
Okay, that's fine with me. Yeah, absolutely. I think my only question though is how we're going to do audio, since we're still waiting on, should we wait? Because we need audio for everyone to be able to hear you. What?
I just said that because I think we're ready to go here.
Okay.
Fabulous. Okay, so we're going to pause for a moment. Turning off all my audio.
Okay. David, on Zoom, can you hear the room now?
I can, although it seems awfully quiet after you spoke.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very good. Yep, loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay,
All right,
All right.
excellent.
we're back in business.
Good timing. All right. One moment. And the video I'm seeing is a little bit dark. There's not be anything we can do about that. But it is what it is. Okay, so we can carry on. This is a little bit awkward because we don't have a great way. Would you like to stand up so that, okay.
Sure, thank you very much,
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair,
please.
and Ari, appreciate that. And I may defer. I understand that the point of the committee meeting is to kind of have that discussion. So more so than just having a normal public comment. So if you would think it would be beneficial for me to stay to get to item number 6, to actually have that back and forth discussion, I'm happy to do so long as I can get out of here before the evening time for the city council meeting. So if you just need a comment representing the city of Benicia, I'm happy to give that. If you feel that it would be better for me to remain so that we can have a discussion, kind of a back and forth, I'm happy to do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that if you're able to stay,
Then let's keep our fingers crossed that I can get out of here before 5 o'clock. And
I have every intention of getting
I was
settled.
gonna,
Yeah,
I didn't
5 o'clock.
everyone else and we'll wait to item 6.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we can move to the next item on the agenda, which is white sturgeon sport fishing, and I'll turn it over to Ari to provide the background on that.
Okay. At its October 2023 meeting, the commission adopted the currently effective emergency regulation under which take is permitted to anglers who purchase a sturgeon report card. The commission limited harvest by 1, reducing the legal slot limit, 2, reducing the annual bag limit, 3, adding a vessel limit of 2 fish per day, and 4, protecting critical migrating and spawning behavior via a seasonal and geographic closure of the river habitat. To promote recreational angling opportunity, take via catch and release angling is permitted after anglers reach their annual harvest limit. At the last WRC meeting, the department indicated it would propose future regulation changes to limit white sturgeon exploitation to sustainable levels based on monitoring. So here to run us through the department's regulation proposal is John Kelly. We have John online here.
Yes, you do.
Great, okay, we can hear you. Let's get his presentation up. Just one moment, John.
All right, ready to go?
So, you go back one?
Uh, sure. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the commissioners and to everyone in the room, everyone tuning in for the opportunity to speak to you. If you can't hear me, let me know. I'll try to speak up further. So my name is John Kelly. I'm the statewide sturgeon coordinator for Fisheries Branch CDFW. Next slide. So as I already just said, the point of this presentation is to go over revisions that we've been developing for the white sturgeon sport fishery in order to limit exploitation rate, protect the long-term survival of the species. I do want to note that on December 7th, the department was asked to evaluate a petition to list white sturgeon as threatened under CISA. That evaluation is underway now. We've submitted a request for a 30-day extension for the review to the FGC for consideration at the February meeting. So beyond that, the focus of this talk is on fishery regulations. So I'm going to start off briefly with some white sturgeon biology and population data, but I have presented this information to this group before and to the FGC as a whole before, so I won't dwell on it. And then I want to get into the status of the fishery and the management strategies we evaluated in our recommendation going forward. So next slide, please. So white sturgeon are an anadromous fish found on the west coast of the US. We have a population here in California. They grow to enormous sizes, live very long periods of time. As an anadromous fish, they're fully able to move in the marine environment, but that's really infrequent and rare. They really confine their movements to the estuary and freshwater, and that's predominantly in the San Francisco Bay, Central Valley watershed. We know this species spawns in the large Central Valley rivers. So primarily the Sacramento and the San Joaquin River and those areas boxed in green on the map. And then also possibly some of the larger tributaries. And we know this happens in the winter and spring, so January through May primarily. The species is very late to mature. It's not until their teen years when they spawn for the first time. And once they do spawn, they really only do that every few years. And then we also know that recruitment, so survival from that egg stage into the juvenile stage, is pretty infrequent. So every 6 to 7 years, and that correlates very closely with wet water years when there's a lot of water moving through the rivers and through the delta. And currently the species is considered a species of special concern in the state. Next slide. As we've gone through this process, we've been engaging in outreach to the tribes of California. We sent out notification letters on the 13th of November. So far, we've received 3 responses from tribes that want to be involved or to stay in the loop and to know what we're planning and what we're working on. So we'll do that, of course, and we'll be sending out subsequent letters as well. We gave a presentation to the tribal committee on the 12th of December. And we hosted 2 tribal listening sessions on the 18th and 19th of December, though I will note no tribes attended those meetings. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, we've been reaching out to the general public starting in May of last year when we hosted a virtual public meeting. 129 people attended that. We also, at the same time, starting in May and running through August, released a questionnaire to people who had bought sturgeon report cards in the last 4 years. That went out in 8 languages, received a little over 3,500 responses. Also, after the meeting, we set up a community working group, and that's a non-voting advisory team that was designed to communicate with constituent groups, present our data and our ideas, and hear their feedback and their thoughts on that and communicate with them. And that was comprised of 4 people that represented either guides or captains or anglers, 1 academic sturgeon researcher, and 1 representative from a conservation NGO, as well as, of course, department staff. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the timeline for this, I apologize for the typo. We're meeting today to discuss the preliminary concepts and present it to this committee. And then we would spend the next few months finalizing our proposal and preparing those rulemaking documents with the goal of bringing it to notice with the commission in June and starting the process to work through that then, with the ultimate goal of starting new regulations, long-term regulations on the 1st of next year, 2025. Next slide. So we've seen concerning metrics in all of our sturgeon metrics related to the population. So for instance, significant declines in catch on our sturgeon report card data, both in the total number of fish that are caught and the number of fish that are caught and released, and to a lesser extent, the number of fish that are caught and retained. Next slide. We also know that exploitation or harvest of this fish has been very high. So by that, I mean the number of fish that are taken every year out of the number of fish that could have been taken, the legal fish in the population. And since we've been able to calculate this metric since 2007, numbers have ranged as high as 30% exploitation rate. In the last 5 years, the average has been about 8%. We know that sturgeon can tolerate about 5 to 10% exploitation, but that's in a perfect situation where they're not also facing habitat loss, dams, water management issues, poaching, and other factors. So for frame of reference, our colleagues up north that manage white sturgeon in Washington and Oregon target 3.8% of maximum harvest, and we've consistently been at or above that number here in California. Next slide. We've also seen a significant drop in the abundance of fish that we estimate. Historically, we were seeing fish, in numbers of 175, 200,000 legal-sized fish in the population. Our most recent 5-year average is 33,000 legal-sized fish, so a substantial decline. Next slide. So until recently, our fishery regulations required that. Sorry, was there a question? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I thought
I just coughed in the room.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Apologize. I don't want to talk over someone. So yeah, anglers are required to buy a report card. It's one report card per year per angler, but there's no limit to the number that we sell per year. Season was open all year long, with the exception of some closures that were put in place because of green sturgeon being listed at the federal level. Anglers could keep 1 fish per day, 3 per year, between a 40 to 60 inch fork length slot limit. So it's fish that are about 9 to 17 years old. Next slide. As I think everyone's familiar with it at this point, in the summer of 2022, the San Francisco Bay Area experienced an intense and severe harmful algal bloom that led to the largest fish kill in the area's history, that affected a lot of different species, including sturgeon. We know that we tallied 864 sturgeon carcasses, but that was accounted for only about 20% of the shoreline that we were able to survey. So we know we didn't count all the fish that were killed in this event. And troublingly, these were large fish, right? 86% of them larger than the minimum legal size at the time, 30% were oversized fish. So these are spawning fish that are really valuable in the population, or fish that are just preparing to spawn and enter that valuable population. It's fish we really want to keep and maintain. For frame of reference, the number of carcasses that we were physically able to count represented 62% of the amount of fish that were harvested legally that year in the fishery. And also concerningly, this last year, this harmful algal bloom returned. It wasn't as severe, thankfully, as it was the year before. A much smaller fish kill, but we did detect 15 white sturgeon carcasses and 1 green sturgeon carcass. So we know that this is going to be an ongoing concern going into the future that we have to account for. Next slide, please. So due to those long-term trends and also the mortality associated with harmful algal blooms, interim regulations were put in place using the emergency process while we develop long-term regulations to better manage harvest. So under the emergency regulations that went into effect November 16th and continue into this year, the report card is still required. It's one per angler. Anglers now limited to 1 fish per year, but they can catch and release for sturgeon thereafter. The slot limit is reduced to 42 to 48 inches fork length, which is about 10 to 12-year-old fish. And there's a vessel maximum harvest limit of 2 fish per boat per day. Additionally, we retain the existing green sturgeon closures, but we also added seasonal and geographic closures as the areas marked in red in the map. So upstream of the Highway 50 bridge on the Sacramento River, upstream of the I-5 bridge on the San Joaquin River, and the associated tributaries are now closed from January 1st through May 31st. And that's to protect the migration and then spawning behavior. We know this is not popular with some anglers, but one of the most important things we can do to protect white sturgeon and let the population recover is to allow them to spawn successfully without harassment. We know sturgeon exhibit a physiological stress response, including the release of stress hormones. We know that stress, such as being hooked, played on line, and handled, physiologically interferes with spawning in fishes, including sturgeon. We have telemetry data from studies and our monitoring efforts that show that many fish that are handled turn around and go back downriver and don't spawn. And we know from sturgeon aquaculture that excessive handling will cause sturgeon to not spawn and resorb their eggs that year. So we have to limit the stress if we want to protect these fish and grow the population into the future. Next slide. So in order to revise our long-term regulations, we set the following goals. They must be ready to implement by next year. The harvest must not exceed an annual maximum of 4% with a very high degree of confidence. It needs to be feasible to implement with the available resources, and also needs to be enforceable by our law enforcement division. Next slide. So in order to accomplish these goals, we feel we need to move from an open-ended system where there's no limit to how many fish can be landed in a given year to one that's based on a quota that's set annually due to monitoring. And so in an ideal situation, the way we would manage this is we'd go out every year, we would collect data, we'd produce an abundance estimate, a high-quality abundance estimate with narrow confidence intervals, say less than 10%. We'd use that to set a quota that's less than 4% of that number. And then we could even adjust that quota going forward based on success rate of anglers. So for instance, if 50% of people who drew a tag weren't able to catch a fish, we could sell more tags to adjust for that and account for that. In order to accomplish this, we're setting up some new data sources. We're moving away from relying on anglers to send us tags back, and instead setting up a set line marker capture survey, same tool that's used by Washington and Oregon very successfully. We've also heard from the guides and captains that they want to be involved. They want to participate in managing and monitoring this fishery, and they've offered to take us out in their boats. So we want to take them up on that. So we're setting up a guide-assisted tagging program to scan fish and apply tags to fish. And additionally, we're setting up a side scan sonar survey of the spawning reaches so we can keep track of the number of fish that are coming back on a year-to-year basis. And we can monitor those trends as well. So like I said, we'd go out, collect data, produce our abundance estimate, and set our quota. However, there may be some years where that abundance estimate doesn't meet our requirements. We don't feel confident enough in the numbers that are being generated to use that to set a hard quota. And so in those kinds of years, we need to have some alternatives set. So we have some other options, right? So the first thing we could do is look at relative indices. So these are things like trend data, trends from that set line survey, trends from the spawning survey. Now, if we're using this kind of data, we'd want to be more conservative and careful about what we do with the quota. And so if we saw no distinct trend in these indices, we could recommend no change from the quota that's used the year before. If we were seeing consistent increases in the population, we could recommend a small increase in the quota, say 10%. And if we're seeing consistent decreases, we could recommend a reduced quota from the previous year. And again, the idea would be to go back the next year, collect data, and try to get a new abundance estimate and set the quota that way. We also have to have a contingency in place, though. If we're unable to produce an abundance estimate, we can't rely on our indices. I think this would be very rare, but imagine a pandemic situation where there's a shutdown, we're not able to get out and conduct our research. Under those circumstances, we could rely on alternative data sources. These would include catch and effort data, such as we might get from the sturgeon report card, angler surveys, the commercial boat logs. You can also look at ecological data, such as has there recently been another large mortality event from harmful algal bloom? Are we in the middle of another historic drought? Things like that. Under those circumstances, we would want to be very conservative. So we could either recommend no change from the previous year. If we saw really alarming factors, we could recommend, say, a conservation quota that was much smaller than the previous year, say 10%, or even a no harvest situation. And then again, the goal would be to go out the following year, collect data, and try to produce an actual abundance estimate. So next slide, please. In order to apply that quota then that we generate, we feel the best approach is a limited entry harvest tag system. So this is the way, what we mean by that, and this is what this would look like. The sturgeon report card would still be required, and it'd be required for anyone who wants to fish for sturgeon, right? And that would permit people to catch and release fish. And in the Bay and Delta, that would be year round. And then we would retain the seasonal and geographic closures that we've been talking about for the emergency regulation, so upstream of the Highway 50 and I-5 bridges from January 1st through May 31st in order to protect that migrating and spawning behavior. Harvest then would be regulated through a harvest tag program. You need a harvest tag in order to keep a sturgeon, maximum of one per year, and you'd have to have a report card in order to apply for a harvest tag. The harvest season would be 10 months, September through June. The reason for that is to give us time to tally up what happened in the previous season and prepare and then sell tags for the upcoming season. The quota would be set annually. Currently, that would be 4% of the most recent population estimate of 33,000, so 1,300 fish. If we have a more recent population estimate, we could work on that. And then that would be adjusted thereafter based on our annual monitoring and also, as I said, on angler success rate. We distribute those tags through two tag drawings. Each tag drawing would be 50% random and 50% preference points in order to give people the most opportunities to get a tag. And we would do two drawings per year. One would be in August at the start of the fishing season. One would be halfway through the fishing season in January for the rest of the fishing season. And anglers could apply for both. And the application and tag fee would be low, about $5 for each drawing. There'd be a maximum of one tag per person per year. So if you got one in August, you couldn't get one in January. And reporting would be mandatory. There'd be fines and restrictions on future tag purchases for people who don't report their tags, don't report their sturgeon report cards. And we'd also be recommending a larger slot limit, so 40 to 55 inches to spread out the harvest a bit and not target just one or two cohorts. Next slide, please. So the benefits of this and the reason that we strongly recommend this is that there's a very low risk of overharvest, right? Exceeding that 4% target, because it does not rely on anglers to self-report in order to track a quota. And any unreported tags could be tracked down because the number we'll be selling will be manageable. We can call people if they haven't reported their tags, reported whether they fished, whether they caught a fish. It'd be easy to execute. We already have the technological infrastructure because we already do tag draw systems in our hunting programs. To be cost effective to implement because it doesn't require that we have to track a quota in real time, doesn't require intensive creel surveys to estimate harvest, and it should be easily enforceable by law enforcement because if you're in possession of a sturgeon and you don't have a sturgeon harvest tag, then you're poaching. It's quite simple. Next slide, please. So in our community working group, as we were talking to people, we heard from the guides and captains that they were concerned that that limited harvest tag program I've just discussed might reduce fishery participation and reduce the number of trips that people would book because they fear that people won't book a trip if they don't have a harvest tag. They won't book a trip just for catch and release. So they asked that we implement instead a sturgeon regulation that models something more similar to our bear tag program. So just to briefly summarize how our bear tags work for people who don't follow that, the harvest quota is set every year in Title 14. Most recently, it was 1,700 fish, and that's for the combined archery and general seasons. There's a 5-month harvest season, but it closes earlier if the quota is reached before the season ends. But the number of tags that sold are unlimited. If you want a tag, you can buy a tag. So in the most recent data I was able to get in 2020, about 30,000 tags were sold for about $50 each. And in 2020, a little over 1,000 bears were harvested. In this program, hunters need to immediately report if they've harvested a bear, and then they need to get their tag countersigned by CDFW staff within a day of taking that bear, and they need to bring the skull to an office and have a tooth taken within 10 days. And they need to retain the skin and the head for a full 15 days. Meanwhile, the department keeps track of harvest. We publish a current count on a website and also make it available by a phone recording so people can track the status. And once that quota is reached, the season is closed and there's fines and restrictions for people who don't report. So I think that system is fairly similar to what Oregon and Washington do. And I think it's informative to look at their system. Can next slide, please. Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. The way this would look applied to sturgeon would be that we would have a sturgeon report card, same as we had in option A. and that'd be required for angling for sturgeon and would allow catch and release fishing. But in this system, we could examine a lower sturgeon report card fee of maybe about $5. Then the harvest tag program that we set up, we'd set the quota annually like we do for bear. And there'd be a 1 fish per year limit. So we would need to run an 8-month harvest season for this, October through May. And the reason is because this is a much more complicated fishery to run, requires a lot more management to track fish that were caught, prepare for the following season, and sell tags. And we would break that 8-month season up into two sub-seasons, so a 4-month October through January and a 4-month February through May. You get 1 tag per angler per sub-season for an estimated cost of $40 for in-state purchases. And there would be an unlimited number of tag sales. So if you wanted a tag, you could buy one for that subseason. We would allocate 50% of the quota to the first subseason, 50% of the quota to the second subseason. And then the harvest total and fishery status would be kept tallied by the department, updated regularly online and on a column number, just like with bear. And then the fishery would close if the quota is reached or on the last day of each subseason, whichever occurs first. There'd be the same migration and spawning closures that we just discussed in option A and in the emergency regulations. Anglers were required to immediately report if they harvested a sturgeon, and they could do that either online via our ALDS system. We could put a QR code on the tag to facilitate that. Or they could call in a preliminary report by phone, and then they'd have to send in a portion of the tag with more details and information on it within a week, with fines and restrictions for people who don't report. And again, we'd be using the wider slot limit under this model. Okay, next slide. So looking at Washington and Oregon to inform this, their fishery opened on Monday, January 1st, right? And they set an annual quota of 970 fish this year. Fishing is only permitted in 3 areas, 3 distinct pools, and on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and from dawn to 2 p.m. only. After 2 days of fishing by January 4th, both the Bonneville and Dalles pools were closed because of the high levels of angler catch and effort. And only the John Day pool remains open with less than 50 fish available for catch at this point. So next slide, please. We think that illustrates one of our major concerns, that this would create a rush to fishery where the quota could be met very quickly by anglers that have the ability to get out immediately, fish very intensively right at the beginning of each season. And we think that may reduce the opportunities for average anglers. We know from our questionnaire that 2/3 of anglers only fish for sturgeon 1 to 5 times a year. Not everyone can get out immediately on the first couple of days to go fishing. We don't think that the guides and captains' concerns may be addressed by this because there won't be any harvest opportunities if the quota is reached before the trips that they've booked occur. In order to run this, like I said, it would require a reduced harvest season because it will take more time to manage and prepare for. And there's a much higher risk of overharvest because of a lag in reporting time and also non-reporting. We know in our catch card programs that compliance is consistently low throughout the state. We get 30% of our report cards returned to us, 30% of our steelhead report cards returned to us, 50% of our lobster report cards returned to us. And we'd be selling way too many tags to be able to track them down individually and call each person who didn't report their tag. In order to account for this, we would have to use a much more conservative quota, say 2.5% maximum, in order to mitigate against that non-compliance so we don't over-exceed our goals. And ideally, to do this right, we really need to track quota ourselves using creel surveys. So in order to do that, we'd have to restrict harvest to a narrow geographic area, say Sacramento Bay, and on days and hours that we have the staff available to intensively survey it and be at the boat ramps and things like that. So it'd be extremely time and resource intensive. Next slide. So based on that, the department is recommending option A, the limited entry harvest tag system. That be moved to the FGC for rulemaking with a target of June of this year. We believe that this would give us a much lower risk of exceeding our target quota, doesn't rely on angler self-reporting. We don't need to account for non-reporting when we set a quota. The number of tags we sell, we can track and keep track of success on that. And it would be cost-effective and enforceable with the resources we have. So next slide. With that, thank you very much for your time. I know that ran a little long, and I will take questions.
Thank you, John. Great presentation. Okay, before we go to public comment, I do have a couple of questions I just want to ask, partly because I think then, the public members who are here can potentially contribute to my understanding on these bits and pieces. My first question is, so we went to a 4%. I know that's not like a fixed number, but 4% is the number that you talked about as a target for the percent of the population to be harvested each year. And I just wanted to clarify what that's based on.
The 4% is based on a number of factors. It's the experience in Washington and Oregon. They basically target 3.8% because they know they're likely to go over a bit based on the way they run it, and the way that they track fish. So 4% has worked effectively in their fishery, and we feel that 4% would be an appropriate tool based on our data.
Okay, thanks. So it comes in part from the Washington and Oregon experience.
In part, and also informed by our monitoring.
Okay, thanks. Can you, another sort of detail, but I think it might be important. So in the emergency regulation, the slot was narrowed to 42 to 48 inches fork length. And then you mentioned that in the proposed option A, maybe in option B as well, the slot would open back up. That's what you're proposing. And I wanted to hear more about what the impact of that might be. And I also see that Jonathan Nelson's hand is up. So just want to acknowledge that. Maybe he wants to weigh in.
And Jonathan, you can unmute yourself at any time.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so Jonathan Nelson, Program Manager with Fisheries Branch. I just wanted to also inform that 4%, that 5%, if you look through the literature and you look at species that are long-lived, like sharks, sturgeon, other species that can be impacted through fisheries, generally that 5% is a target or something lower in those larger fisheries. And so not only for our own fisheries and for what Oregon and Washington are doing for white sturgeon, it's also a larger percentage that we look to in other fisheries, like globally, as for long-lived species. They're slow to mature or have very few offspring or don't regularly spawn.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, John.
Similar life history. Thanks. One more. Sorry, John, please, if you wanted to add to that, go ahead.
No, I just to follow up on your slot limit question. The 42 to 48 inches was not proposed by us. That was a proposal that limit was brought by industry. There are a number of different ways to look at how to allocate a slot limit. We feel that by protecting the fish over 55 inches, those are more than 50% of those fish are mature. So those really are our key mature spawning population. They're very valuable because they don't spawn just once in their life, they'll spawn multiple times in their life. And so by using a slightly wider slot limit, so not 42 to 48, rather 40 to 55, we're not targeting harvest on just one or two cohorts in any one given year, and we're spreading out that stress on the population.
Thanks, that's helpful. Okay. Yes.
But to clarify, as a result of opening up that slot, that's what's reducing the number and reducing the opportunity for longer seasons of take. We're restricting a lot more by opening that up. That was part of the intention of offering such a small slot, was protecting more fish. The fish over 48, anything over 48 are currently protected.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think, that makes sense. And there's also this countervailing issue that if you have a big,
if you open it up, you have to
you
reduce the percentage and put far more restrictions.
If I may finish, I think if you reduce the slot a lot, what I'm hearing is that if there was one big recruitment year, when that year enters that slot, then you're hitting that cohort, that 1 or 2 year sort of span really hard. So, I mean, I hear both sides of that, I guess, as I'm wanting to say, I hear that. Thank you. One more question. I'm just wanting to get these technical questions in. this question about if you have an option that requires monitoring of the population, and then the quota is adjusted to reflect changes in the population size. This is slow reproducing long-lived fish. How long would you say it would take, for example, for like a 10% change in adult numbers to occur? Like, given that there's a big pool of fish that are in that adult, that broad category, and they're recruiting slowly. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand, we've seen some fast declines that are associated with like these big negative events like the 2022 have. Can the population go up that fast too, the adult population? How long does it take for it to change in a way that would be detectable?
Well, there's a couple things going on as we track that. Remember, we're tracking the legal size fish. We're tracking a segment of the population. And if since we see successful recruitment, like I said, roughly every 6 to 7 years, we have these pulses of good cohorts, and then years that follow with very few fish that survived in the adult population. So the overall population trend can be going up or down, but additionally, that the number of fish that are available in that slot limit can be going up and down depending on whether a cohort is moving into or out of the slot. And so using a trend, looking at an indice might show us what is happening kind of focused on one of those cohorts or what's available in the fishery. And that would be a separate question than how the population is doing overall.
Okay, thanks. And so then just to clarify that, would adjustments to the quota be made based on the anticipated changes in size of just the legal fish within that slot, or anticipated effects on the whole population and changes in the size of the whole population, or both?
Well, we want to take everything into account. If the overall population was crashing, I don't think anyone would be comfortable targeting the fish. But primarily, we'd be looking at trying to look at the fish that our legal size fish. That's what we focused our management on.
All right.
Maybe just add one additional thing too. There is the ability within there. It was a little bit nuanced in the slides, but if what we're seeing is within this tag system, if anglers are not catching up to that 4%, say we give out 1,300 tags and only 600 fish get caught and harvested, that gives us we would write into the regulation the ability to increase the number of tags sold so that we could get up to the target of 50%. So if we see over time that not every tag is being filled, we would have the ability to raise the tag sold.
All right. Thanks for bearing with my technical questions. I want to go to public dialogue, and I want to just say a couple of things for context. I already introduced the issue, but where are we now? So we have an emergency reg. We had a conversation about that emergency reg, and this is a different conversation. And I just want to remind everyone of that. This is for a regular rulemaking, and so if we were looking at sort of what made sense in the short term in the previous decision, we don't know how long the regular rulemaking will persist, but we know that the expectation is that this is a way to manage this fishery without having to revisit it every year in whole cloth. So I think that's a little bit of a different context with which to be thinking about this. The other thing I want to say is that in this excellent presentation, John Kelly laid out the two options that the department is considering, the one that they recommend, the one that the industry and the working group have brought to the table. And I just want to remind folks that there is a broader spectrum of options under consideration. And it goes all the way from closure to a variety of, there's catch and release, there's harvest with no magic number, or the 4% is a good guide, and I think we just got some extra understanding about why 4% might be what we're thinking about, but that's not necessarily how the quota would be set. And then two different approaches to the quota: this limited entry harvest tag system and that real-time quota system. So I just want to put that out there because there are more options on the table than just the two that are in the presentation. I know that I see a lot of familiar faces. This is a really important issue to a lot of folks. I know that we've had a lot of conversation in the past about the economic impacts that this decision is going to have on the sport fishing industry. And I want to acknowledge that we hear those concerns. I also want to encourage you, if you want to speak about that, to help us by being specific about which options affect you how. I don't want to spend too much time talking about just broadly how regulation of this fishery is going to have economic impacts, not because it's not important, but because we understand that. And the other piece that I think we've spoken about at length, and I'm not saying that we should not talk about more, but I do want to encourage you to be concise on, is that we know there's uncertainty in the estimates of the population. We know that there's uncertainty in our understanding of how many fish are harvested every year, how many fish were affected by the harmful algal bloom. And I don't feel like it's productive for us to relitigate the uncertainty itself. But if you have information, I spoke with some folks before this meeting, various folks have reached out to me about how important it is to have the right science in the room, like the real science, best science, like the best understanding from the department, as well as from other folks who study these fish. Please bring that to the conversation. But what I don't want to do is relitigate the question of whether we should do anything at all because we just don't have enough information. We have to work with the best available information. And so we're going to have to make a decision based on that. There are a lot of people here. Could you raise your hand, please, in the room if you are here to speak about white sturgeon, California white sturgeon today? Okay. Not counting, but looks like that's on the order of 20 folks. And then do we have an idea online? Could folks online raise their hand if they'd like to speak to this issue? Can you help me out with numbers there?
It's growing.
They're coming. We're at
Okay, we'll give it a
7
moment.
plus. I know.
And I want to know this because this is a dialogue. So it's not necessarily structured the way that it is in a commission meeting, where everybody gets their minute. But the reality is that if we have like 40 or 50 people, we need a way to make sure that we can hear from everybody, and we can't be here for 3 days. So yeah, we have a long agenda. We need to give every other item its due as well. And so yeah, do we have numbers roughly for online participants as well? Okay, so it's not as many as in the room, but given that we have 25, 30 folks who do want to speak to this issue, I'm just going to reflect the math on that for a minute. What I would love to suggest is that we target about a minute per person initially, and we can circle back around, but that just gives us an opportunity to hear from everybody in the next 45 minutes. Because we can't spend more than a couple of hours on this issue, and I do want to make sure we hear from everybody. So I'm not going to run a timer, but I'm going to kind of watch the clock. And if I ask you to move it along, it's not because what you're saying isn't important, it's because we have 30 people who want to speak to this issue. We're going to start in the room, and I think the the most reasonable way to go is probably just to go around the room. I'm going to ask folks on the window side of the room maybe to kick us off if they are here to speak to this issue. And I know that we have 2 layers. We've got folks at the table and folks behind the table. Maybe we'll start with the folks who are at the table, and then we'll circle back and go this way on the outside of the table. I'm not sure. Are you here to speak on this issue? I'm sorry, I didn't catch every hand. Thank you. Please remember to introduce yourself. It's really nice to have a name to go with, and your affiliation if you have one.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start it off. My name is Mike Phillips. I am the Vice President of the California Striped Bass Association. We are a group of anglers. We are not limited to striped bass. I'm here because I'm showing support for my counterparts. It's important that everybody that's involved with the industry, regardless of which primary species you target, that we join and we speak as one voice. It's obvious this is a hot button issue. And since I do not make my living on this, but I do recreate, and I love the fish. I'm born and raised in Oregon City, in the Portland area. And when I was growing up, we had sturgeon. They still have it, but it's next to impossible. There's very few guides up there anymore. People do not make a living doing that under their current process. I think a tag system where we have a lottery is, for me personally, it'll take me out of retaining sturgeon.
I'll continue to catch and release because I enjoy it, and I would go to support the folks that depend on that fishery for their livelihood as a catch and release, but it'll be highly likely, doubtful that I will put my name into the hat for a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ken Bichetti. I'm the president of the California Striped Bass Association, Isleton. I've been fishing all my life, and sturgeon was one of the fish that I fished for. I'd like to see a hard quota system that will allow access for all people, including children who would like to catch a white sturgeon. I'm imploring that you don't make sturgeon fishery a limited access fishery. Again, supporting those that rely on it for a living. I would hope that you continue to sell report cards as you're currently doing so. So all anglers, including children, can experience this fishery. They're the next generation that will enjoy, hopefully, this fishery going forward after we're gone. The science is clear that a 4% exportation rate will not harm this fishery. So why shut out thousands of sturgeon anglers that want to participate in the white sturgeon fishery? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Schreier. I'm a professor at UC Davis, and I'm the president of the North American Sturgeon and Paddlefish Society, although what I'm sharing today is my own opinion, not representative of the society. I've been working on sturgeon for about 20 years at this point. And I want to make a brief clarification that just because you don't have a harvest tag doesn't mean you're not going to be able to fish for sturgeon. You still will be able to fish for sturgeon. It will just be catch and release. And I want to provide some information from the Fraser River fishery, which is a catch and release only fishery and has been catch and release only since the 1990s. And I was able to speak with a provincial biologist who manages the riverine section, not the estuary, and get some data about how many people make a living in this catch and release fishery for everyone's consideration. So in the 2021 to 2022 sturgeon season, there were 70 guides and 90 assistant guides operating in the provincial system. There are 220 river kilometers in that area. Some are full-time, some aren't, similar to our system. There were 9,424 guided angler days in that season. The guided angler days range between 7,000 and 15,000 between 2010 and 2021. And comparing the prices that are being charged per hour for guides here and for guides up there, they're actually quite similar. Based on 17 guides, I was able to get data from the Fraser and 10 online pricing that I found in the San Francisco Bay Delta system. So I'm working to increase that sample size, but I just want to pose this idea that people will pay for catch and release fishing, and
No, they won't.
this limited entry that is being proposed is not necessarily going to put everybody here out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can't have interruptions like that. So if you want to be able to speak, you need to keep yourself muted until you're called on. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Baird. I'm a staff researcher at UC Davis, and I've been working.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you speak up because folks online are hearing you from that device in the middle of the room? Thank you.
I'm Sarah Baird. I'm a staff researcher at UC Davis, and I study the ecophysiology and stress responses in sturgeon. I've been working with sturgeon research for over 12 years now. And for the last 5 years, I've been managing the green sturgeon broodstock program, which means that all the fish that are spawned for research, I'm the one that does that. So I have a lot of experience handling and, doing my best to get those fish to have a successful spawn. One of the things I kind of wanted to contribute to this discussion is kind of keeping the no fishing around the spawn. That is very important. I have all my fish in very cozy environments, and I give them the optimal conditions to grow, and I still have really low success because the moment you handle those fish, their hormone, essentially there's a massive amount of energy in those eggs that female is producing. And so if she is noticing that these are not the conditions or I'm too stressed out, rather than ovulating and getting rid of all of that nutrients, their body has this automatic hormone shift where they start to reabsorb their eggs so that they can swim downstream and then come back again another year when the conditions are better. So we call this going atretic. It happens in the lab, which means it for sure happens in the wild. It's very hard to study that in the wild. I can imagine it's probably why we don't have that data, but I just wanted to speak on that. So thank you.
I'm Steve Harmon. I'm just a customer. I'm a fisherman. I'm a customer of Mike and Ben here rod fishing. And I have the time of my life on this boat. And I do believe that this new regulation, I do not support this lottery system because number one, I'm not that lucky. And number two, it's gonna put a stranglehold on his business. I don't agree with this lady one bit because these new regulations have already hurt his business, which affects me personally because I want to go on his boat. I took a job for $16 an hour so I can afford to fish with this man. And, you know, I don't understand 95% of what was going on here. I'm just a guy, 74 years old, that wants to get on this man's boat and fish and catch one fish, keep one fish a year. I don't think that's out of the realm of you know, what I pay for and what I enjoy. I mean, it's not really about the money, but I couldn't even do this with him if I didn't work this job for $16 an hour. I've been retired with a small pension and a small Social Security. And I work so I can fish with this man.
Thank you.
My name's Josh. I'm a recreational fisherman. I also own a business. I own a boat that I rent out by the day for people to fish. I'm vehemently opposed to the lottery system. I can tell you, even just since the emergency regulation went in, I've had less business with my rental business. On my personal boat, what allows me to go out on my personal boat, and I spoke with you about this at the last WRC meeting, just as a recreational fisherman with a boat, there's a lot of money involved with running that boat. What allows me to own that boat and go fishing is guys like this that used to come out on my boat and give me money for gas. I think I didn't notice that. But yeah, I mean, somebody has to help me with those costs. So these guys come out on my boat, they kick in money for gas, they kick in money for expenses and things like that. And that allows me to fish. If you go to a lottery system and he doesn't win the lottery, he's not going to come out on fish on his boat or my boat. And that's already happened with the emergency regulation because he had already harvested his tag. So he hasn't fished since. He fished once this year. But last year, once the emergency went into effect, he didn't fish. We have other friends that fish with us that haven't fished since the emergency regulation went in because they couldn't harvest the fish. And we don't harvest fish every time we go, and we let go of a lot of keepers. But the opportunity to keep one if we want, that's what keeps people going. So this is a picture of what I see on my fish finder in one spot while I'm fishing. And when I took this picture, Joe was 100 feet to my left, and I sent him this picture. He said he'd been seeing the same thing for hours. You know, so he's seeing this go under his boat for hours, and these fish aren't stationary. They're in the current moving. So they're under my boat for hours looking like this. Mike was over at Bay Point looking at the same thing about 4 miles west in the river. Steve was over at Honker Bay about 3 miles west and a mile north. So for a 4 mile stretch of the river, that's what it looked like. So it's hard to embrace this idea of such a restrictive fishery when this is what we see, you know? And so I understand what he was saying, and it's very concerning to me because I do understand a lot of what he was saying. In the perfect world, what I would hope, because when we came to the table in October, we made heavy concessions. And a lot of those concessions we made with these thoughts in mind. If the slide that he put up about the mortality during the harmful algal bloom, most of the fish that died were the larger fish. They have more problems with oxygen. And so the lower oxygen quality of the water affected those larger fish. It makes sense. So our recommendation or our ask for a smaller slot was to protect those larger fish and let those fish get up into, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To let them get up into that mature breeding size. So we've made a lot of concessions, and I would say that, I thought it was a win-win. I would have thought the people that wanted to protect the fish
I'm
would have
sorry,
seen
I
it as
can't
a
give you
win.
3 times as much as everyone else time to speak,
Okay,
but
thank you.
I hear you. Thank you.
My name's Sean, and, I'm just a angler myself, and, I go out with Josh and Mike and the other captains. And, I think the lottery system is, very unfair. You know, I want to be able to retain a sturgeon if I'm pleased to. I also, you know, release slot fish all the time, and, so that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chief Bearing. I own Marina Bay Tackle. Very concerning, you know, this like this. Glenn is my supplier. From salmon extraction, sturgeon extraction, I lost 70% of it. 70%. I'm making less money than my employee make. I cannot sell stuff. I cannot survive. All I have money left to buy a tent so I can sleep on the street. That's what I say.
Good morning, my name is Captain Mike Montanella, owner and operator of Finger Rod Sport Fishing. I represent NorCal Guides Association and GGFA. I'd like to thank you guys, the commission, for moving the meeting for today. Really helps us out, makes a big difference than having to fly people out or try to make it down to SoCal. I mean, that was a huge blessing to us. So I want to thank you guys for that. I'm totally against the lottery system. It just takes out a lot of people who love to go out and fish. Doesn't give them a chance to experience what we get to experience out there. There's nothing like, I mean, I'm sure even tree huggers in the room like to hug the trees, like to catch and release the fish. But everybody should have the right to harvest. I mean, we're not out to kill all the fish. We don't want to kill all the fish. I mean, look at the restrictions that we made, the concessions we made just to have some kind of harvest, even not knowing what the actual population is in the system. I don't know where this 33,000 number came up. It could be 43,000. It could be 53,000. It could be 100,000.
Well, it's what we have to work with. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what we're working with.
And we don't know.
Thank you.
But that's
Have to
what
work with from what?
I'm going to ask that we remove folks from the meeting who are not able to abide by that rule that you can't just interrupt each other. Can I do that? Okay.
That's what I'm saying is that we don't know what the population is, and it's important that, you know, Mr. John Kelly said, you guys need to get people out on our boats to figure this out as soon as possible, because I mean, depending on the sturgeon report cards, it's flawed. I think
Okay, Mike, I need to ask you to wrap it up. We're at 2 minutes.
You know, if we get a good population count, we can actually figure out something better, even better than what NorCal Guides Association is gonna propose. I mean,
Okay, thanks.
being with other captains and other people fishing out here, even the sport guys,
Mike, I gotta ask you to wrap it up, please.
I will, the population is, we don't think it's diminishing. It's actually been a great season the last 5-6 years. I've been a guy. So
I hear that point. I just want to reiterate, though, that we have to work with the best science available, and that's the estimate we have. So I don't think that's a piece that, you know, we're gonna question. And I hear
I
you.
understand.
Thank
I
you.
understand.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Shaderis. I own Left Coast Bait Company. I supply 600 stores in the Central Valley with bait. What we are seeing right now is about a 70% decline in sturgeon bait sales. Talking to the shops, we're seeing a huge decline right now in sales of the tag system that we have. There are 3 bait companies in California that basically bring in all the bait for sturgeon. I can tell you right now, if it goes to a lottery system, we are not going to bring the bait into California because we can't take the financial risk of buying hundreds of thousands of bait to limit an opportunity when what we're seeing right now from the rules that we changed as a catch and release fishery is not going to support itself. Ultimately, if you come up with a quota of 1,200 fish, and let's say that lies at 3.5%, that gives 1,200 people a chance to catch a fish, whether that be on a guide boat on the bank or wherever. And ultimately, you know, if people can't get out there fast enough to catch a fish, that's their problem. And on the flip side of that, the fact that we have a fish and game that has allowed and accepted a 30% return rate on any sort of card is absurd. At some point, there has to be a standard set and rules set so that you guys can get the data you need. You know, the other thing I would like to say, and I'll wrap this up quick, is at the last meeting, Samantha Murray asked that someone from our side of the industry be a stakeholder at the table of that meeting. And that never happened. And ultimately, going forward, if you guys are going to create boards, you know, 600 stores, a bunch of guides, and a bunch of distributors and wholesalers deserve the right to have a voice. And I ultimately think legally they're entitled to have a voice. You know, and what we don't want to do as anglers is have to get into a situation where the only thing and the only way we can get things done is through litigation. And we're starting to go into that territory.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Ricky Acosta. I run Feeding Frenzy Sport Fishing, and I am opposed to the lottery system. What you guys have is a chance to be leaders for the state of California's fisheries instead of mimicking the way other states are running their fisheries. It's not an apples to apples fishery. You can't call people on the Fraser River and try and figure out how much money they make because it's California. It's a different country, not even a different state, a different country. By doing a lotto system, you guys are currently selling 45,000 sturgeon report cards, and you're going to turn that to 1,300. John Kelly himself just said that he doesn't want to take away the opportunity for the average angler. And you're taking away over 40,000 opportunities from fishermen. You know, we keep coming to these meetings, and it's unfortunate that there's two sides of things, right? When all we're willing to do and trying to do with you guys is work together. And if you guys are willing to listen to us, there's a way for us to come up with what's best for our fishery. And we're here to tell you that we want to work with you and that we want the 2025 regulation to be beneficial for not just businesses, but the average fisherman. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Smith. I'm a board member on GGFA, and I represent the majority of the captains, six-packs, fleet guides, and charter boat members in San Francisco Bay and the Delta. I wanted to talk to you about my experiences. I was on the White Sturgeon Committee for the past 6 months. I sat in over 10 meetings, and I participated with trying to understand the data and science compiled by the department, which is not complete, even by their own admission. There's a lot more data that needs to be collected before we can get to a 95% confidence rate. But when we're looking at the 4% exploitation rate, there's multiple ways to get there. One is the lottery system that the department is proposing. It limits the amount of tags that go out to the general public, and there's a lot of negative things about this. Yeah, it's the simplest form of management, but it gives no consideration to all the men and women in this industry that have put hundreds of thousands of dollars into their boats. One gentleman's talking about sleeping on the street. Not to mention all the disenfranchised fishermen in the Bay Area. You know, we're talking about taking a 45,000 person pool and then taking a limited amount of tags, you know, a couple hundred, maybe 2,000. And we try and divide that on the boats and the businesses, and we're not going to have the revenues to even stay in business anymore. So what we're proposing is a hard cap quota system. And that's where we stop fishing when we achieve the same 4% exploitation. We're not disputing the science, although a lot of it's questionable. We're not disputing the data, but we're disputing is how we get there. The style of system that we're proposing, I mean, we can do it two ways of management, but the style we're proposing is that when we hit the 4%, we stop fishing. We could split that up into 2 seasons. You could split it up in 4 periods so that everybody has equal access. Everybody gets a chance and opportunity geographically throughout the whole Bay Area. So that's what we're proposing as a group.
James, I need to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
Can I give up my minute to James, please?
It's not like that kind of system. I just want to hear from everybody, but I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah.
Okay,
And
so as
you
an
know, it's
industry-
not like your one turn either. So I think if you want to circle back and make additional points.
Think about what a lot of men and women in this room, do. We closed the 2023 salmon season. 2024, it's on the table. It's gonna be closed. Rock Cod's closed. Guys in smaller boats, they can't get out till when the grounds are open. We're all in a bad situation here. And moving forward, if we can get to 4%, the same 4% that you're proposing, people in this room will survive. Communities are gonna survive. Families are gonna survive.
Thank you. I do want to put a question out into the conversation because, you know, a number of you are speaking to the advantages of doing a hard cap quota system. And I've asked this question a number of times and I would love to hear an answer to it. So we hit the cap up in Oregon, the caps get hit in Washington in a couple of days. How long will it take to hit these caps? And I know it depends on whether it's 2 chunks of the season or 4 chunks of the season, but that would really help us, I think about this in more concrete terms because, I mean, I'm envisioning, you know, if it really is the kind of situation we're going to hit the cap quickly, that is also going to have, I would imagine, a big impact on folks who are taking people out on the water because, I mean, I don't know that it would be 3 days like up in Oregon or 2 days like up in Oregon, but how many people can you take out? And how much of a living can you make off of these on the water? And it's not a question, it's not a rhetorical question. So if you have a sense about that, I would love to hear it because I'm really trying to understand, like, is, you know, what does that look like? How is that different?
Can I answer that real quick? So
real quick, and I
if
want
you
to
just look at our card data, it took a whole year to on the cards to harvest 1,380 fish. That's a year of fishing time in a larger slot. So we're on a smaller slot. It could take months. It might even take the whole season to get that. And a lot of that depends on winter storms, how the fish might. So it's going to take longer. We're not worried as an industry of hitting our cap in 4 days. That's just not going to happen. We have a lot of other opportunities in the Bay Area for fishing.
And I don't want to constrict conversation to that, but yeah, if folks do have insight about that, I'd love to hear it.
I'm Joey Gomez with Golden State Sport Fishing, owner operator. Just since the reg change that we had back in November, I've already lost 23 full charters just in the last 2 months. So I'm against the lottery system because if we can't get people to come on our boats just for that one fish, there's no chance that we're going to get the customers as so one lucky person getting a tag. It's just not going to work for us. So I'm against that.
Thank you.
My name is Captain Steve Mitchell, owner of Hooked Up Sport Fishing. I'm against the lottery system too. Reason being is because I kind of feel like the state would be kind of like ripping people off. And what I mean by that is you guys are stipulating that in order to even get in the lottery, they have to buy tags first. So, but out of the tags that they buy, only 1,300 people are able to retain fish. And as a business owner, looking at it, having one person on the boat with a tag is going to be hard for him to gather his friends to be able to go, and only that person is able to retain a fish, and the rest of them have to release, and then you expect for them to all divide up that one fish, and that guy may want to take his whole fish home if he catches it because he won the lottery or whatever. So I think that would be a negative towards us in business, you know. I'm for trying to save the fishery, true enough. But I really believe, honestly, I think us captains in here is willing to accept the emergency regs as it is, because it's already bad enough. We have seen a fall in business big time. big time. So I feel like if we could, you know, just hold on to what we already have, I don't think we'll ever hit that 4% at where we're at right now. There's so many days that we come in, we've caught maybe anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 fish, but we don't have no fish to clean because all those fish was either under or over the slot. That 6 inch, I mean, that 6 inch difference, it's kind of hard to get in there, you know? So I figure if we stay with that, that would be fine. And if we could change it from year to year, a sliding slot possibly. That way you don't knock out 1 year fish that's all in that one size or whatever, you know? It would be better that way. I think we could all work it out that way and it'd be fine, you know?
Thanks, Steve. Okay, we're gonna sort of loop around the outside of the horseshoe here. So,
Hello, my name is Captain Virginia Salvador of Cape Crasher Fishing Adventures. We are a catch and release sturgeon business here in the California Delta. And what I see from the science being provided is that there is a clear indication that this fishery is obviously under great distress. And one thing you have to notice that a lot of captains are mentioning is that we're catching fish above the slot limit or below that slot. So what does that tell you about the fish in that slot range? They're hurting. The original slot size that we had before greatly affected our fishery to the point where there's a whole section of size fish that we're not catching on the regular basis. This is something we have to keep in the back of our minds. The reason we mirror to things like Oregon and places like that are because they have successful sturgeon populations in their states alone. That is why we reach out to places like that have successfully saved sturgeon in their fishery alone. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Hello, my name is Captain Zach McGinnis, Cape Crasher Fishing. I'm really empathetic with my fellow fishermen on the level of business and things like that. It is a really tough time to be a fisherman right now. I didn't see this start though with sturgeon. I saw it start during the saltwater season. I consistently saw only 2 party boats consistently running with any regularity. Us 6-pack guys, it was, you know, pretty slow for a lot of us. They close salmon, you know, a fish that's pretty much artificially reproduced in hatcheries these days because they wanted to see them go to seed. They wanted to see this fishery have an opportunity to rebound. I kind of see the same thing here. I was with James Smith as well as many others, Andrea, and a diverse group of work. And we spent several meetings discussing these matters. And, you know, limited entry, the plus to that is, you know, I get where some people say it's fair to not have that. But if it is a lot of fish being caught and they can close it pretty fast, the people that have the most opportunity on the river are going to get most of the opportunity. If you get a tag, you and your son can harvest that fish at any time. So concerns I have is, you know, where we fish is pretty much 90% of us in this room all fish in the exact same area. In fact, 90% of us fish out of the same marina. And places like the North Bay and the South Bay are really vast waterways. It used to be the mecca of sturgeon fishing. That's no longer the case. That's a huge concern, you know. So that's just things that I've seen in my 55 years. I've seen a big swing. I recently finally took the plunge. I fished up at Pyramid Lake. They have an abundant fishery. It's not a very good eating trout, but people go up there because they love to catch quality fish. They want a quality experience. My fishing is down. I don't even harvest sturgeon, you know. I support a limited harvest. But my fishing business is way down too. And anybody goes to a grocery store or to the fuel pump, especially when you're working class, they're just not there. It's not just charter boats, all the sport fishing boats that enjoy their time on the water. Those guys aren't coming out either, man. Food is more important right now. Paying your PG right now is more important. You know, again, I respect everybody here as a fisherman and as an individual that just cares about the environment, the resource. I just think that if we are able to manage this with a heavier hand, much like we do rock hog, we've got the department finally willing to do that. Let them do it, you know, and let's build this fishery and make it big, because just like Pyramid, you know, if you build it, they will come. And if there's a lot of fish, it might take a little while. It might be tough for a little while, but we're blue collar, we're fishermen, we're used to that. And like I said, I don't think all of this regulation, I think it has a lot to do with our kind of economy and inflation we have to deal with right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Morning.
Morning.
Some folks in the room may know me. My name is David Bess. I just retired from the department. I was chief of law enforcement there for almost a decade. and the law enforcement division's liaison with the commission for about 12 years. And what I want to say is, thanks to everybody in the room and online for coming out and participating. I think it's super important, regardless of where you land on which side of the issue. For many years, over a decade, working with the commission and for the department, I saw a lot of issues that got figured out with very low participation by the public, and they would find out later on and be frustrated by the outcome. Critically important for you all to stay involved. Critically important for you to be here and have that voice. And I just want to say, look, all the things that you're mentioning, they cost money, it's tough to run a business, all that. It costs all of you money to come here today. I just want to acknowledge that and say thanks for showing up, because that's part of the process and what makes the process for the committees and the commission to work.
Thanks. We could not agree more.
My name is Matt Carlson. I'm a recreational fisherman. I love the sport. I'm here to just protect the fishery because of my kids, my grandchildren. We love to go out there and recreation, catch fish. I do oppose the preference point system that you may propose. I'm no longer hunt the state of California because of that system that you apply. It takes too long. I've been trying for 25 years. So be able to fish these rivers based on waiting for the lottery system to take place, I'm against that. I hear a lot of the science is incomplete, and I hear a lot of excuses from the Fish and Game stating that they don't have enough money and staff to get this science in place. I think a lot of these gentlemen right here, these captains are out on the water each and every day, I think is willing. You listen to them, they're willing to take that data and submit that data on a daily basis to better understand the strength that this fishery actually has. So that's what I'm here for. I took the day off to be part of this meeting today.
Thank you for being here. Who's next would like to speak on this issue?
Yeah, my name is Don Helmert. I'm a just a regular fisherman. And I agree with these opinions of the other guys that I think 42 to 46, it's an acceptable slot. And I think we should take that slot, you guys should take that slot, and instead of proposing option A for next year for a lottery, why don't you use the slot and just see what happens before you jump into 25 and make a lottery happen? That's my other question is, I'm unclear on option A where it says the lottery is going to be 50% random and 50% with preference points. I don't know what with preference points means. Can you please explain that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm going to hand that to someone at the
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, taking that.
In general, it just means that if you don't get a harvest tag in 1 year in the lottery, you get points that can be applied there. So it gives you, it skews the odds a little bit in your favor. If you've applied in the past and not gotten a tag, you get extra odds towards getting a tag in the future. That makes sense.
Okay, so I buy a license and I buy the sturgeon report card and the steelhead report card, and I don't even fish for it. So you're making money off me in that regard. Now, in order for me to go into this lottery, do I need to buy a sturgeon tag, or if I buy a license, am I automatically in the lottery?
The sturgeon report card would be required either way.
So then in order to go in the lottery, do I have to buy a sturgeon report card?
Yeah.
And then I may or may not get to use it based on the lottery. So you're saying I'm paying, I don't know what it was this year, $12, something like that. So you're saying I gotta pay $12 for a sturgeon report card, and then I may not get to use it because I'm not picked. Is that correct?
You would still be able to use the report card. The report card would be for catch and release under either scenario.
But I couldn't use the report card to keep a sturgeon unless I win the lottery, right?
Correct.
Correct. So I'm buying a sturgeon report card under this small chance, like this gentleman said, he's never won a lottery. So I may pay for a sturgeon report card and never win it and never get to keep a sturgeon. Is that right?
You may not get a chance to harvest, but that would be the case under either scenario. If the fishery were to close early, right? In that case, you may have bought a report card and a tag. And then the fishery may close if we reach the harvest limit.
So I don't know if that was clear to everybody else, but it wasn't clear to me. So we're all buying a sturgeon report card, and then most of us won't be able to get a harvest limit.
Correct. Correct.
Anybody that wants to fish.
All right. Okay.
And there's a charge.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I also want to just clarify with regard to the timing, it may seem like it's really early to start thinking about 2025. But it's necessary because of the lengthy rulemaking process. It's not, the commission can't just take action at a meeting and it's done. It's literally a 6-month process just for commission meetings. There's a process through the committee, and then there's a process for after adoption for the Office of Administrative Law and Finance, et cetera, to all sign off on what the commission has done. And so it can literally take a year or more for a rulemaking to get through the process.
But do you know with the lottery, well, not the lottery, but the slot limit down to 42 to 48, that's a 6-inch cap that we have to meet to keep that. You don't have the data to make an intelligent decision on whether to even offer auction. I realize it takes a long time for that to happen, but you may be doing something to keep things in a proper time limit that you don't need to do. Because maybe these 42 to 46-inch slots are going to diminish the keep rate.
To give the department an opportunity to address that. Thanks for the question. Just to address I think the question of what we know so far about the sort of effects of the emergency regulation and what we're going to know between now and that rulemaking timetable unfolding later in 2024.
Sure. Can I actually turn it over to John Nelson real quick? John has some comments on the thing.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. I just wanted to confirm, so for any angler that only wants to harvest, they could wait to buy the sturgeon report card to see if they actually get picked for the lottery. So it would be a $5 entry for the lottery. And then if they don't get picked, they would get a preference point. And if they didn't want to only catch fish and release, they would not have to buy a report card before they knew if they won the lottery. Okay, so it's not a requirement to have the report card in hand to be put into the lottery and get picked if you don't plan on fishing, catch, and release. But it is a requirement that if you do go out to fish, catch, and release, or get a harvest tag in the lottery, you will need that report card on hand with you. So I want to make sure that people understand they don't have to buy the report card if they don't plan on catching and releasing and they don't end up with the lottery. So ultimately they would be out $5 for the lottery if they don't win, but they would get a preference point. So I just want to make that clarification moving forward that we're not asking people to buy the report card to get into the lottery.
Thank you. Is it a question?
Yeah, it's a question, just because for hunting preference points, or if you're trying to put in for reservations at the state refuges to go and duck hunt, you have to have a hunting license in order to apply for any additional tag. You can't apply for a lotto or anything without a
So is
hunting
the
license.
question, do you need to have a fishing license?
So do
You have to have a fishing license, yes, and that's, so I don't assume that people only buy a fishing license to only catch sturgeon, and if they do, that's going to be a more difficult thing, but it's my understanding that people do fish for a lot of different species that just buy their fishing report, their general fishing license. So, but if they don't, then that is I guess a potential risk if they're only buying their fishing license to put in the lottery. Again, I think you could put in the lottery, and if you get the lottery, there's no check and balance to see if you have your current license or not. I think you just need to know legally, if you're going to go fishing, if you end up with a tag, you'll need to have a valid fishing license and a valid report card. The order of those things right now, we haven't worked out, but we'll need to figure that out.
Okay, so I'm hearing that there's flexibility potentially around the order that those need to take place in, but that at a minimum, you don't have to buy a report card to enter the lottery for a sturgeon. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, we still have folks we haven't had a chance to hear from, even for the first time, so please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ivana Hobson and I fish a lot. Grew up fishing, went away from it, and in recent years have fished quite a bit. Sturgeon is my favorite. So to the man on the phone, 80% of my fishing is sturgeon fishing. I don't support the lottery. If I had to gamble to try to keep a slot, I'm not interested. And it's not even to do with the money. It's more of the principle. And so I don't support that. I do support all the people in this room who work in this business. I mean, I have so much respect for anybody who bets on themselves every day to make a living. That's huge. So for the captains, for the deckhands, for the people who rely on the charters, this is really big. And then I look at this for the state and I'm like, okay, the state's gonna actually make a little bit more money with the lottery fees and things like that. Yet the poor people who really rely on this to put food on their table are gonna be making less money. And so I don't support that. I think that if my livelihood was based on the best science available and then things were extrapolated, I would fight. I would fight really hard because it's an individual thing. So I get it's the best science available, but if you're going to impact my livelihood, and I'm not a captain, I'm a wannabe deckhand, but I just think that they are owed really good science that can be verified, that can be supported, that they don't ever go home and question. And I don't feel that today. So that's why I'm here. And I just really want to reiterate, I do not support the lottery. I can support some of the other things. And one of the other reasons why I don't support the lottery, just because if you sturgeon fish, you know it's a gamble anyway. It's a gamble if you're going to see the bite, if you're going to hook the bite, if you're going to hit the slot, and then just have a lottery to say, can I even go on and do this? You know, I'm not interested in it. So I will probably get a new hobby that would be lottery based. So thank you.
Thanks.
Hold on one second. He's the gentleman who's got ADA issues, so he's gonna read your hand. Yeah,
So I have a letter that Jake wrote that I'd like to read to you
Please.
guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jake Gallegos and I'm a disabled 21-year-old who found my purpose through sturgeon fishing. I don't look disabled, but I am. I have a rare genetic condition that affects my ability to speak and socialize. Although I have a high IQ, I struggled tremendously in school. This caused an inability to finish anything. There were extreme worries I would have the ability to hold down a job. This is why my thoughts on this subject are being read by Ricky Acosta. This disability caused deep isolation and loneliness. At 13, I discovered sturgeon fishing. This in turn introduced me to the sturgeon captain community who accepted me as I am. They taught me everything they could about this industry, treated me as one of them, thus ending my loneliness and giving me the ability to support myself as I work full-time with them. I understand that you have concerns about decisions being made regarding fishing and the sturgeon population. Has anyone paid attention to the thousands of people whose livelihoods will essentially be ripped away from them? Has anyone considered the mothers and fathers who will no longer be able to feed their families? Has anyone especially considered what it will do to the disabled community and the rights under the ADA Title II Disability Act? Title II, which protects qualified individuals with disabilities from discrimination on the basis of disabilities and service programs and activities provided by the state and local government entities. Through charity, several of the captains take the blind, deaf, and other disabled people to enjoy the fishing in a non-ocean environment, thus giving them the right to pursue happiness. Has anyone in authority considered the monumental impact to our community as a whole? And then I'm for the time, I'm just going to kind of wrap it up for him here. But he talks about the data and how he wants guys to be certain. You know, right now we're using the best known data. We want to have literally the best, not the best known. And so there is much work that needs to be done here. No group, agency, or CDFW has any true and accurate information to make the decision today or in the near future. Thank you for listening to me. The lottery system that you are proposing will put us out of business, and I do not support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Hello, everyone. My name is Javier Relis. I'm a local fisherman as well. I've been fishing for sturgeon for a long time. I do not, go with, your guys' lottery, system. I think it's gonna push a lot of people like myself not to fish anymore for sturgeon. It's just not gonna be effective for us, you know, if there's 30,000 people trying to, there's more likely success that I'm never gonna be able to fish sturgeon or catch one or take one home. You know, I think with what we have now implemented, I think it's a good setup that we have, you know, and, you know, I don't see myself fishing, with everything you guys have proposed up there. I fish with a lot of these guys here, and like this gentleman showed on his picture, that's exactly what we see every single time we're out there, even more. And honestly, the data that we have, I understand is what you guys have, but I think it's not true. Because I honestly don't think that gentleman said 33,000. There's no way that there's 33,000 sturgeon all the way from Sacramento, all the way to San Jose. If you go scanning those waters, I guarantee you there'll be over more than 100,000 fish that you will see on those fish lines. I would just want to say that I am not with the sturgeon lottery, and support all my fellow captains here. And I want to thank you guys for taking the time and taking my wish. Thank you.
Thanks for being
Can I
here.
just maybe make one clarification? The 33,000 is only in the harvestable size slot, so it's not total number of fish, it's what's in that slot.
You guys speak up a little louder up there because I have a little hearing problem and
Sure, what I was saying, the 33,000 fish is not the total number of fish, it's what's in the harvestable size, so it's what's in the slot.
The 40 to 60 slot, right?
Yes.
First, I have a question related to that.
Question, yeah.
How many oversized fish do you estimate that we have?
I would have to defer that to Dr. Kelly. Is John, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am. We don't have a good estimate of the oversized fish. The gear that we use is restricted to the size of the gear we use targets the fish that run legal size slot limit. Hauling the fish onto a boat, especially as they get larger and heavier, is increasingly damaging to them. That's one of the reasons we don't let anglers land fish over 68 inches in their boats. And so those fish don't tend to get caught in the nets we use, and we don't bring them onto the boat when we do catch them. When we have looked at fish that were caught or released, there's a fairly low number of oversized fish, but I don't have an exact number. That's one of the reasons, in fact, that we intend to set up a spawner survey, because we want to go and be able to count and enumerate the fish that are actually coming in on a yearly basis to spawn every year. That'll be an informative thing for our fishery.
Thanks.
I'd like to just add.
I'm sorry, I don't want to go out of turn because there are folks who've been waiting now an hour and a half to speak up, so I'm just gonna ask you to wait, please.
Okay,
Steve. Thanks. Other folks on the window side of the room who wanted to speak to this issue, please.
Well, I'm Captain Jay Lopes, Dry Hook Sport Fishing. I fish and I get a chance to see what's out there. I have seen this fishery run in cycles. It does run in cycles. We know that, right? And just by changing to the new regs that we have now, just from my personal experience, last couple months, there's so many extra fish going back into the system. So we know that's going to work, right? Our whole idea here is to leave as many fish out there and spawn and not over harvest. But I think we need to do a better, get a better understanding. So pit tagging, we got to get more involvement and know what's out there. It's just because we're catching fish, we need to be able to scan it and know what's there, for one, right? That's going to help keep track of what's really out there. If we're catching the same fish twice, we don't know that, right? Two, the lottery system just will not work for us. To plan a trip in advance. So if someone wants to book next week and no one applied for it, they can't do that. So that just leaves out those people. I think there's better ways to approach this, and we'll figure it out. I mean, we do need to understand there needs to be change. The 40 to 60 wasn't working, right? That's all. Anyone here can accept that. But we need to come up with a number and get a really understanding what's out there and how we could live with it. And in the long run, the fishery is gonna blossom. We're already seeing it, so I think there's room for some improvement, and hopefully we don't let it get to this point than it has the last 10 years, 15 years. Now we have a fishery that's already limited, possibly going on the endangered list. And that should never happen. We should already got that far. So there should have been better management along the way. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate like you're raising this question about slot, and I just want to remind folks, you know, as we're having this conversation, a lot of you said no on the lottery, and I would love it if you would address what you would prefer to see instead, because I still feel like we haven't really talked very much about option 2. It's just sort of hanging out there. And I had that question about how long it would last. I had that question about like, what would the economic impacts of that be? So we don't have time to circle back yet because we still have a whole bunch of people waiting to speak on Zoom, but I do want to just put that back in the room, and I appreciate positive suggestions about what we should do and how those are going to impact you as well. Other folks on this side who haven't had a chance to speak yet? Okay. All right, so we have 15 speakers online, I believe. We still have a number of speakers. I just want to remind folks to please try to be concise. I really appreciate folks making an effort to keep it brief so that we do have time for dialogue. We have 15 speakers online, it's about a minute each. Looks like it's gone to 16, as there isn't a deadline for adding yourself to the queue. And I'm gonna go ahead and just let you call them up.
Sure, I'll
Okay,
call them.
we're just gonna go in whatever order to the
2, 3 at a time.
hands appear to appear in.
Sure, I'll just call them in the order I see them. Our first speaker online will be Dave Jacobs, followed by Mark Ortega and Reed Lamson. Dave, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Appreciate that. So I'm a river guide up on the Sacramento River, and I completely understand the spawning grounds and things that we're trying to protect. But for many, many years, especially myself, I've caught and released many size sturgeon, oversized, undersized, many males in the high 50-inch range. And with the amount of stress that I keep hearing about on the catch and release with these fish, I just believe we need a lot more science on that before you make a decision on closing a river. I know you're trying to reduce harvest, and I 100% support a complete catch and release fishery in the river, but shutting it down from January to May makes it impossible for us to offer a fishing trip. It just, all we have left are catfish and stripers that time of year. So and plus I wanted to say this and wanted you to think about it. We don't know when these sturgeon become post or pre-spawn, and when they become active spawn, and when they become post-spawn. These fish, in my experience of all these years, I see them eat before they spawn, during the pre-spawn. When they actively spawn, when they're having their business happen in the river, when they're actively spawning, they do not bite. I watch this happen many times. And then after they're done spawning, then they fall out of these holes. And that's when they start their migration downriver, and they slowly do this. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks, and it's many fishing opportunities for us. And that's the post-spawn fish, and that's when they begin to eat. So many species like stripers, when they're spawning on the surface, they don't eat. When they're done spawning and things calm down, then they start eating again. I experienced the same thing with sturgeon. So I just hope that you might consider leaving the river open to a catch and release, and until we get more studies or we get the studies of the spawning fish to see, in fact, if in the wild they are doing what the students at UC Davis are experiencing in the labs. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, and I think I want to direct that question back to Sarah, but maybe we can hold that, who is not a student. I'll just remind folks. The researcher. Mark Ortega, I believe, was next.
Trying to mute. Hi, can you hear me? Took a moment. There we go. Yeah, hi everybody. Mark Ortega. Just a regular sport fisherman. I go out with several. I've been on the boats with several of the guides there. Anyway, I'm against this lottery thing. It just, anyway, that's just keep it simple, Mark. The other one is I've heard a few times, and the science on what the actual population is. We say it could go, it sounds, I'm hearing that it's either completely right or completely wrong, which is not science. What kind of I think this just really needs to be looked at better. I don't know how you're going to count these fish. They're moving so much all the time. Although I have been on a boat where I hear guys talking from different parts. Somebody's in Montezuma Sluice, somebody else is over by the Carquinez Bridge talking about fish being stacked up. So this idea of maybe getting out there on boats and covering a big part of the Delta system at the least at one time, taking a look that way, actually looking at a screen, kind of counting. That's just a suggestion, but the numbers saying that the population is hard, is getting stressed out. I really do like, the slot limit change too, that they can help. So thank you. And hello to everybody there. Thank you everybody for showing up.
Next speaker, is it Reed Lampson?
Yes, next speaker is Reed Lampson. Reed, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hey everyone. My name's Reed. Obviously, I'm a sportsman and a river angler. So I just wanted to speak up a little bit about the river anglers, right? And from that perspective. So I feel like with the current proposal, the biggest loss and opportunity is for us river anglers. And I think it's very important, even though we may be a smaller percentage of the overall fishing community for sturgeon, we need to have some inclusion, right? I think the department has stated, multiple times and in their proposal that it's known that fishing for sturgeon in the spawning corridor, it has a negative impact on the spawn. But if there's more studies on that, I would really like to see them. And I think it would be good for all the stakeholders to be able to see that data and that research. To this point, the only one that I've personally seen was referencing a hatchery manual from 1990 or 1988. And in that manual, I did some research, read it, and the main claim is that 30 to 40% of females might not progress to the right stage of spawning. However, I think it's important for us when we're looking at that these fish, the way they were handled, was completely different than what a catch and release or even a catch and harvest would happen in the river. These fish were snagged or netted. They were transferred multiple times between boats and storage tanks. They were surgically operated on, and then they were kept in a hatchery facility for spawning. So in my opinion, and based on my research, that by no means is an apples to apples comparison of what we're talking about for the in-river fishery. And I don't think it should be considered solid enough data to completely eliminate the opportunity for fishing during the spawn in river, and then also for us to have a opportunity for harvest, right? At this point, what the department's proposal is showing is just catch and release during a time when very few fish are in the river and there's very little interest for anglers in the river. So that's my main point, and I would like everybody just to consider that.
Great.
Our next three speakers online will be Carolyn Newell, Brian Oliver Williamson, and James Stone. Caroline, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Caroline Newell, and I'm a fish ecologist and recreational angler in the San Francisco estuary. I fish for white sturgeon and have been fortunate enough to actually interact with them, and so I highly value them as a species, and I'm passionate about maintaining their persistence in our environment for the long term, for my lifetime and beyond. And so I'm advocating for CDFW recommendation A, the lottery system. I think recommendation B is a bit unfair and would limit my personal ability to participate in the fishery as a recreational angler with a full-time job. I also think that recommendation B potentially could risk overharvest. It's harder from an enforcement perspective, and that's because the quota system encourages people to not report. So if the quota hasn't been met, harvest can continue. We know that our reporting is already low, and this added incentive to not report wouldn't really change that. I'm a little confused as why people would be against the lottery system, because to protect against underreporting, the harvest rate for the quota system would be lower than if we had a lottery. And overall, I just think that recommendation A is the fair and responsible action to take and would provide the most opportunity for the most amount of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Williamson, and I'm a PhD candidate at UC Davis, where I study fish and other aquatic organisms in the Delta and Suisun Marsh. I'm also an angler. The reason that I have pursued an academic career in aquatic ecosystems is because I love fishing and I want there to be sustainable fish populations that myself, the public of California, and future generations can fish for. I'm in favor of changes to California regulations to further limit the harvest of white sturgeon. Many factors have converged in recent years that threaten white sturgeon in the San Francisco estuary watershed. Given these factors and an observed population decline in sturgeon, I believe it necessary to reduce the one stressor on the sturgeon populations that we can easily control: harvest. White sturgeon are an incredible animal, and I want future generations to be able to experience their beauty and power. With ongoing change and instability in the San Francisco estuary, we need to do what we can to buffer sturgeon populations from unprecedented and catastrophic events like the harmful algal bloom of the last couple years. If we overharvest from a declining population or disrupt spawning, it is more likely that white sturgeon will be listed as endangered in California, and we will no longer be able to fish for them at all. Additionally, white sturgeon eat large quantities of the invasive overbite clam, a clam that has contributed to declines of populations of pelagic fishes, including striped bass and American shad, two valued sport fish. There's no scientific evidence that sturgeon control clam numbers, but it is very possible, and another reason that we should strive for robust sturgeon populations. So, as a scientist and a fisherman, I trust the research available on sturgeon, and at this time I support a change in regulation to the proposed option A, as it is informed and updated by monitoring and research and can be easily enforced. Let's not do too little too late. Thanks.
Thank you.
And James Stone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Commissioners Avaleta, department staff, commission staff. James Stone here with the president of Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing over the 50% majority of all captains and guides in the state of California, as well as thousands of recreational anglers, sportsmen and women that love to fish and hunt. I want to start off by saying that our organization is never afraid to advocate for what's right in a fishery according to science and data. And I'll start that off by saying in 2023, the department was advocating to keep a salmon season open on faulty data. The department said there was 165,000 salmon, fall-run salmon out in the ocean, and that we should open an ocean recreational and commercial fishery for a small amount of harvest, about 25,000 fish, and that we would still be okay to make our mitigation goals and our escapement goals at the hatcheries. That was nothing further than the truth. In fact, our organization led that fight to close that fishery because we knew that—
Appreciate it if you would address sturgeon so that in your limited time, we do get to hear your perspective on that.
I am. Thank you, Commissioner. So our organization led for that fight to close the fishery based on correct data and science. And now we're going to prove that there wasn't 165,000 fish. I lead into that with sturgeon, stating the three comments that if the science was correct and there wasn't a huge margin of error rate up and down on their own data, we don't know what it is. There's no one in that room that would swear on their children or bet their house that they know what the population of sturgeon is. That's just utterly false if they claim that they do. That's why we have such a big range of margin of error rates on the abundance population. I want to say that our organization is completely against the lottery style type A system and in favor of a type B system, although there was modifications done to the type B system that we were unable to participate in. The lottery system reduces the guides clientele from 45,000 total anglers currently down to only 1,300 guides in 2025. That's reducing that clientele pool by more than the percentage that is going to survive for them. Secondly, the active participants for harvest affects all direct economic business stakeholders. Therefore, the marinas, the tackle shops, the bait suppliers, the bait gas stations, and many others will be directly affected because of this reduction in the amount of people that can participate in harvest. Third, The Anglers for Fishing, according to the own CDFW survey, said that 43% of your anglers would stop fishing. That's your data in the survey saying 43% would stop fishing for sturgeon if it was catch and release only. And lastly, I was part of the R3, Recruit, Retain, Reactivate. That's all about getting kids back into the fishery, getting older people back into the fishery, and getting people continually fishing. This lottery system will completely go against that 100%. It is not engaging children in fishing. There is going to be very few parents that will ever try to apply a year in advance to get a sturgeon tag. Secondly, poaching. In the committee,
wrap up, we're at 3 minutes.
Okay. Poaching. We've asked for the data. The department's asked for the data. We asked for it on the committee. We still don't have the data on any of the poaching. And lastly, there is no science to prove that sturgeon fishing in the rivers above the 50 bridge is unhealthy for the population. As Reed Lamson mentioned, that 1988 Barton study is apples to oranges, and it's completely ambitious, and it's basically wrong for any scientist to say that that is an applicable study in order to close a fishery up north. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And our next 3 speakers online will be Brian, who's also with Northern California Guides, Roland Aspiris, and a speaker who is joined as iPhone 6. Brian, go ahead, please. Brian, you may need to unmute yourself.
We are doing this conference, and when I do, it's the SF estuary conference. It's every 2 years. I'm gonna try to mention the fact that I hunt, how it's important, like the estuary. Oh yeah. I want to see what people say.
We're having trouble hearing you. We're gonna have to come back and speak. Yeah, let's go to the next speaker.
They're gonna be asking my opinion on shit, like as like a youth in the environment, like in the environmental space. So I'm gonna be like, well, as a youth, I feel this way, and also as a hunter, like yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're having too much trouble hearing you to make out what you're saying. So if it's something that you can address, we could try circling back to you, but we're going to go on to other speakers, and you still have several minutes. There's some way to get to some better cell.
No, that wasn't him.
Or maybe that wasn't him. I don't know. I thought maybe he was on 2 things.
Yeah, because they often will join on 2 devices. And so they'll be on their phone and they use that for their audio.
Okay, so if that was Brian, well, we don't know. Let's go on.
If that was Brian, we'll circle back to you, but we're going to move on to Roland Aspiris.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Oh, now we can hear you, Brian. Oh, yeah.
I wasn't talking because I thought somebody else was talking, and I was confused. I was like, that's not me.
No, that wasn't you. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead, Brian.
So anyways, my name is Brian McGinty, and I've been a recreational fisherman my whole life. Carried a lifetime license for the last 29 years and have been intermittently a guide for almost 20. I don't support the lottery that you guys propose. Rather, I support choice B. I think the lottery definitely makes it unfair for a lot of the younger and the older generations, as James Stone pointed out. I wanted to bring up the fact that all of the in-field data from the sportsmen, the recreational guys that are out fishing these fish every single day, it's all extremely positive, where the comments from the California Department of Fish and Game are all pretty negative as far as the population abundance of the white sturgeon. All the data that we're hearing from California Department of Fish and Game and their biologists is all from old models and largely not from our area as well. They're asking 4% of what, 4% take of what data? The data is skewed and outdated and with a huge margin of error in the study. So in conclusion, I want to suggest that we have more real-time data from the field, which shows an abundance of fish like I spoke about. I suggested the California Department of Fish and Game actually put agents on boats and scientists on boats where the guys are fishing every single day and see the data that we're seeing. I think that it is the department's obligation to the fishery and to us who pay large amounts in fees and tags to be able to fund that. Yeah, I always hear that there's not enough money to go around. Well, that's what our money is supposed to go towards. So I think it's a responsibility of the department to make that happen. So that's basically all I have to say.
Wrap up, please. We're at 2 minutes. I want to ask you to wrap up so we can get to everybody.
No, that's what I said. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Roland, I do mean it this time. Roland Aspiris, you may go ahead, please.
All right, no problem. I am an outdoor writer going on 17 years. I've watched the progression and success of many of the anglers in that room. All of you know what I've done for you and how much I've pushed to make sure you guys are successful. These guys have scratched, clawed, and worked their butts off to get to where they're at. And the relationships that these guys have built with anglers, people in the industry, is undeniable. So we need to support these guys that make a living off of this fishery. And today, basically what I'm asking is that you guys, as decision makers, keep the guides in mind as you guys deliberate the final course of action. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roland. Our next speaker online is someone who has joined as iPhone 6. If that's you, please go ahead. You may need to unmute yourself.
I guess that's me. Hi, my name is Jason Johnson, also known as Gurp the Angler on social media. Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to express that I am not in favor of the lottery system. I would definitely like to see something more of I'm not sure what the option B was, but something as of like a reduced harvest like we're doing now, or even a harvest where it's shortened from month to month or whatever that might look like. I'm an avid recreational fisherman. I fish a lot off banks and piers and shores from the South Bay all the way, North Bay, Delta, all of that. And in the last couple of years, I've caught more sturgeon than I ever had. This year alone, I caught over 100 fish from shore, and half of those fish, more than half of those fish, were in the slot limit from 40 to 60. So I don't really believe that the data is accurate. I do want to shout out the biologists and Fish and Game for putting something in place to try to, like with the tagging system that Virginia and Zach of Gatecrasher Sport Fishing are doing. Applaud that, but it needs to be more. I think it should be, if we're going to do something like that, we need to have those biologists and scientists on more boats so they can collect more data to have accurate data. And I think if we can do that, we'll have a really better idea of how many fish are in the system. We'll never know exactly how many fish are in the system, but the tagging program would be way greater if we had more guides and captains going ahead and doing that and participating in the program.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you.
To wrap it up. Thank you. And I just want to
Thank
shout
you.
out that guide assisted tagging program is a real bright spot. So thanks for bringing that up again.
Just on letter, do you want me to revisit the caller who joined his iPhone 6 or?
Yeah, we can try iPhone 6 one more time. They might not.
Yeah,
be
for
responding to
those
that.
who have iPhone, who have joined with their iPhones, because there were literally a dozen people on their iPhones, we had to number them. So check to see what you are numbered on your phone in Zoom, because you've been assigned a number. So someone has been assigned the number 6 in Zoom on their iPhone.
And we still have 10 more speakers. So I just want to encourage folks, if you just want to agree substantially with what's been said by other speakers, that you can do that. I do want to make sure that, we're moving along. It's been a long time since we started this conversation, and we still need time to circle back and actually discuss and answer questions. So with that, try again with iPhone 6. If that's you.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's somebody else. That's iPhone 966. Okay, why don't we go on to the next speaker then, to Robert Dunn? Robert Dunn?
Hello. Hello, is Robert
Dunn
Dunn here?
Yes, we can hear you.
So nobody's going to be speaking? Am I good to go?
Yes, go ahead, Robert.
Hi there. Thank you for hearing us today. My name's Robert Dunn. I'm a 38-year fishing guide, Department of Water Resources, Central Valley Project Specialist, fisheries researcher, and fisheries specialist in the Sacramento Valley. I have some questions to answer, but I don't support the lottery system. I think it's not an equitable way to distribute fishing privileges, so I don't think it's a good idea. I also had a question on, have we done any, since October, we had mentioned that we need to have more biologists and scientists getting on the sport fishing boats and gathering data on the range of sizes of fish and the slot limit out there that's being caught. So that's really important data. Has anybody done that yet? No answer?
I think the question is whether.
Well, we've had ongoing continuing research. We have not put people on boats yet, but we are working through a contract to do that.
That'll be great. Hopefully it gets done soon, because from October till now, we've let a lot of time pass, and that's very, very valuable data that's missing in actually to getting the emergency closure started. So I'm going to go back to things that I wanted to talk about. How does limited data become best science? I'm just curious how we can all of a sudden close a fishery or limit it.
I'm going to step in because I think that a number of folks have raised this point, and I sort of, I hear you all. I hear and I agree that we don't know exactly how many fish there are out there, but I think we need to move forward with discussing the policy options on the table, because I think we're all sort of on the same place on that.
Okay, I just was hoping I could speak. I mean, to criticize my speech is not very equitable, but I'll move on.
Robert, I started out by asking folks to please be concise about those 2 points in particular. So I just want to remind folks of that. And I'm sorry that it's coming up while you're speaking, but I do feel like it would be really helpful to hear about your take on the particular options that are before us.
Well, I hope to get there. I'm just hoping to be able to talk a little bit.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, like I said, I dispute the lottery system. I also dispute the emergency closure and regulations. I don't think that the science backs it up. I don't think that it's warranted. And so that needs to be dropped also. We need to go back to the drawing board, because our limited data called best science just does not work. So I thank you for my time, and I don't thank you for interrupting me, because I've never experienced that before till today at this meeting. So hopefully you'll make some adjustments to that. Thank you for my time.
Thank you for joining us, and I apologize for interrupting you.
Next up, we had Michael Dodson, but he has dropped off. Our next online person is Bird. Appears to be a phone caller. Bird, go ahead, please.
You guys hear me okay?
Yes, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zach Berg. I'm a recreational angler up here in Yuba City. I just wanted to call in and discuss the closure of the river. I also don't support the lottery system. Being a big game hunter, I've seen how that does not work out very well for people who would like to get drawn, seeing as how we have big game animals that people have been putting in for their whole life and they may never get drawn for. So I don't support that. But as far as the river goes, been fishing my entire life. I'm 38 years old. I also have the pleasure of working patrol for the sheriff's office on the river between Verona and Colusa, which is the critical spawning habitat according to the new emergency regulations. It was pretty disheartening. I had no problem going to a catch and release fishery, but to have that fishery completely taken away from my community and the people that live here was pretty upsetting, because I'm coming off the heels of one of what I saw to be one of the best years of fishing on the Sacramento River last year. And I understand that maybe the numbers are low based on the data you guys have, but to completely close the fishery for us up here based off of a study that's older than I am or as old as I am, and take that away from us up here who have already been practicing catch and release, it's just frustrating to me because I think we need better information. I supported the salmon closure, and I would support a sturgeon closure if I thought the numbers represented that, but I don't believe they do. And the other part of that is enforcement. You guys talked about things needing to be enforceable. How is the Department of Fish and Game, who routinely rides with me on my patrol boat, going to enforce no fishing of sturgeon when sturgeon are fished for in the same manner as striped bass, catfish, carp, all other species that are living in the river? There's no way to enforce that because these people are out using the same cut bait for striper that they use for sturgeon. So you're making a logistical nightmare by closing this area to all sturgeon fishing. That's just what I wanted to bring to the board.
Thank you.
I'm going to circle back to Michael Dodson. I've been told that his hand was accidentally lowered on our end. So Michael, if you're still on, go ahead, please. You'll need to unmute yourself first.
Michael, can you hear us? Michael Dodson?
Hi, you guys there?
Yeah, hi.
Thank you
We
for
can
your
hear you.
time. Yeah, I got deleted somehow. Thank you much for your time today. I just wanted to chime in like everyone else here, and like the general consensus, I'm opposed to the lottery and preference point system. As as a California hunter, we've seen the results of that, and they're not impressive at all. I think everybody's been making their statements on the science, and we know where we're at, but we're worried about the future, I guess, and trying to make laws for next year. So I would like to see something similar to the Part B system. I noticed there were some changes. If that 4%, you're going to spread it out over 2 seasons and 2 more sub seasons. We just want to make sure that it's done equally and fairly for everyone. Because as a recreational angler, I support fair chase, and I want everybody to have a chance at this. Sturgeon are amazing, and everyone should have the opportunity to catch them. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Michael, your comments prompt me to want to just clarify with the department. So you mentioned 4%. I know those numbers can change from year to year. Calling that John Kelly was saying that whatever the target would be set at in the case of the lottery system, it would have to be set lower if there were a hard cap quota system.
Correct, to account for the lack of reporting, right? So in a hard cap system under the option B, our best case scenario, right, we're looking at lobster reporting, right? We get about 50% of the tags, and there is a fine if you don't report. We have people that follow up and call people if you don't report. You also cannot buy another lobster tag if you don't report, right? We still get about 50%. So relying on angler responses usually is not the best. In fact, I don't think there's very many, if any, fisheries in North America that rely on angler harvest to enforce a quota. Most of the time they rely on people out surveying, getting data. So in this case, to account for the potential to overharvest, we would have to lower that 4% down to some lower number. For example, in Oregon and Washington, where they do have a very controlled, restricted fishery, I think as Dr. Kelly mentioned, was 3.8% is what they target, is when they shut the fishery down, because there'll be some late reporting that comes in to get under the 4%. So we don't have a number right this second, but if we were to go with an option B type system, we would have to drop that 4% down to some lower number, right? So instead of 1,300 fish, you can down it 900 fish. If we were at 3.5% or 2.5%, 3%, so on. So you'd be targeting a significantly lower number, even though you would sell your 40,000 tags. We'd be looking at shutting it down after a lower number of fish, because you have this late reporting or non-reporting.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, I found it in my notes. The number John Kelly specified is 2.5%.
2.5. Yeah, and that's,
That takes you to about 825 fish, would be like
Okay.
33,000.
and John
So-
Nelson has a follow-up, maybe some additional information, John.
Yeah, I just also wanted to note that this last year in Florida, they implemented, it's the first time ever, a limited entry for a Goliath grouper. I think it was like 200 fish, and they received 30% reporting for the 200 fish. They sent out a number of follow-ups and calls and fines and got to 75%. And then they had to send law enforcement out to the remaining 25%. And that was for only 200 tags. Now, I understand it's Florida, but the trend in reporting is not the same. I mean, is the same. And we're seeing it even just with our steelhead report cards. So it will be challenging if we sell an unlimited number of tags and then the season closes. Let's just say 20 or 30,000 tags. There's no way the department would be able to track down the fate of all of those unreported tags. Even if it was at 50%, we wouldn't be able to track down, 15,000 tags. And Bear sells 30,000 tags. They don't spend time tracking it down. It's hard. So we have to rely on what anglers are reporting pretty much. And then, so we need to create a more conservative buffer to make sure that for those that aren't reporting or deciding to not report because they don't want the season to close, we have no control over that. And that's why the specifying the number of tags helps us manage the system in a more conservative way.
Okay. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we clarified for folks in the room and online that number around, if you do a limited entry system versus the lottery, but that was some additional information. Okay, we still have a number of folks waiting to say something online. So out of respect for them, they've been waiting a couple of hours now to speak. Let's keep going. I think the next hand raised is NorCal Aluminum Boats.
That's right.
And NorCal Aluminum Boats will be followed by Bill Monroe and James iPhone number 2. NorCal Aluminum, you might have to unmute yourself.
NorCal Aluminum Boats, we can't hear you.
We see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
We can see you now, but we can't hear you. Okay, I'm sorry to keep calling you NorCal Aluminum Boats, but I think let's circle back to you. We still can't hear you. If you're able to figure out a different audio approach, there's time. Let's come back to you and go to the next couple of speakers. We have Bill Monroe Jr. next.
Hi, everybody. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, great. Hey, Chair Zavalita and CDFW staff, thanks for allowing me the time. I have no real dog in this proverbial fight here. My name is Bill Monroe. I am from the Portland to Astoria of the Columbia River. That is where I lay my head to rest. And I have fished for sturgeon professionally as a fishing guide and also in my youth now for probably almost 40 years. I want to go over a couple things on what I'm looking at on your guys' options. And I don't really want to have a real say in what you've got for your options, although I will say limited entry seems pretty unfair. We've looked at that up here in the Oregon zone. It doesn't really quite speak well to the overall opportunity of the recreational angler. That being said, we have a lot of things in common with these fish. Our sturgeon in the Astoria estuary of the Columbia River have been known to travel down to San Francisco, and they've been tagged. They come back up here to winter to spawn. We've had a couple of Fraser River tags from Canada show up here. And that all-encompassing picture is kind of why I'm really interested in what's going on here with you guys. I think we share these fish, and it's really important. I want to clarify one other thing. I participated in that what we call the pool fishery up in Bonneville, above Bonneville Dam. It's actually a success story of sturgeon that were never real populated in the first place, and it was a very unpopular fishery, which has basically exploded in the last, I'll say 10 years. And it's probably done that because of the predation of sea lions below Bonneville Dam, and the lack of those sea lions to be able to get above Bonneville Dam is very minimal. Therefore, the sturgeon have found ways to succeed up there. That being said, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to talk. I'm really interested in everything that's going on here, and I really got to take all the sediments in what's going on. The recreational harvest and the opportunity to have for fishing in California is just as important as it is in Oregon, as it is in Florida, yada yada yada. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Bill. We try NorCal aluminum boats one more time.
Sure. NorCal aluminum boats. We see that you were coming through. We saw your video. We see that you have unmuted yourself. Go ahead, please. We'll see if we can hear you.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, my friend.
Okay. We can try again at the end. Let's just we'll come back to you one more time at the end of the queue, and let's go to James on iPhone 2. James, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you. There we go.
All right, I'm here. Yeah, so my name is James Netzel, retired, moved out of state because mismanagement forced me to leave in order to save my marriage. I had to move out of state where I can afford to live, but I still like to support my brothers and sisters that are out there guiding. I'm against the lottery system because as the way the guides make money, the way they make their money, the clients that make the money from are the returning clients, and those returning clients book 1 to 2 years in advance. If you go to a lottery system and they find out they win a tag, you're not going to get the corporate bookings anymore. You're not going to get those long-term bookings, which is how we look at how much money we can spend throughout the year by the bookings that we have in the future. I propose that we keep what we have with the emergency regulations. The small slot limit still gives everyone an opportunity to catch a fish. I know it's a big burden, you say, to enforce all that, but you do a pretty darn good job of standing on the docks, counting all the salmon and all the rockfish with all the gazillion ports there are for that. So if you can do it for salmon and rockfish, why can't you do it for sturgeon? That's all I got. Thank you.
Our next group of 3 folks online is Robert Hem, Rick Duenas, and Ron. Robert Hem, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thanks.
All right, I got a couple of comments I'd like to make. Thank you for allowing me this time. First off, I want to say that I am against the lottery system. I feel it limits a lot of people able to get a tag. I know I put in for tags for hunting for a number of years for different animals, and I have never gotten one. I feel like I would have the same luck with the lottery system as well as others. And so I agree with Stephen Mitchell, Ricky Acosta, Jay Lopes. They're the guys out there on the water seeing what these counts are. That we need more data to find out whether or not how many sturgeon are out there. Another thing I wanted to comment on, I live in Stanislaus County and I grew up in Yolo County. So my area of fishing is the rivers north of the 50 Bridge. And it was devastating to me as well as my family and my kids that were unable to fish up there. And I believe that it requires more research and data to really know if these fish abort when they are caught up there. We're going off of what my understanding is a 1988 data that these fish abort. That with just that one study done, I believe there needs to be more done, and I know other fishermen agree with that. It's really devastating to us to not be able to fish up there. I'm going to second Zach Berg's comments that we are on the heels of probably one of the best fisheries up there in many years due to the water situation and how Mother Nature's replenished that and made it ideal conditions. And here we are not being able to fish it. It's just really disheartening. So again, that's what I wanted to add to this and just put my thoughts out there on it. And I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Robert.
Rick Duenas, go ahead, please.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to weigh in on kind of both options. I should note that I'm an angler, not speaking on behalf of any group. So for option A, having the preference points, that's gonna make it kind of unfair to future cohorts of people, thinking of like kids who aren't even alive yet, assuming this system was continued into the future, or people who aren't even interested in fishing for sturgeon yet. I apply for big game hunts all over the West, and the states that have preference point systems are inherently unfair because only the people who were applying 30 years ago or 25 years ago or whenever the system went into place, really have a good chance at drawing those highly demanded tags. And so with a preference point system, even if it's a hybrid system where half the tags go to random, half the tags go to preference point, you're essentially cutting the odds in half for a lot of people who didn't have the foresight to put in right when the system started. So, it can take decades to cycle through all the preference points. For option B, I think it's a lot more opportunity oriented, but it does have the drawbacks for having to time it very closely to make sure its harvest stays under that 4%. I think a question I have there is, do you have any data currently looking at report cards, how long it takes for 1,300, I think that's the number, proposed quota to start with, how long it takes to reach that 1,300 quota today in the status quo? Because if it is the first weekend of the season or the first week of the season, maybe you do something like stagger it, where fishing's only allowed Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, or something like that to start with, to give everyone an opportunity to get out in the water. I don't have a strong preference either way on option A or B. I'm a pretty casual sturgeon fisherman compared to other outdoor pursuits. So I don't want to influence in that sense, but I just thought I'd weigh in on the two options proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Thanks for your comments. I appreciate the question because I think I put it out there a while ago and we still sort of haven't heard too much input on that question of how long it might take to get to a quota. I get around 840, 850 fish.
If we used I think it was 2.5%, it was in
Yeah.
Dr. Kelly's presentation.
Because that's still this like elephant in the room. Is that going to take 2 days,
Sure.
2 weeks? Does anyone
think
have
I
any
can-
input on that?
But maybe, it's really difficult, if not impossible, to rely on past data because you don't know what people's behaviors are going to be, right? So people may get their tags and be like, well, this is my one opportunity. I better take this fish. Whereas they might have released that fish under previous. So there could be this incentive for people to, as soon as you get a fish on board, that's it, I'm keeping it because this might be my only chance between now and next year. So it's really hard to say that, by X date, we're going to fill this quota. But we do know from other Rush 2 fisheries that happens, right? We have one in the Klamath. People get out there, harvests, and it closes quick. Happens. For all I know, we don't want to compare what happens in the Columbia River to here. That fishery does close very quickly, and many rush to fishes. What I call them a rush to fishery, right? That's kind of our slang for them, because behavior changes when you put that quota there that people know they got to harvest right away. They got to get out.
And that's a concern with looking at report cards from the past. It's trying to predict how the behavior would play using report cards that were reported from the past to see how fast you might have met a quota or a number based on the reporting we do that.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Okay, we've been going at this now for more than 2 hours, and I'm really privileging that I want to hear from folks, and we have to wrap up. So we have a few more folks waiting online, yeah. I see about 3 or 4 folks who we haven't heard from, who've had their hands up for a while. I'd like to go ahead and hear what those folks have to say, and then I think we need to keep moving.
And next up online is Ron. And Ron, when you joined initially, your microphone was on, so I muted you on our end. So you'll need to unmute yourself, but you may go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Ron Kelly. I'm just a sportsman, live in Northern California, Sacramento area. I've lived here my whole life, born and raised. I'm totally against the lottery system. I've got 7 grandkids. I like taking them out fishing, and it just doesn't work out in long range planning. If they're schooling and other activities, I just like to pick them up and take them out fishing when they have a chance to go. So I'm completely against the lottery system. I also think that with the new regulations out, you've cut the take by 66% from 3 to 1. So I think we need to give that some time to see how that works out. I think the take will be a lot less than what we think it is. Secondly, the river, I live up here in Yuba City area, and I enjoy fishing the rivers up here, have my whole life. And I find it hard to believe that keeping the rivers up here closed is detrimental. I mean, there's no reason why we can't catch and release fish up here. I find it hard to believe that it makes them abort their spawning or whatever the science says on there. And the last thing I'd like to bring up is report cards. I don't know. I send my report card in every year, and I think that there needs to be something put in place where if you don't turn in your previous year report card, you don't get a new sturgeon card. It's out to the computer as it needed to do. If you're not willing to turn in your report card from the previous year, you're not allowed to fish for sturgeon the following year until you turn your card in. Anyway, that's all I'd like to say, but again, I'm totally against the lottery, and I'd like to see the rivers open back up. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
And the final folks that we will be hearing from online are Jerry Knight and the individual who has joined as iPhone 966. So Jerry, you may unmute yourself and go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you very much. So my name is Jerry Knight. I'm an angler. I also represent the business community. I'm completely against this lottery system. I usually hire those gentlemen in that room right there, 8 to 12 times a year. I take out, my business partners, I take out my customers, and quite frankly, we just won't do it. And so, that is detrimental to their livelihoods. Also, there's unintended consequences that I'm really concerned about with regards to the bait shops, the tackle companies, and all of the other folks that support these fisheries. What happens when they can't stay in business because we are starting to sap away some of this stuff. So, not a good idea. I think what you guys are doing now, you haven't given enough time to really let it sink in and see if it changes your perspective. But I feel bad for those gentlemen because, you guys are making decisions that are affecting their livelihood, and, it's not healthy. That's it. Thank you.
Very.
And The individual who is joined as iPhone 966.
Yes, do you have me?
Yes, we do.
Gotcha.
Hello, this is Captain Kyle Wise from Headhunter Sport Fishing. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I am against the new lottery system for many reasons. For one, the real-time data is just not there to support it. I think we need to give it more time, and maybe the commission should think about getting captains on board with scientists, and let's do some real tagging and get the real data before we jump into something and close the whole system like we have the upper river without the real data. You know, enough time will allow us to get that data. And I think the majority of us captains are willing to jump on board with Fish and Wildlife to obtain it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
That concludes our online speakers.
Thank you all very much for hanging in there. That was a long process, but I think it's a critical process. And David Best had to leave, but you know, he's the one who spoke to that most directly. You know, this is not easy. There is a lot to consider on the economic end of things. We've heard quite a bit, and there's no question that all of this sort of news about what's happening to the sturgeon population and the sturgeon fishery has been hard on businesses, from the bait and tackle shops to the sport fishing guides to the folks who are just wanting to get out on the water. So I want to just echo that I hear you, and as you know, I've been sort of struggling with that information and grappling with, you know, how to move forward, as has the department, as have my, you know, fellow commissioners and staff, like for some time now. I do feel like we have to hear about a couple other pieces, just a little bit more. And so I know it's been a long haul, but I do want to ask a couple of questions. I don't feel like Law Enforcement Division has had a chance to just address the enforcement side of this, if you would like to, or perhaps Jay, you'd like to address that. So there's been another number of comments about that, but John Kelly described the enforcement challenges associated with going to the hard cap quota system, and that's something we always want to do. We always want to check in and make sure that we're taking that fully into account, because that's a reality of you know, any managed fishery. We have to be able to actually know what's happening.
Sure, I think in this case, when we're talking about enforcement, we're not necessarily talking about poaching, right? Correct. We're talking about more enforcement of turning in report cards, turning in tags. You know, I'll go back to the lobster report card. It is challenging, even with fines, even with hauling, even with doing all these things to get people to turn. It's just how it is. I wish it were better, but it's not. There are things that we can do, QR codes. I think some of the stuff John mentioned, but it's difficult in that. And I think the other part that makes it really difficult with the kind of hard cap type system is, you know, like I said, most of these fisheries where we have a hard cap type system, they have people out on the water collecting data as people come in. That's, I mean, you all know that's really, really difficult in this type of environment. In the Columbia, it's fairly easy for them, but even then they say you can only fish from, you know, dawn till 2 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever, you know, I mean, they really restrict the days and the times you can get out and fish, because they know that they're going to reach that quota really quickly. That's just not something that we could feasibly do in the Bay Delta system. There's too many ramps, too many points of entry. Just not something that would be logistically feasible. So does that address kind of where you're?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I appreciate you, just making clear that there's some different kinds of issues. There's there's poaching, there's understanding what return rates are and reporting rates are, and then there's sort of understanding in real time when how quickly you can turn around and close the fishery. And this total unknown about whether that's like 2 days or 2 weeks or 2 months.
Right. I mean, we'd be relying on angler turning in report.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment specifically about the report card data?
because I'm on the director's recreational animal advisory
Okay,
committee.
I'll,
So I'm-
but ask you to be quick, because.
Okay, so I've asked the department several times because the ALDS system, they have all that information of who's not returning their tags.
Mhm.
So just with a phone call, the department could ask the system, the company that manages all that data, who's not reporting? Are they from out of town, or are they repetitive sturgeon fishermen that aren't returning their cards? And if they're all from out of town, I bet a large portion of them were out on these charter boats that do report their harvest. So we could cross-reference that data. And if they're from in town, don't sell them another sturgeon card.
Yeah, that's
So
proposed.
we
in
could
both
ask
our
ALDS
regulations.
a
So
lot of questions.
moving forward, that is proposed in the regulation, just so we're clear, whatever we move forward.
Great.
If you don't turn it in, you won't get another one. Doesn't mean necessarily people will report.
But there's a lot of data that the ALDS system could provide us that we're not even asking. And that would also give us more flexibility in creating the new regulation if we know who's not returning those cards. I don't know why we don't ask them.
Well, isn't there a difference between tags? So like with bear, you have to report within 24 hours, right? So that, we keep talking about tags, but if you catch a fish and you have 24 hours to report that fish, and if you don't, it's poaching. That's a whole different ballgame than just saying, well, only 30% of people turn in their report cards equal lobster. So how much time in B are you talking about giving people? Because if you say, look, we need those numbers within 24 hours, if not, it's poaching, and here is set fine, and it's a $10,000 fine for not saying that that fish was not reported within the time frame. People are gonna give you the information that you need.
Yeah.
I want to back up a little bit and just give Jay a chance to respond to this question about tags, but I do think, like, the original question was, you know, can we do a hard cap quota system in a way that allows you to turn around and make sure that the fishery closes when you reach the cap? And
Again, it all depends on reporting, right? If people report, then you can. Our history, the history that's out there says that it's only about 30 to 50%. 50% is about the best we get. So
you have to adjust your quota numbers to reflect that.
Okay.
And then still hope that people are reporting.
Right.
And that's the difficulty I think that we all see here, but that's across my desk when staff would propose stuff like, we all want to preserve, conserve, and have this fishery available. That is absolutely in our goal. And I think what you see here is the struggle the department has. How do we ensure that happens? How do we hold ourselves accountable? How do we ensure that we're navigating this space between poaching, non-poaching, reporting, not reporting, but basically at the end of the day, managing the fisheries so that we can ensure that next year we can do it again. Next year we can do it again. And that's the struggle. I think you see this in the proposals. I don't think there's, from my seat here, necessarily wrongs to these different proposals. It's really just trying to get at how can we enforce it? How can we stand behind it? And how can we ensure it meets the goal of ensuring there's a fishery for next year? And that we're continuing looking at it from that angle. That's what we've been struggling with. So I don't think the proposals you see A and B, and you see some rundown from staff analysis and talking with law enforcement, looking at other states, looking at all these other options. The bottom line is we're trying to find the best thing that we can manage, knowing the resources we have and that we're not getting any more. And that at the moment, I don't see any on the horizon. Being able to work with you, being able to work with the public, but also knowing that we're all in this together so that next year you're not coming back and yelling at us when we implement something and it's like, because they didn't do this and they did this, but then we got to close the fishery, or then something else has to change because we can't hold people accountable. That's the struggle.
But we can't hold people accountable. That's the whole point of the government, is accountability. And that's the problem from top to bottom is accountability. You set rules, and if you follow and you back up those rules with disciplines, then it becomes accountability and you get the information you need. The problem is there's not even a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
Okay.
So part of that is being addressed with the change. I mean, we recognize that. I think we all recognize
Little
the
change. I mean, like literally, like make an example out of
So
something. In
there's-
Alaska, if you literally, they'll take your card.
I appreciate the comments, and I think we've taken that into consideration, but there's also some complications that I don't think you fully understand. I can't just make up and say, it's gonna be $100,000 fine. OAL would laugh at it. There's all sorts of things on the back. So it has to be reasonable. The punishment has to fit the crime. There's all sorts of things that fit in there. We've been discussing all those things. That's why there is no number in there. But even their estimates of what should a tag cost, all of those has to be reasonably justified. So let's just make sure we're all clear on that. But we are clear on, we are trying to create some more accountability. we are trying to set something up that both our department can succeed at, but also the public can understand why these things are being said and we're moving through. That's clear in both proposals or any conversations we've been having.
Yeah, I think, if I may, we keep talking about, if they don't submit their card, they don't turn in their tags, they don't get another tag, but why are they getting a license? I mean, let's be honest. If you're forced, if you do something you're not supposed to, you don't report the time, and you're gonna self-report and be identified as a poacher, there's some hesitation to do that. But if you can't fish for anything, I mean, let's just
Okay.
talk about hammer.
We need to keep moving because we're almost at 1 o'clock and folks are fading. I want to address a couple of other points that I think are really, really valid, but we're sort of hemmed in. We cannot wait to see how the emergency regulations work before we make a decision. We have to move forward on this regular rulemaking timeline, or we're going to end up in a place where we don't have anything at all, right? The emergency regs going to expire. So this is a piece. There were a lot of comments about, or there are several comments about the upstream and the spawning areas. And I just want to give, we talked a lot about the economic impacts and the recreational impacts of these potential options. We haven't heard a lot, relatively speaking, about the impacts on the fish. And I just want to bring us back to that, because without the fish, we don't have a fishery. So, on that question of closures up in the spawning areas, I just want to give the department a chance and maybe ask Sarah to weigh in about, this question of why is it that it is important to keep those closures in the spawning areas? That's a change, and there are some questions about it. So
sure, I actually will defer this one to our sturgeon biology expert, Dr. Kelly. I think he's best equipped to answer this.
Yeah, hi everyone. There's some misunderstandings, I guess. This was not based on one paper from 1988. At the FGC meeting in October, we went through some of this information. It's in the supplemental material that went public there. We talked about it at length with the Sturgeon Community Working Group. Jim Stone was part of that and was part of those discussions. So we know from fish biology and fish stress biology that it impacts reproduction. We know from a number of different telemetry studies about white sturgeon in particular, and also from our own data when we track sturgeon that have been tagged, that there's a chance that fish will turn around and not complete their migration if they've been caught and handled. We know from aquaculture, both academic aquaculture and commercial aquaculture, that if fish are handled too much, they will go atretic, as Sarah described earlier, meaning that they will reabsorb their eggs to save that energy to deal with the stress. There are a number of different sources that we've discussed. And the concern here is not just the harvest of a few fish in the river. It's which fish are up in the river at that time, whether they're the spawning mature fish. These are large fish. Less than 1% of 42-inch fish are mature. They're not in the river for the most part. Less than 10% of 48-inch fish are spawning mature fish. They're not, most of those are not going up into the river. So under the current regulations, if people were to be fishing, almost every fish they handle would have to be released because it would be out of the slot limit. Those fish would all experience handling stress. They'd be played for sport, handled by anglers with different levels of skill and expertise when it comes to bringing them into the boat, grabbing them by the gills, putting their hand in their mouth, or hanging them by their tail. All of these things would be stressors that fish that couldn't be kept would experience when they're released. Even if under our 40 to 55-inch slot limit that we propose that to spread out the fishing pressure on multiple cohorts, but also because we know that only about 50% of fish less than 55 inches are mature. So the fish that are in the river are generally larger than 55 inches. They would be outside of even the slot limit we're proposing under the new regulations. So we would be exposing them to stress that has a high probability of preventing them from spawning with no benefit to anglers because they couldn't keep those fish, with no benefit to the fish themselves. Maintaining and protecting spawning so that we successfully can reproduce generations and keep this fish around in the future is about the most important thing we can do. It's absolutely critical. We do what we can to maximize spawning success so that we can see successful cohorts 15 or 20 years in the future when those fish first become reproductively mature. This is a very important factor. It's something we really have to take into account. We don't like to close and shut out fishing opportunities. I understand that, but it is a very important part of these proposals.
Thanks, Dr. Kelly.
I think maybe one thing I'd like to add to that sort of underlies the importance of this is, I think Dr. Kelly mentioned in his presentation, we're only seeing successful cohorts about every 7 years, right? It's based on drought and good water year cycles, right? When we have good water years, that's when we see cohort grouping. So you're talking about these years and years and years in between where we get little to no juveniles entering the system, and then we'll get a big place, right? So in these years where there's already very, very few fish up there spawning successfully, to add to that stress and take those fish out of the system is just bad fisheries management, right? So what we want is for those fish to have every opportunity to spawn successfully, get their juveniles down and start recruiting into the fishery.
Okay, thanks. Lot to chew on here. I'm gonna ask one more question, and I apologize that I'm taking more time on this. We talked a little bit about where the 4% number came from, and this discussion about spawning just underscores, to me at least, that if we're gonna have harvest at all, we've got to make sure that we're protecting the supply of new fish into the system. But I guess I was rereading Blackburn, that is a sort of long-term study that identified harvest rate below 3% as what was sustainable. And so I know that part of what we're doing is taking signals from Oregon and Washington about this, but California often leads on these kinds of things. And so I just want to check in about the way that looks to me is that, we're talking about 4% right now, but what we would be doing is year to year, looking at the levels of harvest under either of these options and adjusting it to reflect what's happening in the population. It makes me nervous that we have long-term science saying less than 3% and we're talking about 4%. I just want to put that out there. And I think going forward, I want to make sure that it's clear that that's not the number that's attached. Those numbers are not what are in these options. We're not fixing those numbers because it seems likely to me that, we're going to have to adjust those in the future. I don't know if you have any comments on that, or if Dr. Kelly, you want to address. Just
when you say adjust, you mean higher or lower?
Well, either way, I think it's a question of, how much feedback, how much information we're getting from all of the monitoring and the new guide assisted tagging program and what that tells us about. It's sort of just what Dr. Kelly presented, what that tells us about what's happening with the populations of the fish over time. And it depends on a lot of things, not just fishing. It depends a lot on flows and water management and a bunch of other stuff too, nutrient pollution. We all know that, right? So.
Sure. I think maybe just to start, I'll kick it over to John because he'll be able to more eloquently, I think, talk about 4%, excuse me, specifically. Just in general, as far as writing the regulation, what that looks like. Yes, the intent is to have some flexibility there to allow annual variation based on the data that we have. So as far as the regulation,
there from year to year.
The intent will be we'll have the ability to change that number or the harvest number based on what's happening. Okay. Yeah. John, do you want to talk maybe more about the
so the Blackburn paper is a good paper, but it is not the paper that it's not the management document for the department. It presented an analysis and a model. And under that model, actually, Blackburn identifies 3% as the target to maintain the status quo. And if we want to see population growth, they actually argue for 0% for catch and release only. We think that we can maintain some opportunity for harvest, and we're trying to provide those opportunities for anglers, based on our data and talking with other successful fisheries. We think that 4% would be feasible, but as Jay has just described, we're building in the mechanism that we can adjust that quota if conditions and data say otherwise.
Okay, thanks.
So this is John Nelson. I also just wanted to reiterate that there's a lot of other mortality that happens in the system that is difficult for us to track. So there's these the HABs, which don't happen every year, but obviously can have some very big impacts. There are ship strikes, there are natural mortality, there are predation events. All of those things are very hard for us to monitor and really understand, but we try to take those into account. So by trying to implement some new types of monitoring, we're hoping to get to be able to have a better number for the adult abundance, and then combine that with some other spawner surveys to try to make a more holistic population. But there's still going to be a loss of population that we can't account for. So even at 4%, that is the absolute max that we'd want to go in this environment, knowing that those other stressors and mortality exists. So we shouldn't be shooting to meet 4%. We should be somewhere below 4%, but we've set that as our maximum. So it doesn't mean down the road that if we get more data that says the population is growing, increasing, we could then consider maybe a higher rate, but we need to start somewhere, and we think we need to start conservative with that. And I want to caution that we shouldn't try to push to 4% just because that's what the literature says. We should potentially be somewhere conservative, just a little below that, which is why we also proposed even lower in the self-reporting option B.
Thanks, Jonathan. That's actually really, really clarifying. And I think the piece I appreciate most about what you just said is the idea that, as Dr. Kelly said, if there's recovery and the numbers go up, then to Steve's question, it doesn't have to stay at 4%. It can go up. Like looking down the road, wouldn't we love to see it go up higher again? Okay.
Can I add something?
I think I'm so wanting to keep the conversation going, and also it's after 1 o'clock, so I
Set
think
up
we
a
should
town
wrap
hall
it up.
for this, where it's just that's the only topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is big. Real.
Yeah.
The question becomes, what is our timeline for the proposed rulemaking for a standard rulemaking?
We had that up on a slide.
The slide was to put in front of the commission in June as a notice.
About the latest that we could go to notice and still be able to have something in place.
Take into account.
So what Jay was saying is that June of 24 would be the latest in order to have regs in place in time. So
There's only one additional WRC between.
And it's right. Yeah,
Oh,
there's
and
only one.
there's only one additional WRC.
and we can't have a WRC meeting in May and expect that we have a rulemaking ready for the June notice. That it just doesn't work that way. It's
Not
not
to
over
mention
the
that
same.
it's a
Okay.
smaller
Okay.
meeting anyway. It's half the day because we have the teleconference.
No,
We don't.
no. So what we're hearing is a recommendation to continue this conversation and dedicate some time in a special conversation. Because right now, at this point, we are not going to be able to finish the WRC agenda that we have before us today. And I agree, we need to wrap this up, but there's clearly some additional conversation. It sounds like it'd be very helpful. And so could we set something up, say, in a couple of weeks for some sort of and this of course depends on your time as well.
Right.
Are you
Yeah.
talking about something formal as in a extended WRC? If you're talking something
I mean,
informal?
It would be dedicated to
Like
this
a
subject.
town.
Thing is that something needs to come out of this WRC as a recommendation. So if we were to do that, it would be an opportunity for more conversation. And I think there's value in that because we can make a recommendation coming out of here, and then there are still a lot of potentially details to talk about in terms of the specific rulemaking. So
Correct. I
Can I
agree.
ask, so the suggestion would be, not a formal extension or an additional WRC that you would publicly announce every full WRC, but more of make a recommendation today that puts forward some sort of a additional conversation discussion, but a recommendation to put that through June.
I feel like we need to make a recommendation today because otherwise, as you said, we can't, we're not gonna move this forward in time to have something in place when the emergency reg expires. So I think,
Unless you said it, you do set that, if you set that special session as a public meeting.
if we set another session.
It would be another WRC.
It's essentially a WRC.
One item.
But
Somewhere
yeah,
in
only one
between
item.
You know, we've just spent 3 hours hearing from a huge range of folks with a lot of perspectives on this and getting a lot of questions answered by the department. So I'm a little reluctant to, you know, kick this can down the road. I'm not sure that that's gonna benefit anybody.
What if
I'm
you guys, not to cut you off, but what if you guys just really took it into consideration after extending the emergency regs and this the beginning of the year, implement that you guys are gonna do the pit tagging and get all these guys to start helping you. That way you guys could have some valid data
Yes.
for a whole year. And then that way we could take it to the next level and really get something out of this versus where we at right now. Cause we right now just kicking the ball around and it's kind of like going everywhere, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Commissioner Zavaleta,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
James Stone.
Hold on, James, I want to respond to that question. Hold on just a sec, please. So we can't extend the emergency regulation. It expires in a year. That's the way it's written. So that's not really on the table. You know, I think realistically, like for more data to come in, you know, I'm also just gonna stick my neck out and say like, it's gonna take more than a year to understand what the impacts are of that are on population trends. So what we have to do is make a decision based on what we know now. And then as the information keeps coming in, like one of the things I really like about the department's proposal is that you can toggle that number every year so that we can be responsive to more information that's coming in. And like you were asking, it can go up. It's not like it just goes down.
Right.
That's what I would like to see, is that we manage this fishery in a way that that number goes up. Somebody said earlier, you know, we should have managed this fishery better in the past. I agree. We should have managed this fishery better before, so we didn't get to this point. So, you know, what makes me really, really nervous now is that, you know, I feel like there's a lot of pressure to continue to be risk averse on the economic side, but like threaten the future of the fishery, because right now it's really, really difficult to further reduce harvest. You know, that future piece has to be in the conversation too.
What about under the EFP process?
So. I haven't heard that come
The
up.
American Experimental Fisheries?
Yeah, no, but how it
What
relates
if
to.
we
this-
extend the emergency reg under the experimental fisheries plan? We could even make slight toggles or slight tweaks to that
I don't
in the
think
next
we
few
are.
months.
No, I don't think that works.
EFPs don't extend regulations and stuff like that. It's not.
Yeah, I think we have an emergency reg that expires at the end of the year, and that's what we have to wait. I mean, what I would like to propose is that, what I would like to recommend is that, you know, having heard everybody's concerns, there are a lot of uncertainties. I'm really reluctant to go with a system that has a high risk of us overshooting our quota. You know, we just heard what Jonathan Nelson said about, you know, I think it was Dr. Kelly who said, if we're going to recover the fishery, it actually has to be even lower. So if we overshoot, we're going to set ourselves back years. For that reason, I would like to recommend that we move forward with the department's recommendation with a limited entry harvest tag system for the regular rulemaking, because we can't risk going over right now. It's a regular rulemaking, and we can circle back to that in the future. That's not a permanent decision, but I feel like if we go that other route and we overshoot, you know, we all know there's a petition in as well We don't know where that's going. That is not part of this decision, but I think it is a signal about where this fishery could be headed. I also would be most comfortable if, as we move into the regular rulemaking timetable, we keep a catch and release option in the conversation. And I say that because it's come up a number of times. Most fishing in this system right now, most fishers in the system right now would continue to participate if it went to catch and release only. And so, you know, I think we shouldn't take that off the table yet as a suite of options moving forward. We heard just a little bit about that, but it's I don't want it to be lost in the conversation because only a few people spoke about it. Yeah.
Kind of crazy, man. I don't even think we're gonna go over the 4% with what we got right now, our emergency rates. We ain't nowhere near.
Do that.
We won't even get over the 4% where we're at right now.
Sure, you didn't go over it last year.
We won't get over it where we're at right now.
The problem is it's a time frame issue. Accountability issue, and it's a lot of issues. It's like we're on the trout fishing.
I see. I see. Okay.
Commissioner Zavaleta, can I make a comment, please, real quick?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know, I've had 6 people privately text me and say that there was no information about how to raise their hand and how for people to participate in this meeting on Teams and how to do it because there's no button to hit raise hand. And over 6 people have texted me and said they've left the meeting because they feel like their right to speak on this matter has been silenced. And so I think that it would be pertinent of the commission to explain how to raise your hand and allow people to speak that are still on here. We've already lost 24 people that were on for this entire call. I've texted Ari, Jay, Melissa, and others in the room and in the chat to do this, and no one has said anything yet. So I think it's important.
Yeah, thank you for that, James. So Ari did give instructions at the beginning of this conversation about how to participate and how to raise your hand. And we've been receiving messages via Zoom from participants about how they raise their hand. We've been providing responses to them as we've received them. If anybody was on their phone and didn't hear that, I apologize. And we'll try and do a better job of maybe reiterating that information as we go through agenda items. But we have been responding to folks as they contact us. I also want to share something that our program manager, David Bissell, he manages our regulatory program. He reminded us that in fact, the department and commission staff are coming to the commission in April with a certificate of compliance for the emergency rulemaking. So that emergency rulemaking is going to go through a regular rulemaking process to be made to be, instead of being an emergency regulation, would be a regular regulation in order to fill the gap between when the emergency expires and when the new regulations that we're discussing today can actually go into effect. Without that certificate of compliance, there would be a gap. And to avoid that, we're going through that certificate of compliance. So he reminded us that in fact, the emergency regulations are going to go through a regular rulemaking and will be effective near the end of this year, just to fill that small gap.
Well, that's good news because we need that gap to be filled. So I think, I mean, what's that?
Otherwise,
Otherwise, we'll go back to 3 fish. Okay.
So I just want to, in the recommendation, assuming we're still going with that, but when you say you want to have catch and release still on the table, does that mean that you would like both options available in a rulemaking? And so we would be going to rulemaking with two options, limited entry system and a catch and release.
Both of which puts the majority of these people out of business.
That's basically what it says too. Bottom line, I don't care how you cut it. That's what it is.
And
And it sounds like you guys are trying to protect yourselves from going over the limit and you don't want the blame to be passed on you guys. When in all actuality, like I've been telling these guys, where we're at right now with these emergency regs, we're not gonna go over that 4%. I can tell you that right now. I'm a guy out there every day. All these guys are out there every day. They're not gonna go over that. And just saying, we see the population of people, just the sporties that come out there and fish. Half of them don't catch fish. There's only 10% of the people catching 90% of the fish. Half of them don't catch fish. And then the ones that do, even if all these guys up in here put their numbers together, I guarantee you from October to December, from January to March is the time when we really fish sturgeon. April, we're going off to halibut, we're back down in the bay. I guarantee you with the slot size, that 6-inch slot size that you guys got, I'll bet you that we don't hit over 600 fish in the slot. I'll guarantee that.
And see,
You're gonna lose half
the
your fish.
news that
You're gonna lose half your fishermen because of this new regulation. You've already lost, you're losing them all. You're losing all your people. So now instead of 40, you're gonna have 25,000.
And if you don't do anything, you lose the fish and there'll be nobody.
You're not gonna lose.
You're not gonna lose the fish. No argument, no argument, no
Okay,
argument, but you
hang on.
did say 5%, you can sustain off of 5%.
hang on, okay? I know there's a lot of feelings about this. I know this isn't, and one of the things that I wanna like put my finger on just right now is that there's no way, right? There's no way forward if we don't have the fish. And I'm having.
He just showed you a thing. There's tons of fish out there.
Guys and sturgeon biologists, please. I have, like all animals,
Okay,
sturgeon
I'll let-
go to where they have food and where they have good habitat. And you guys are really good sturgeon fishermen, and you're able to find them where they are in their good food and good habitat. They're not uniformly distributed throughout the San Francisco Bay Delta like that.
Thanks,
So-
folks. We've been on this for an hour and a half right now, and it's been longer, I'm sorry, three hours on this topic. And I know this is not easy. It's a really, really charged topic for everybody who's here. And we have to move forward.
I just have a quick simple thing to say, is would any of you guys on this board come on any of these guys' boats and go out there and see what we see? Would any of you guys want to come out and see that?
We tried to do that and I would still like
The
to
reason
do
I say that is,
Not try.
so the reason I say that, right, is for you guys to come on one of these guys' boats, you guys see exactly what we see. And that is that everyone that comes out there, they're not gonna catch a fish. The possibility of you catching that slot fish is very small.
Rod and reel has never put a fish in extinction. That's the bottom line. We've never extinct a fish through rod and reel. Have we?
Yeah, folks, I know that we could continue this conversation for the rest of the day and we can't. But I wanna thank everyone for coming out.
But I have one thing to say before I go. Why not listen to what this man said? And see what the numbers come in the next few months and see if he's right. Give him a chance. And if he's right, then reconsider not to put in options for next year. Give him a chance.
And we have options in front of us, okay? I wanna make sure that, like, one of the things that's true, that I'm sure everyone's gonna go and figure out now so I'm just gonna say it now, is that if we are closing the gap with that emergency regulation, it means that we also have more time to see how it works. We have more time to see how it works, because while this regular rulemaking moves through the system, we have a little bit more time. 8 more months.
Come on, let's go.
Are there, well, I think it's gonna be a couple months, okay.
If the emergency reg is going through the rulemaking process, why not just make that the reg? And say, if we do hit the 4%, we'll shut down for a year, automatically. So we'll make the emergency reg the reg, we've already negotiated it. It's more conservative than the department thought we needed to be to keep one tag, it's way more conservative than the department's data said we needed to be. So if it goes over the 4%, which nobody thinks, or nobody can say it's gonna do, if it goes over that, we'll shut down for a year. We'll go
Just,
to
I think
catch
the
and release
challenge with
only.
that is that we, when we made the emergency rulemaking, we made it with it in mind, that it was a temporary measure that was relatively conservative in some ways,
Yeah.
in order to give us some time to figure out what an appropriate regular rulemaking would be. And so I don't think it makes sense to default to something that was workable as a temporary solution.
It was all done by your side.
But it worked,
Really
it
didn't do
worked.
anything but keep one tag. We made all those concessions, to keep one tag.
All right, I want to thank everyone for coming out and participating in this conversation. And I want to move on to the next agenda item.
Thank
So
you.
We need to take a break. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out.
Those online, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in.
Oh, before we take a break, yeah, before we take a break, I just want to propose that we move Waterfowl because otherwise we. Okay. So right after, so we're gonna break for lunch now. Okay, let's break for lunch now, but because we have somebody who's waiting for agenda item number 6, I'm gonna move that right up to right after lunch, okay? We started agenda item 6.
Thank you very much.
So how long of a break do we need to take? 30 minutes. Okay. So due to the length of item number 2, we're just switching the order in order to allow folks who are here for item number 6, waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay, to participate. So we'll go to 6 and then we'll resume in order with items 3 and 4 after that, 5 and so on. And I'll turn it over to Ari to introduce item number 6.
Okay, wow, the room looks so empty now. At its October 23 meeting, the commission denied a regulation change petition, which requested a ban on waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. At the same time, the commission also directed staff to explore potential regulation changes to address waterfowl hunting noise concerns specific to Southampton Bay, and referred the topic to WRC. So today we'll discuss potential regulation changes to address the noise issues identified by the petitioner and the city of Benicia. The city's put forth a number of suggestions, which I'll put up on the screen. It's either now or later. Can we put up now or start the conversation?
Let's wait and let city manager Juliana speak and then maybe use up at that point, we can put them on the screen then.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. And thank you for moving item 6 up the agenda. And so I'm joined by the petitioner, Captain Bennett. I really just want to express our desire to try to find a compromise in order to secure both the rights of our homeowners around Southampton Bay to have that peace and quiet. We also recognize that these are public lands and something that's really important for the duck hunters. So what the city and the petitioner tried to put forth is kind of a series of compromises, thoughts on how we can secure both the right of duck hunters as well as those in the neighboring property owners. And so I'm here as the city manager of Benicia, really just to kind of convey 2 things. One, that our city council took this item up and unanimously supported the petitioner's call and recognized that there was an issue that not having compatible uses of duck hunting and homeowners so close to one another. Nevertheless, I want to express kind of my commitment to you all that the city of Benicia is here to find a way to help and be a partner in this, whether it's signage, additional aiding with noticing. So I feel that it's important to have the manager of the city to say, we want to partner with you to facilitate kind of the best end possible. And so I think it was important for me to be here in person to kind of share that with you. And then obviously I joined you for a short while in San Jose. And so we're making our state of California capital tour, Benicia having been a former state capital. So I'll turn it over to Kathy to kind of offer her thoughts. But what's most important is that you should know that you have a partner in the city of Benicia to try to find resolution.
Kathy, please.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. And this is now my 7th FGC committee meeting. I always find them interesting. So I know you were wondering about whether you would post the letter sent by our city manager. These are requests that we come up with that we feel are reasonable compromises, and it may be appropriate to go ahead and show that to our listening audience. If not, we'll just talk about them. And I guess maybe I want to ask you, how would you prefer that we proceed?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think so it makes sense to me to put up the options if you're going to talk through them, so that even though they are in the supplemental meeting materials, that way everybody can see them, they're right at hand. But the other thing I think we should do is just get a check on how many folks are interested in speaking, contributing to the conversation on this issue. I want to reiterate that it is an initial discussion, so that's nice because we can explore all of the potential options, the ones that you have brought to the table, but also other options and ideas that folks have for how to approach this issue. So can I just ask for a show of hands in the room for folks who are here to speak about Southampton Bay? Okay, we have one in the room, and then online on Zoom, if we can have a show of hands, you can use the raise hand button. I think it's under reactions, to indicate that you'd like to speak on this conversation about Southampton Bay. It looks like we have 5 or so folks online. Okay. I'm pausing to make sure that we know how to tell folks to raise their hand if they're having trouble. It's *9.
Let me check.
Okay, all right. Well, I could buy through already. I'll give bad advice. Look at that.
I forget to. It's
It doesn't-
*9. It's *9.
It's *9, but this is not a commitment to speak or not speak. I just wanted to have a sense of numbers.
So if you're on the phone, for Zoom, and you'd like to speak to this issue related to waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay, you need to press *9 once. If you press it a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So please only press *9 once.
Okay, another hand. So we do have a number of people who'd like to contribute to the conversation, and I think with that in mind, what I'd suggest is that maybe just briefly, you can introduce the suggestions that you're proposing, and then we can hear from other folks as well and take it from there.
Okay, thank you.
And let's go ahead and get them up on the screen if they aren't already.
Sure. So the first suggestion that we'd like to make is that there be no hunting on holidays. The duck hunting season going from October 21st through the end of January encompasses a lot of holidays for many of the families who find it very disruptive. So Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. There are 8 days of Hanukkah, so we chose what we thought was the most important, the day 8. Kwanzaa, again, many days for Kwanzaa, but we tried to choose what we thought was most significant, day 5. New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So many of the Benicia residents, have major gatherings and family and celebrate these holidays, and we'd like to celebrate them in peace. So that was the first request. Should I continue, or do you want?
Yeah, I think if you want to just walk us briefly through
Okay.
the set of them, that way they're in the conversation for other folks to respond to as well.
Perfect. So the second is that we would like to request a distance from the homes. Instead of 150 yards, we'd like to move that back to 300 yards. There are actually, and I counted them, 125 homes that are either directly on the waterfront or face the waterfront. And so it's a significant disturbance to these families. So requesting that the line be pushed back would be very helpful. To mitigate noise and sometimes even just the visual of hunting from people's backyards and decks. The other request is to require the use of reduced noise shotguns. I've been made aware that there are shotguns that make less of an impact with sound. And just so people know that the Southampton Bay is encircled on 3 sides by hills that kind of come up. And so the sound tends to reverberate and amplify. The other request is to have a start time of duck hunting instead of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. And I realize that's a big ask. The reason we've chosen 9 a.m. and we may need to look at maybe 8 a.m. is that on November 3rd, which is often right after or around Halloween, daylight savings time ends. So what would be 8 o'clock in the morning will be essentially 7 o'clock in the morning. And once daylight savings time ends, the sun rises after 7 a.m. So even to request it to be a start time of 8 o'clock is really a 7 o'clock time, and that's after the sun rises. The other request is that we require a 7 days advance notice to the homes, the residents on West K Street and West 9th Street. These are homes directly along the waterfront via a postcard that would signify the intent to hunt in Southampton Bay. The postcard would include the name, the date, the number of hunters, and the vehicle license plate of the truck who will be transporting the boat, with a duplicate copy of that same notice left viewable on the vehicle dashboard on the day of the hunt. This is so that, one, families can have advance notice that if they're in fact having family gatherings or, important events in their home, that they can know in advance that there will be hunters in their backyard on the particular day. The reason we want to have a copy of that notice on or in the dashboard, viewable in the truck, is so that we have a way to monitor and make sure that things are happening the way they're supposed to happen. So that when homeowners are aware that there are hunters out there, they can, look at that postcard, oh yeah. And if there is no postcard, they can, then report it as a violation. We can also then go down to the boat launch parking lot and we can see, yep, this person is viably here. They have given us notice and here they are. And I say this because many times the commissioners have asked, well, can you give us more data? Is there any data that you've collected about how many hunters, what time of day? This would be a helpful way to gather data. Another request is to require a direct line to the Fish and Game wardens. And that way we can report hunting violations in real time. I understand there is something akin to a 24-hour California hotline. And while that is better than nothing, it's not going to be of a great value to these 400 families who might be disrupted or upset at hunting in their backyard. We would like to require an increase in Fish and Game warden monitoring of the Southampton Bay. Right now, there really isn't a great deal of presence of the Fish and Game wardens. And that's some duck hunting. We'd like to increase the presence of the wardens. I would also add that our police department does not have a boat. They don't have a means to go out and monitor the waters off of our residential shores. So we really are relying upon the Fish and Game wardens for monitoring. And then the last thing that we outlined is we'd like to request some kind of an enforceable series of consequences for violations, which would increase in severity according to frequency and the type of violation. And as an example of that, a first violation would obviously just be a verbal warning. A second violation might be a monetary fine. A third violation could be a loss of hunting privileges in the Southampton Bay for the remainder of that season. A fourth violation could be a permanent loss of rights to hunt in the Southampton Bay at ever. And if a fifth violation were to occur, the suspension of a duck hunting license for a period of time, a significant period of time, 1 year, 2 years or more. So this is what we're requesting. We do think it's reasonable, and I welcome comments.
All right, thank you for that. Thanks for walking through those. I want to just pause for a moment because if it's appropriate, there may be opportunity to respond by staff to one or more of those. I guess I have some questions in particular about 5, 6, and 7, and 8 around what's even possible or would be allowed given the current frameworks for, you know, what the penalties are for violating Fish and Game Code and so on.
Sure, and we can kind of go through kind of step by step, but to answer that particular question for the violation, so it would still be considered a misdemeanor violation. There is no enhancement for a particular area of the law, so it would just go through the judicial process as normal, depending on what it is, depending on the violation, and then it would still go through the courts at that point. But there is no enhancement as right now for a particular area.
So there's an existing framework.
There is an
of
existing
penalties
framework.
that is the one that would apply.
Sure. It's not gonna over limit ducks, or if they shot too early or litter, those type of violations, all those violations already have a framework.
Okay.
And as a help to me, would you be able to outline that judicial process or that the framework of consequences?
Yeah, it would depend on, so every court's a little bit different in 58 counties. So even though there's a set bail schedule to go through, but the person would generally get, it just depends on the violation. So it could be everything from a citation or warning to a citation to a physical arrest, depending on what it is. And then that just goes through, it gets filed with the courts. They have to appear as a court date, and then it's found guilty or not guilty. And then they go from there to set a bail schedule for what the violation is.
Yeah, I think the key thing there is that, you know, that's not gonna, we're not gonna mess with that as part of this process. So I think to give you reassurance that there is a process and that it would apply here, basically.
To be fair, we're talking about regulatory proposals and the commission can't.
That's right.
Yes, it's.
Well, because the process is set in statute.
Yeah.
Right, that's the thing, is that statute identifies the process for violations of law. And the commission has the authority to make statute more specific, but it can't change the basic framework.
And maybe before we go to wider comment, just if there's anything else on this list that is not within the purview of our rulemaking process anyway, that would be helpful to have clarified, because I don't want us to, you know, be debating the merits of something that we can't do anyway.
Well, I can offer this requiring a direct line to fish and game wardens, and particularly requiring increased fish and game warden monitoring. I mean, those are day-to-day operations. Those are particularly the increased fish and game warden monitoring. That's a management decision or a day-to-day operations decision of the department that the commission. It's a department decision really, where they put their effort and patrol, so that the commission doesn't really have a purview over that one in particular.
And we're always big fans of more wildlife officers. You know, for sure. So we're always there. You know, it's going through our service-based budgeting details. We're working with about a third of where we should be, and that's even at full capacity. So for the whole state of California, with all the challenges we have, in Waterfowl being statewide, right? So it is, you know, we do the best we can with the resources that we have. And so we're out there. The best way to get a hold of us is through CalDIP. It's a 24-hour line. It goes through our dispatch, and then they contact whatever officer is on duty, or we'll call the officer from their residence or their home base in order to try to respond. So that's the best mechanism that we currently have. to get an officer to respond immediately.
Thank you. Anyone else on the department side or commission side?
I guess
Scott,
maybe I
yes,
would
please.
just say that, just as part of this discussion, put it out there, that we've, recommended to the commission to set regulations for waterfowl hunting. And in this case, we've got methods of take in there, what type of shotgun. I would assume that means just a smaller gauge shotgun, or actually a larger gauge shotgun, a smaller gun. Those types of things. We set those things really broadly. Because it would be, almost impossible for us to go through all the permutations of conditions and where people can hunt. And typically those things are limited by, you can't hunt, Doug's out this window, for instance, because you couldn't discharge a firearm, So, this is into some pretty fine scale stuff that typically, we wouldn't from just a broad hunting season and methods of take set. Those would be limited often by local ordinances.
I think we highlighted in the staff summary, I have it in front of me, but in the general regulations in Fish and Game, Commission regulations in Title 14, the statewide standard is, I believe, 12 gauge. And Morro Bay is 10, maybe I have that backwards. But anyway, it's a slightly smaller shot that's allowed at Morro Bay. It's outside of the normal statewide standard. And so there was discussion about possibly doing the same thing for Southampton Bay.
I think Morro Bay was, I think it's just ours.
Yeah.
10
No,
gauge
it's
is
both.
actually larger.
Yeah.
It's both. So did we put it in the?
Yes,
It's in the staff summary.
It's in the,
What does it say?
the staff letter. I'm
So
sharing my
in
screen,
Morro
so-
Bay, it's smaller. It's just,
10 gauge is a larger.
okay, so then it's 12.
12 to 20, maybe?
It
Most
says
likely.
Morro Bay Special Management Area has shooting hours that begin at 7 a.m., whereas the remainder of state is 1 half hour before sunrise, pursuant to Title 14, Section 506, and no shotgun larger than 12 gauge is allowed to be used on, over, or adjacent to the waters of Morro Bay. So that's the
Yeah, so that's pretty standard. 12 gauge.
that special
And
management area piece.
Where the
Into 16
statewide
gauges
standard
and
is 10.
Yeah.
Better one.
Okay, so we do have that.
So there's an example.
SMA,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, good to understand, thanks. Let's go to other folks. I don't wanna, so just to circle back, I wanted to get that clarification because there are some items on here that, there are different channels to address than the Fish and Game Commission's regulatory process, and so now we kind of know that, the ones involving LED. But, these are not the only ideas that we can consider. So if other folks have other ideas, by all means, and we'll start in the room. So, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Remind me who's interested in speaking on this?
Might I
Yeah,
just
yes,
say something
please.
before we go to the phone, just, first off, thank you. It's nice to see like a proposal in writing that
Oh,
we can
thank
chew
you.
on.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and obviously there's some folks on the phone, I think that if you all have met with beforehand, I think that's a dialogue that's healthy between the parties there. I think we should be cautious around the 7-day notice. I don't know if that's standard for us or practice or how that would be enforced and some of those things. And that's a little unique for us to sort of put forward, and then the enforceability would be on us as well. And that's kind of weird in some instances. And then I think I would just also caution, again, noting that we have some of these, but we also rolled into this route in the fisheries world in the boutique regulations. And so I just caution how we approach these similar unique situations, but also recognizing that every one of these restrictions is also a restriction on the communities that we're trying to also provide opportunities for.
Absolutely.
So there's that balance of fairness and equity to all people who want to hunt, have a possibility to hunt, and sort of recognizing the need and concerns of the constituents. So just some thoughts there from me.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, how you guys doing? My name's Christopher Hoon. I'm the manager of government affairs Pacific Flyway for Delta Waterfowl. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. We have a lot of members that, hunt in the Bay Area and specifically in the greater Benicia region. And, kind of looking at some of these things that have been outlined, obviously there's a lot of different things and a lot of different regulatory issues, as you guys have already acknowledged, but just a couple of things that I wrote down that jump out to me immediately that I just want to make everybody aware of. For one thing, holidays. I recognize the fact that, you know, for your neighbors and your community, holidays are an opportunity for you all to get together and spend time and do what it is that you like to do, but it's the same for duck hunters, right? And a lot of duck hunters, they're hardworking people and they don't get to spend a lot of time with their families, and they sure don't get to spend a lot of time with their families in the field. So I know for my family, for my friends, New Year's Eve, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, those are all big duck hunting days. And it's also some of the best time of the year around here for that. So to be able to limit something like that, I think would really negatively affect the people that you're trying to represent as well. And then the other thing that kind of just jumps out to me too is the idea of the reduced noise shotgun. The only thing that I could possibly think of would be a silencer or a suppressor. And as I'm sure everybody in this room knows, that's illegal within the state of California. And so if you want to say something like, well, we're going to ban the use of 10 gauges, I don't think that's going to have much effect, because I would argue that 98% of waterfowl hunters in the state of California don't even own a 10 gauge. And I would be willing to bet my left leg that they're probably using 12 gauges out there right now. And so any noise related effect in terms of the size of the shotgun, I think is going to be incredibly minimal. And the 9 a.m. start time is the other thing that jumps out to me too. We have hunt hours, like you said, half an hour before sunrise. That's been set. There's a reason we have that. And all the birds move around in the morning, just to be frank, right? So if you bump the start time to 9 a.m., you're not going to see any birds out there, because by that time they're already starting to sit down. They're not moving anymore. And it's going to negatively affect waterfowl hunters in the region without a doubt. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. And I just want to say that, you know, we don't want to see anything that occurs that's going to limit access, going to limit ability, and just overall create negative scenarios for our members and for waterfowl hunters within Benicia and the Bay Area as a whole.
Thank you. We have other folks in the room for this issue. All right, let's go to folks online. I think we're gonna have to maybe pull the list off, because otherwise we can't see the folks on the screen. All right. And I see 8 hands up right now. We'll just take them in order. And I'll say 8, you know, with 8 folks interested in contributing, that I really appreciate folks being concise. And if someone's already said something that you want to just agree with, it's fine to just signal that. This isn't really vote counting. I'm most interested in, and we benefit most from new perspectives and ideas on the table around what's been proposed and what we might do to address this issue. So I think we have Mark's iPhone first, followed by Jean W., followed by Bill Gaines. Those are the first 3. Sorry, David, I don't mean to do your job. Just go.
So I think Mark's iPhone is me. There might be some other Marks.
That's
though,
you.
who knows? All right. It's a lot of Marks in my neck of the woods. Okay, well, thank you, Vice President Zappaletta and Commission staff, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. First, I just wanted to say we appreciate, you know, the Commission correctly recognizing that there's really no legitimate public safety issue with waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay or any other nearby navigable waters. You know, I think that's been made clear through the hearings. And while we haven't heard of any recent complaints, the issue, you know, of shotgun noise is something that, you know, doesn't just occur in Southampton Bay, but around the state. So that's a real issue. Most people who live near waterfowl hunting areas get used to the seasonal noise, and if there are complaints, if they even occur, those do though tend to diminish over time. Typically, it becomes a non-issue because people learn to live with it and they're aware of it. So again, I think a lot of this is about education and just letting folks know too that this is a use that occurs in this area. But we also, you know, understand that there are particular, you know, characteristics of Southampton Bay when we were out there. I mean, you have the hills that are surrounding it and its proximity to the city of Benicia. You know, that could possibly amplify noise issues. So we do recognize that. I also want to say we agree with signage, you know, getting back to notification to educate residents about waterfowl hunting that occurs in the area. I think that would go a long way towards heading some of these problems off. And I will say too that we agree with putting more wardens out on the bay to monitor what's going on. I think that presence would help to calm things down, if you will. The regulation for Morro Bay, I think we should look at that and investigate whether that's appropriate for Southampton Bay. It does provide for a 7 a.m. starting time and 12 gauge or smaller shotguns. You could do this for like a 3-year period and then come back and assess it and see whether it's worth tweaking the regulation or getting rid of it. But I think given that there is precedent for doing this, that should strongly be looked at. Some of the things that we oppose, we strongly oppose any reduction in number of hunt days. Surveys from our members, and we've been doing surveys for 15, 20 years at California Waterfowl, consistently show that the number of days in the field is the most important thing by far to them. So we do not want to cut down on any days that that are available for hunting. It's only 100 to 107 day season. So they only have a limited time to get out there in the first place. We also oppose any new restriction on where you can hunt in Southampton Bay, as I think it's shown the myriad of state hunting regulations, safety regulations that we already have seem to be working fine, and there's no history of accidents whatsoever. So there's no reason to put a restriction on where you can hunt for safety purposes. There's also no practical way for a hunter to give 7 days notice if he's going to hunt, he or she is going to hunt. As many of you know, hunting is very weather dependent. Folks decide a day or two, or even the day of the hunt, whether to go or not. So having them have to give prior notification is just a non-starter in our view. So I appreciate your time, and we do want to be part of the solution here. We just want to make sure that the regulations, if any are adopted, are reasonable and do not unnecessarily interfere with waterfowl hunting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. GW?
Hi.
Yeah, okay, please.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes. we can.
Okay. I just want to say, I think the start time of 7 a.m. or even 7:30, to be honest, is reasonable for people who live on the water, 150 homes with families, children who can be as young as babies or up to toddlers who are awakened abruptly and start crying due to these explosions that are happening so close to their homes, and dogs who are frightened by them too. And we have people who have had this happen, and there haven't been any reports because the ducks haven't been around the last 2 seasons, including this year and in 22 to 23. We don't know why, but I'm grateful for the ducks that they've been able to avoid being killed. I think the start time would be very, very helpful to for the peace and the calm of the families, and that's really what we're looking. That's one of the main reasons that we're here. It was very, very disruptive, and I think that's mostly what I want to say. I think the other parts of the list, and I have to go back here. Oh, where's my little email here? I understand that we can't have a direct line to the Fish and Game wardens, but at least we can call them. And then advance notice sounds like it's really, undoable. Increasing the distance from the homes. We've requested 300 yards, but if you could do it 200 yards, that would be helpful. And changing the start time. I'm just going to reiterate that. You did it for Morro Bay. Morro Bay is really very much further south, and I think their sunrise would happen earlier than ours during winter. I might be wrong about that. Okay, that's it.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bill Gaines, you're our next speaker. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Commissioner Zavaleta, commission staff, department staff, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on this issue. First of all, totally agree with Mark Henley and California Waterfowl about the, the restriction on the holidays, where you can hunt, and the advanced notice being flat out non-starters on this issue. I will tell you that I was heavily involved in the negotiations surrounding the Morro Bay issue. 25 years. It's come up a couple of times in front of the Fish and Game Commission. I will tell you that the last time it came up, which I'm guessing was 15 to 20 years ago, the commission spent several meetings talking about this in detail. Tons of participants, both representing the folks that lived around Morro Bay as well as the hunting community. And we arrived at that 7 o'clock startup time. That is something now that's been in place, obviously, for well over a decade. We have had no issues down in Morro Bay ever since then. The 12 gauge or smaller, it's something I think that applies to all wildlife areas and refuges. And I think that's something obviously is very reasonable as well. I think if we can maintain this agreement within the same precedent that was set within Morro Bay, which has proven to be successful within Morro Bay, I think that's something that would at least be acceptable to me. And it sounds like it'd be acceptable to CWA as well. So appreciate the opportunity to comment, and I'm hoping we can reach some type of agreement on this at today's meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. David, you want to take that?
Sure, I'll take that. Following Bill, our next speakers, online next group of 3 is Robert Jan van de Hoek, Sebastian Garcia, and Chad Thomas. Robert Jan, go ahead, please. You'll need to unmute yourself first.
Okay, I'm unmuted. The next part is, can you hear me okay? Is my voice clear?
Hear you. Yeah.
Great. So yes, my name is Robert Jan van de Hoek, and I am a wildlife biologist. I worked in the federal government, and I was rated to be a wildlife biologist in the California Fish and Game Department too, many years ago. I'd like to try to approach it from a science point of view, and also from an environmental education point of view. I noticed during my career at the Carrizo Plain, where you have 2 ecological reserves, and the federal government is who I worked for there, that on educating the public and taking, particularly during the wildflower season, when mothers with their children would come to look at the wildflowers, and we would encounter gun shells on the ground because the Carrizo Plain is open to public hunting, that finding the shells on the ground made the parents not want to even be in the area anymore. I realize this isn't particularly like a wildflower viewing area, but I wanted to point that out. When I listened to the regulations or the proposed thing that it's a misdemeanor for violations, that wouldn't be true if there's a U.S. federal listed species of waterfowl or an accidental shooting even of a non-waterfowl wetland bird, be a rail or a hare. Some of the rails are listed as endangered in California, the black rail and the clapper, San Francisco Bay rail that you have there.
Robert, can you bring it back around to the noise and issues around hunting in Southampton Bay, because I want to make sure that we have time to give other speakers their due as well.
Oh, okay. I'll address the noise issue, focus on that. I just wanted to say that it's a felony, to wrap that up on that. Can be a felony, not just a misdemeanor. So I do know that noise affects waterfowl species. Of 20 years of studying of 7 species of waterfowl that are affected by fireworks in Marina del Rey and the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve, as well as non-waterfowl birds falling out of nests as chicks. And the nesting season may not be at play here, but the northern harrier, a raptor that is sensitive. So non-waterfowl species, have they been investigated? That needs to be investigated on how they might be displaced. Raptors in particular that would hunt the same areas as where the waterfowl live in the marshes that are adjacent to it, whether the cattails, and that noise would affect non-waterfowl birds that have full protection in California and how they might be getting displaced. I'm also concerned about how the noise may, even if a waterfowl species is not hit but is missed, but they hear the sound of the gunshot, that affects the behavioral ecology of that particular individual and may make them move to another location and might even push their migration further south into Southern California. And I worry about how there aren't studies that I've seen that are showing the displacement behavior of waterfowl species that are open to hunting. And we have
Robert, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please, but I get your, I hear you expressing concern about noise effects on wildlife and on raptors as well as on the people around Southampton Bay. So thank you.
Protected native wildlife that are not hunted species. I just want to ask too, I asked Director Melissa that there's at 3 p.m. today, there's a scoping session on EIR on waterfowl hunting generally. I think in the state of California, waterfowl, coot and moorhen, but I didn't get an email for the link from Melanie Weaver. Can you maybe get a message to her that I get the link for that scoping session that Fish and Game Commission is hosting for the Department of Fish and Wildlife?
It's actually, yeah, it's the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Scott Gardner has kindly indicated that he's going to look up that link for us.
We'll get it done. I think the concerns. Oh yeah, we can.
And then my last thing is how does what you're deciding today link what you're considering in the open remarks today relate to that scoping session for the waterfowl that EIR that's being done is my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Today is just a discussion, an initial discussion. So no decisions ever get made in here, but today we're not even going to recommend any particular decisions, I don't think.
I think it's just a note too that there's a shotgun discussion on the agenda again today, and there's some overlap with participation of folks who are potentially on that process, which is actually moving through the actual regulation proposals. And so I think there's some concern with the audience.
Is that from 3 to 5 or is that from 3 to indefinite?
Fine now, right?
Okay, let us know because that is a good sort of piece to keep in mind. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
And next up we have Sebastian Garcia. Sebastian, go ahead and unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, you guys. Sebastian Garcia here, representing the National Wild Turkey Federation. I just wanted to say, I wanted to echo most everything that Bill and Mark said about the hunting. But me particularly, one thing I probably disagree with them on is pushing back the start time to 9 a.m. or even 7 a.m. I actually live down in Los Osos and I hunt Morro Bay very regularly, and that's been referenced several times throughout this discussion. Honestly, I hate having the start time at 7 a.m. I wish it was the same as the rest of the state where it's half hour before sunrise. I believe that it greatly diminishes the quality of everyone's hunting, and I feel some guys kind of ignore Morro Bay for that reason, and I think there would be more hunters afield if it was at the normal start time, so I'd hate to see that happen up north. You know, I'm always going to advocate for more hunters in the field and more hunter participation, and I think this will take away from that. You know, public land is public land, and if the homeowners in the area are upset with the noise, you know, I just think it kind of comes with living in that area. But just wanted to express my opinion there, but always, you know, like I said, advocate for more hunters and better quality of hunting. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And I see that we've added some hands. Some folks have raised their hands since the beginning of this period. So we still have quite a number of speakers, and I'm going to ask folks to try to limit their comments, be concise. There's no set time limit, but if you can target a minute, that would be much appreciated.
And if I might, I'd like to add that this isn't really about comments. This is really about a dialogue. And so we're trying to add to the conversation. We're trying to discuss pros, cons, what might be possible, what's not possible. And so this isn't about lining up and providing a comment and, you know, making sure I get my comment in. It really is about a discussion and trying to contribute to the broader conversation.
With that, our next online person, we have Chad Thomas. Chad, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner and staff, for the opportunity to speak. One thing, and I apologize, the notes are no longer on my screen, so I'm unable to see them. But what I had noticed was the shoot times be from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. And that creates a little bit of a logistical problem because legally we're only allowed to shoot 1/2 hour prior to sunrise. So at certain times of the year, that actually equates to 7 a.m. So if the only allowed shooting times are 6 to 9, we're only legally allowed to do so for 2 hours, not 3. And my second comment is actually a recommendation to the original petitioners. I think if it's using sub-gauge shotguns is something that they would like to see, creating an incentive program and working with hunters, perhaps even a local dealer, to distribute vouchers to local hunters for discounted sub-gauge ammunition would be something that's well received within our community and would build a much larger collaboration. Thank you.
And Chad, about the start time, Kathy, tell me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the recommendation is to move the start time. The assumption was that the start time is 6 a.m. It's not, it's 1/2 hour before sunset, but to move that start or sunrise, to move that start time to 9 a.m.
Yeah, that was a request.
Understood.
Guys, that might not be realistic.
Yeah.
And especially given the end of daylight savings time, if we even requested 8 a.m. right, and the sunrise is after 7 a.m. once the end of daylight savings time comes. So, and we're not by any means suggesting that there's only hunting between
6 and
7 a.m. and 9 a.m.
Yeah, understood. Just moving the start time.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thanks for your comments.
Right, our next group of 3 of our online participants here, we have Mark Engstrom, AJ Ceccanetti, and a caller who's joined as Samsung SMS9. Mark, go ahead, please. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Oh, thanks very much. Mark Engstrom on behalf of Ducks Unlimited. I really just want to echo the comments of Mark Hanley from CWA and Chris from Delta Waterfowl. I think that this is a robust discussion, and I'm sure that there are some things that we could likely come to consensus on. But I just have to say that this current list that we have that's been proposed here for us is just it just doesn't seem doable, particularly the one that leapt out at me was requiring a 7-day notice to residents and really posting personal information, and who would be actually checking that on people's cars. It sounded to me as though the residents would have that information and then go try to match it up against someone else's information in the truck. And that seems very intrusive on someone's privacy, and just doesn't seem very likely to happen. So at any rate, I appreciate everybody's comments and hope that we can continue this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Next speaker is AJ.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All righty. Yeah, my name is AJ Chickatini. I'm just a lifelong hunter, and thank you guys for hosting this for me here and everyone else. I want to echo Sebastian Garcia's comments. I was actually born and raised in Los Osos too, and the 7 a.m. start time doesn't really mesh well, I think, with what the opportunities provided out there, out in the field. You know, there's a lot of times where, especially during certain seasons, you'd be done pretty quick and out of there by that time. Things are good. And so stretching out that start time might actually have the reverse effect for some of the people that live in the area, where people will be out there longer, shooting more, spending more time in the field, which is, it's pretty clear that a lot of the homeowners don't want people out there firing their firearms en masse. So I really don't want to see what happens to this area, what happened to Morro Bay. That'd be, I think, counterproductive. The sub gauge comments with, vouchers and stuff like that would be a great kind of mutual relationship. I think if you can get more people on board with that. I don't know if there's going to be a, realistic difference between 150 to 300 yards for sound on the bay, especially during certain times of years, knowing what we know in Morro Bay and how big it is and how people on the dunes can still hear it in Los Osos pretty loud and clear. So anyways, I thank you guys for your time. And and the personal information, that's pretty wild. I can't imagine giving license plate numbers, phone numbers, personal names, addresses to strangers. If the 400 or so residents would like to give up all of their information to people who are hunting out there, I don't think they would be as forthcoming with that as well. So I thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. I think that's actually probably right, but from a legal perspective, it's not possible to require people to share that personal information basically publicly. Okay.
Following AJ, we have someone who's joined with the username. I'm assuming it's identifying your device. It's a Samsung SM S918.
Oh yeah. Yep. I think that should be me.
Hi.
Cool. Hey everybody. I'm a Solano County resident as well. UC Berkeley PhD student, and this is my first year actually as a waterfowl hunter. And I just like to say, I've had really positive experiences hunting in the Bay. As the season's gone, we've had to go out as hunters to new places that people haven't hunted for a long time, like San Pablo Bay, even here in the East Bay near Berkeley. And I've even wanted to hunt over there in Benicia. And my experience has been really mostly positive, even with people in Tamales Bay hunting right next to campsites and people's homes. It's been an awesome opportunity. The kids have always been really excited to learn, and it's been an opportunity for me to teach them about the estuary, about sustainability in ducks, about gun safety. And then the older people that see me hunting, they're always really excited. They have this nostalgic feeling of this heritage of waterfowl hunting that they remember from when they were kids growing up in these areas. And this is just something that's always been here. And I think the residents said it themselves. The ducks are not always there. So even this noise situation is not always an every year thing. It just happens this year the ducks are there. The waterfowlers are hunting, are looking for them because it hasn't been the greatest season. And we have no data on how loud these gunshots really are. I mean, I fall asleep in the duck blind on a refuge. I bring my little brother, 5 years old. He falls asleep in the duck blind with people shooting shotguns right next to him. So I just don't know how loud that really is in their home. If I'm inside my truck, I can't even hear somebody shooting on the water. So I don't know how big of an issue that really is. So I really just I don't support any changes to the hunting at all personally. And I just want to share my positive experiences waterfowl. It's made me much more appreciative of the estuary. And I wish that I had been introduced to this when I was growing up in Solano County. It would have kept me out of a lot of trouble. It would have given me a lot more opportunity to just be involved with nature. So anyways, those are just my opinions on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and wrapping up our online participants here, we have two more folks, Mike C, followed by Bob Hughes. Mike, go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you, commissioners and staff, for the opportunity. Such a great forum. I'm glad to be here. I live in West Sacramento, surrounded by shotgun fire, much of the year with the various waterways and refuges around us. And every year there's what's that? It's like, that's people duck hunting, that's waterfowl hunting. And it's just part of the background noise and part of the joy of living in California, where we've got amazing natural resources around us. I think, this is a stretch, but what a great way to have kids in the Benicia, Southampton Bay area learn about conservation twice a year, as coming up on waterfowl season, where they're going to hear these noises, and they could spend 3 hours in class learning about conservation waterfowl, what the federal duck stamp is, and how these hunters that are out there on the water making some noise in the morning, how it all gives back to wildlife in the community. So overall, I think this has been, as a person living in a community surrounded by these noises, I think we're making too much out of it, when really we could steer into it and find positive things to communicate about it. And really it just comes down to communication and engagement, and not more rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We have Bob Hughes.
Hello, my name is Bob Hughes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. I've been waterfowl hunting for over 40 years in this area, Bay Area, Somanapa Marshes, Sassoon Bay, more recently, San Pablo Bay. And looking at these proposed regulations, my overall impression is it's kind of like a person moves next to an airport, then they complain about the airport noise. Or they move next to a freeway, they're complaining about the freeway noise. Duck hunting has been around the Benicia area for many, many, many years, probably long before most of the Southampton development was even built. That's my overall impression to say at 10,000 feet. Looking at some of the details in terms of sub gauges, I do a lot of skeet shooting, trap shooting. The noise difference between a 12 gauge and 20 gauge is insignificant. It's more determined by the type of waterfowl load that you're using. The waterfowl load's going to be more noisier, quote unquote, than say a target load. In terms of distance, the Valley Moon Trap Club is right next to a development area south of Sonoma. People live 1 and 2 and 3 blocks away. They don't complain much about it. They got used to it. And at the distances you're talking about there, all those people could probably hear is a faint pop. It's not like an explosion. That's way overkill. Overall, again, at 10,000 feet, what this appears to me is just basically a community of people that are more anti-hunter. Now, if that's their thing, that's great. Everyone has a right of free speech and to believe what they want to believe and desire what they want to desire in terms of their community. But the ongoing year to year rolling more and more regulations, more and more restrictions is just, to me, sort of anti-hunter push, is what I look at it, and a lot of my fellow hunters look at it. And that's all I have to say on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more participant who's joined us with their hand raised here, Zach D.
And I'm gonna let that be the last discussant right now, because we do need to bring it back to the room.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to briefly say, I'm a Berkeley student, born and raised in Berkeley, and it's been hard to find other hunters around here. And through my school, I've been able to reach out and find people who are open to hunting. I'm an environmental science student, so other environmental science students who are interested in conservation, they're also interested in this. And, I've taken people out. This is my first season. I've taken at least 10 new hunters out in Benicia this season. And, both men and women. And I noticed that in the some of the things I've read is that they're kind of focused more on men out there. And they're also focusing on, people who have been doing this a long time, like it's a big problem. But there's also people coming into the space who, like, more regulations are not helping at all. It's discouraging new hunters. Even as a college student, going and buying a whole new gun, a 10 gauge gun, just to go hunt is a big investment. And I just wanted to voice that for people coming into the space who are focused on conservation and the science behind it. It's a big discouragement.
Okay, thank you for that comment. So I just want to summarize for a moment. Like, I think stepping back, clearly, there are people affected by whatever we decide here all around. A variety of folks who are involved in hunting and that form of recreation, and the folks in the city of Benicia who are near the waterfront and experiencing the noise in particular, but not just the noise. You described some of the other things, Kathy, as a disturbance. So I really appreciate you bringing a list of possible actions, because we've had the opportunity then to hear about, which ones of those might work. And there have been a couple of other suggestions. And I guess I want to summarize those, because this is just this initial discussion. But what I heard is that there's this, first of all, possibility of positive communications, potentially educational interactions, and so on. A couple of people spoke to that. And that's really refreshing to hear about, a piece of this that has to do with, like, some reframing and some positive communication around what can be learned all around by meeting in the middle somewhere. It does sound like what's happened down in Morro Bay has a couple of pieces to it that potentially have legs that I'm hearing, reasonable support for all around. So one would be sort of looking at a start time that's a little different in Morro Bay at 7 a.m. We certainly heard from some folks who feel like that is not optimal from the perspective of hunting. But that was one that I think we can continue to discuss. And then I think there's a question about how much of a change in noise could be gained given the acoustics and so on in Southampton Bay from a change in the type in the gauge of shot used. I guess that's a question. Like, I don't feel like we have clarity on whether that would help, because that's your suggestion, number 3, the reduced noise shotguns. And then there was a suggestion about a collaborative incentive program to just facilitate the purchase, for instance, of I think it's larger gauge shot that would be quieter. Did I get that right? The direction, the other way around.
You'd presume a smaller gauge shot, or yeah, larger
Right,
shot.
larger gauge shot. Okay.
I did it. I was paying attention to it.
That makes me feel better that we
Yes.
both have the same, like, weight. Yeah, but a different kind of pathway. That wouldn't be a pathway, a regulatory pathway. That would be like a communication and an incentive sort of pathway. So that's what I'm hearing are like some places to move forward with a conversation from here. I want to ask folks at the department whether there's anything, and at the commission, folks on staff, whether there's anything that either that I said that doesn't jive with your understanding, or that I missed in the conversation that we should be moving forward. Okay. And yes,
If I
please.
just
city
made
manager.
just a few final remarks, and again, I want to really highlight the fact that you have a partner with the city of Benicia to facilitate some of the things that you're talking about. I know that staff noted that kind of the unique complexity of having some of these regulations such as notice, and we haven't really done that in the past. Well, I think we're coming with you with kind of an opportunity to see how we can facilitate that through our police department and city staff in order to accommodate that. And I think what I want the commission, the committee members and staff to walk away with is balance. And I think certainly we've heard from the duck hunting constituency the importance of preserving that space. And what we're trying to do here is to preserve that space and that right for those duck hunters. What I would ask for those people that called in future correspondence, what can they do to provide that quiet peace and enjoyment for the rights of those property owners that are 150 yards away from this activity? And it's not just sound, it's the recreation activity that's occurring. And so what we're trying to propose, and we certainly don't expect that all of these things would be adopted by the commission, but that you find a way to have balance so that both can have some semblance of protecting their rights. And one of the areas with notice, and while it is unique, is it does that. The concern about sound, the concern about scheduling other recreational activities, you at least provide those homeowners an opportunity to know what's coming. And to the extent about having relations with our youth, what better way to do that than providing ample notice so that we can provide information to our school district to say this activity is happening, come learn more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for sticking around for so long to be able to participate today. I forgot to mention something else that somebody suggested, and it's just because I want to make sure that these are all in the conversation. There's also a conversation about signage and about more wardens. I think we are clear that the pathway to more wardens is not something that we, the commission, can do in a regulatory sense, but that line of communication is also open, and there's support from the hunting community as well as from folks in the city for just more monitoring so that we can make sure that whatever is happening out there is like working as well as it can and is in compliance with all of the hunting regs. Kathy, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to make a few brief comments. Okay. One is that I heard a number of people, the hunters, say that residents will just learn to live with it. And I just want to say that to me, that's not a compromise. That's just saying, get over it. And that doesn't feel like a workaround at all. I also want to say that my understanding is that there are requirements of duck hunters in public public hunting areas, and that they are required to make reservations with a minimum of 17 days advance notice. At least that's what I read. I see somebody shaking their head, but my understanding, the fact that there are often spaces not available, and so there's a lottery system. So there are outside agencies that are already overseeing duck hunting and their opportunities. So the Southampton Bay is not an area that has been known for duck hunting in at least 50 years. This is a residential area, and it's a very small residential area. It is a half a mile in, and it is a mile wide. And it's surrounded on 3 sides by hills and homes. This is not an area that has been a common duck hunting location. So it's something that's new, that's been kind of imposed upon this city and these residents. So to me, asking for 7 days advance notice, we did not request the phone numbers. We just asked, give us a day that you're going to be there. How many hunters will there be? And can you give us your driver, the pickup truck license, so that we can verify that, yes, you've given us ample notice so that we can plan around it. That's what we're asking. And then we can verify. Okay, thanks, Kathy. Yeah.
One thing just to comment on that, what you're referencing is on our refuge systems. You can make a reservation 2 weeks in advance. You can apply for a resi, and then if you don't have a resi, you have the opportunity to go out and wait what they refer to as a sweat line. And you sit there until a number of people have come off the refuge with their birds or without their birds, and then you're allowed to go on. But for public land in the state of California as a whole, that's not the case. You can show up whenever you like. You don't have to make any reservation or, pre-decide anything. I think it was Mark said on the phone, a lot of people don't even decide they're going to hunt until 6 to 8 hours before, right? Because you want to see what the weather is, you want to see if there's birds there. Or it might be, do I want to hunt option A, B, or C? And I don't even know until the morning of, because I don't know where the birds are.
All right. Well, we will continue this discussion at the next WRC meeting in May. Scott?
I said I would get back to you. Our waterfowl.
Thank you, yes.
Our waterfowl scoping meeting will be done by 4 o'clock.
It'll be done by 4 o'clock. Okay, and I just want to thank you for that information, because I don't think we're going to get to item 5 until 4 o'clock anyway, so that ought to work perfectly. And thanks
thank you very much
to you all for coming and spending the day with us. Thanks to everyone who joined us online for this item. We'll go on to the next item, which is number 3, wildlife rehabilitation. And I'm going to give Ari a second.
Okay.
Okay. Can you introduce the topic for us, please?
The department is proposing a comprehensive revision to Title 14 regulations regarding wildlife rehabilitation. The proposal includes changes to forms, rehabilitator categories, permitting, animal care standards, administrative requirements, department authorities for permit-related actions, electronic records, and more. This regulation change proposal has been discussed in the WRC since the September 2022 meeting. Before we hear the presentation from the department, I wanted to just take a little bit of time and address one of the issues which we still hear about from stakeholders quite a bit, and that's the issue of why we're not recommending incorporation of the 2021 wildlife standards document in the regulation. So I want to take a moment and explain, here we go. Explain why both the department and commission staff are recommending to the commission to not incorporate those standards. I know that it's come up a number of times and it still comes up. To start with, the standards aren't free. They're a cost for people. And while a lot of people have brought up that that doesn't prohibit us from incorporating the standards, and that's true, we're not legally prohibited from including something that has a cost. It's not really good government to make people pay to see regulations, right? And so the alternative would be we would have to keep a copy of those standards, which is part of the regulation, in the Fish and Game Commission office in Sacramento, and anybody who wanted to see it, quote unquote, for free would have to come to our office and they could read it there. Obviously that works for people that are in Sacramento, but people all over the state, right? Like they'd have to travel to come to Sacramento in order to see the regulations and not have to pay for it. Again, I mean, nothing prohibits us from doing that legally, but it's just not good governance. It's not really a good way to do things. The second reason, and I want to put a point under this, and I'm going to read from the document itself. It specifically says, this book is not intended to act as an enforcement program. Each state or province may or may not have its own requirements for rehabilitation activities and facilities. Permit requirements vary and are not necessarily related to this document. So the document itself says this is not an enforcement document. This document is not intended to be written or addressed in an enforcement capacity. We can't pass regulations that aren't enforceable. I mean, OAL wouldn't let us, for one thing, but a regulation that we pass has to be enforceable. And the document specifically says it's not designed for that. You can imagine if we went to court with a document trying to enforce it, and the document itself says this document is an enforceable document. That might be a problem. The document also has a lot of extraneous information that isn't really relevant to the rulemaking. Just as a couple examples, for example, it has how to obtain a federal permit for rehabilitation. It has how to obtain a provincial permit in Canada, which isn't even relevant. You know, it's not even a United States thing. It has a bunch of different, 3 different definitions, and there are more than definitions because they go on for pages, of what animal welfare is, right? And so for example, the federal permit, if we were to include that in our regulation, and it's not necessarily wrong right now, first of all, it's kind of irrelevant because the commission does state regulations and not federal. But if the federal government were to change, for example, then we would have to change our regulation based on what they're doing. And so, for example, the definitions of animal welfare, they're really interesting. And I actually got a lot from reading them. Like I learned a lot about animal welfare and different philosophies of it. But it's not appropriate for a definition of animal welfare. We've actually come up with a definition for the regulation, which serves the purpose of the regulation. And could we cut all this out? Yes, we could. Absolutely, we could make a regulation which cuts all this out. But that makes the regulation that much more encumbered, right? It makes it more complicated because now you have to go and look in the regulations, figure out which parts of the standards are actually part of the regulation and which standards aren't part of the regulation. And that gets really difficult, not just for us to create, but for the public to follow, right? And finally, I wanted to just take a couple of the paragraphs and explain why the language in a good deal of this isn't really appropriate for a regulation. The commission passes regulation with regulatory language. I know that sounds like a tautology, but regulatory language tells you either what you have to do, what you must do, or what you can't do, what you must do or what you must not do. And it could also be permissive as far as what you can do and what you don't have to do, right? Like you may do a certain thing and you can choose to do it or not. But the language of the document is largely enabling. It uses a lot of language like should, and a regulation doesn't usually tell you, almost never uses language like you should do something, because that's not clear enough for the public whether they should be doing something or not, right? So I just want to, for example, there's a paragraph here on terns, skimmers, and oyster catchers. And I'm just going to go through it real quickly. Terns and oyster catchers will fly over and feed from the water surface, but they do not float or bathe in deep water. Ground nesting species of terns prefer sand or natural substrates with multiple hiding areas. White terns, and there's another sentence after that. I won't read it for expedience. Those are just factual statements. They don't really provide anything for a regulation. They're just statements of fact. And we don't usually use those in regulations because they don't tell anybody what to do or what they can do or what they can't do. The next sentence, young white terns should be housed in an aviary with high perches once they're able to thermoregulate. Again, it doesn't tell you whether you have to do that or can't. It says you should do that, but we can't enforce something like that. There's no way to enforce that kind of statement. These species benefit from graduated pools with the depth proportionate to their size. Okay, they benefit from it, but does that mean you have to do it? Or it doesn't tell you that, right? And so that's the gist of it is the language in this document. Not all parts are like this, but the vast majority is. They don't use regulatory language. They're not enforceable. There are a few parts of this document which are more of a regulatory language. My understanding is the department asked the authors of this if they could use those sections, and the organization, I think it's NWRA, that made this document, that authored this document, said no, we really would like you to use either all of it or none of it. And while I don't know whether we would be bound by that, the core team talked about it and would like to respect that, right? Like, we don't want to take sections out from it if that's not really the desire. And there's other ways to do it. Any one of these things would be probably disqualifying on its own. Put together, it just makes it pretty much impossible to use a document like these standards in the regulation. And I just wanted to take just a little bit of time to go into that a little bit more depth, because it's come up over and over and over again. And I think that there's kind of misunderstanding on the part of people about, well, you can do this. It's not whether we can, it's whether it's appropriate and whether it makes sense to do it.
Thank you, Ari.
So now I want to turn it back over to the department. We have Vicki Monroe from the department who will give us a presentation of the overview of the department's outreach to date and the latest on the package. So
Great, and yes, we have Vicki. Can I see her? Okay. Hello, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Okay.
All right. So let's get started. I know we've had a fairly lengthy morning, so I'll try to keep this concise. So this presentation is on our proposed rulemaking for Title 14, CCR Section 679, specific to possession of wildlife and wildlife rehabilitation in California. Next slide, please. So we'll go over the proposed rulemaking, just a broad overview and the purpose to correct certain deficiencies in the current regulatory text, our outreach and engagement framework to date, and also moving forward what we're going to be continuing with. The timeline of sort of the conceptual framework and framing this out in the very beginning during that scoping session, through now and into the future, and then our intended desired outcomes. Next slide, please. So first we'll go over tribal outreach. First thing that's really critical to note is that tribes do have jurisdiction for possession of wildlife and any associated actions with wildlife rehabilitation on their own lands. So although we don't expect or anticipate that this rulemaking will affect tribes specifically, we will be following the normal outreach procedures as is appropriate to make sure that our tribal outreach and engagement is robust and that we're seeking their consultation and opportunity for input. Next slide, please. So for general public outreach, it's been fairly substantive. I think the term or phrase general public outreach is a bit of a misnomer. It's been very focused. We have worked very closely and will continue to work closely with our fairly diverse wildlife rehabilitation community throughout the state. We have done 5 679 town halls, either hosted or were invited by agency partners to participate in their town hall. We're planning a 6th one to participate in sometime in February. That'll be at the discretion of the California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators to confirm the date and time and their preferred venue for that outreach. I believe typically we've been using Zoom for their meeting opportunities, and we've been using Microsoft Teams. We also anticipate hosting at least one public meeting. That'll obviously be contingent upon what the continued rollout and timeline for this rulemaking is going to look like. We don't want to do it too far out. We don't want to do it with not enough time to make sure that we're really listening and that we're engaging appropriately, and that we have time to, once we've solicited that input to the general public, to then be able to respond. We have participated and continue to participate in California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators annual meetings every November. And then we have, since COVID, resumed our department's annual meetings. Previously, prior to COVID, they had been in person in different regions around the state. We may move back towards that at some point, but for now, we've resumed using a virtual platform. We really want to be inclusive and accessible to, again, that diverse community of wildlife rehabilitators. We've conducted 4 679 rulemaking surveys to date, including the most recent one that's out now. We've put together 4 frequently asked questions documents and anticipate, now that we're working towards updating our program webpage, having more current and up-to-date in-depth material and resources there to continue addressing those frequently asked questions. We have conducted and hosted and developed and maintained quite a few 679 review teams in varying forms. Some of them have been very, very focused on 679 manual review sections. Later this month and in February, we're going to be shifting a little bit of focus and sharing some of the draft forms that we have developed, consistent and as part of this rulemaking, to support enforcement and compliance and understanding of what this process is. We have also participated and are engaged with our partners at CCWR with their 679 kickoff committee. I believe they're calling it a response committee now, but had quite a bit of opportunity to discuss with those folks. They've provided just invaluable wisdom and thoughts, and those folks' time and expertise has been really invaluable to this process. We've also hosted 2 679 discussion groups and developed and formatted that around sort of a roundtable discussion. One was more broadly speaking on ethical considerations and requirements specific to wildlife rehabilitation and what that looks like through the lens of the activities that are occurring in California. And then the second one that I would say has been absolutely instrumental as we continue refining the regulatory text and really working hard to understand all of the unique, complex challenges and opportunities that may exist across various types of wildlife rehabilitation operations, is our home-based permittees discussion group. So that differs somewhat from our brick and mortar wildlife rehabilitation facilities that are operated, generally speaking, by paid staff, and they have more personnel, as compared to our home-based, generally individual wildlife rehabilitators that, if they have them, they depend on volunteers. Next slide, please. All right, next slide, please.
We moved it, Vicki. It may just be taking a while to get to you.
There we go. Thank you so much. Yep. A small lag on my end. Thank you. All right, so here's sort of the broader overview of what this rulemaking process has looked like to date. Between 2015 and 2017, when our prior wildlife rehabilitation program coordinator, Nicole Carrion, was in place, we had initial discussions and explored options for rulemaking on a much smaller level, specific to 679, with a pretty cohesive, well-supported interpretation that we really needed to update the regs. So moving into 2018 through 2022, we really rolled up our sleeves and started doing some of that more in-depth initial scoping and a more thorough evaluation of need, sort of understanding the scale and scope of what a rulemaking might look like, of what sort of changes should be proposed, and really trying to understand what strengths or weaknesses and or deficiencies might actually exist in 679 currently as it's written. That culminated with us providing, yep. Sorry, I thought I heard someone saying something.
Yeah, no questions. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. That culminated with us in November 2022, providing a very brief presentation at the CCWR annual meeting. That consisted of a couple of slides. We also put out our first of, again, several 679 surveys to our broader wildlife rehabilitation community. So just walking back a little bit to clarify what that wildlife rehabilitation community looks like. Those are wildlife rehabilitation professionals and practitioners who are both permitted in the state or their staff, their volunteers. We have some folks who aren't primary permittees, but they're operating a satellite facility. And we do have a small number of folks who are either no longer in the state or they don't live in the state, but they have ties to California and a very strong interest in what wildlife rehabilitation looks like in California. In March of 2023, in January of 2023, we presented at the WRC meeting just to provide a program update and a broad overview of some of what we had found, both through the survey, the initial scoping, evaluation of need, and the discussions to date. We've again presented at our CDFW annual meeting. We'll be presenting again this upcoming March. And really, May was when we really ramped up those town halls and working groups. It's been really quite informative. I think I've already sort of touched on that, but the amount of information that we've received has at times been overwhelming. But as this process has progressed, we've really refined the most effective approach to distilling down that information and making sure that it's constructive, that it provides us alternatives if there are sections of proposed text or an approach that's being outlined that someone may disagree with, what an alternative might look like. What relatively recently we've been able to join up with the CCWR 679 committee. I believe they just developed that or just kicked that off within the last month or so. So I've been able to have several one-on-one meetings and will continue to. We had a really good discussion on Christmas Eve's Eve, also in January, the first or second week. And again, we'll just be continuing those discussions. I would say that that has been very, very, very beneficial to really being able to hone in and focus and clarify what areas of regulatory text can be changed, what and why and how something's being changed, why something that may have been suggested as an edit or revision has not been accepted or cannot be accepted. I will say this, and we've continued communicating this out to the broader community of rehabbers, is that for X number of folks who are very vocally in support of one thing, we at times, more often than not, have an equally vocal, diametrically opposed cohort of other individuals who completely disagree. So that has been very, very interesting to sort of sift through and really determine what the needs are, what the requirements are, what the standards are that we should be requiring and that we need to require moving into the future for wildlife rehabilitation. Our manual review teams currently have consisted of there's been a waterbird manual review team. There's been a raptor rehabilitation manual review team. We've had songbirds and essentially miscellaneous avifauna. We've had mammals and specialty rehab. And to clarify for that with those manual review team meetings, these have been 1-hour meetings for each of those 4 or 5 review teams every single week that occurred over several weeks, in addition to the focused mini review sessions in which we've provided and disseminated for folks draft text with
Are you still there?
to move forward. We are next meeting on stage. Yes, can you guys hear me?
We lost you for a moment, but we just picked you back up, so you're fine.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh, the perils of technology. Okay.
You were talking about going forward.
Yes, thank you. So as we're moving forward, our next meeting is January 25th with our wildlife rehabbers. These rehabilitators, they know this is voluntary for them to provide input. We have an open door policy. So again, excuse me, again, having the scheduled sessions with them via Microsoft Teams is just one of many opportunities and many platforms that we're providing. At the January 25th meeting, we will discuss and solicit from them what they prefer as far as the next format and structuring of these review mini teams. We've received some feedback that they like specific discussion groups, roundtable style. Other folks like not having review teams and just providing individual comments and so on and so forth. So again, we're going to be sifting through that. Some of the next areas of focus that we will be doing as part of the rulemaking will be continuing discussions on the 679 manual, specifically 679.4, and the 679 forms that we've developed, in addition to the continuing education framework. And next slide, please. All right. Oh no, this slide didn't quite translate over. Apologies, folks. If you see category name percentage, please ignore that. A quick overview of the general data for what wildlife rehabilitation looks like and why this rulemaking process is so important. We estimate anywhere from 95 up to 110,000 wild animals taken in by wildlife rehabilitators and their partners throughout any given calendar year. Permitted facilities, we have 80. And 500 plus satellite facilities and over 3,000 staff and volunteers. The largest category of intakes is birds. After that, it's mammals. And then a small percentage is amphibians and reptiles. Next slide, please. All right. So intended outcomes and recommendations. I believe this is the second to last slide, so we'll wrap this up. Primary outcome that's desired is to revoke Section 679 as it's currently written. And then to add in the following subsections, 679.1 through 679.9. One of the key components to this that is absolutely going to be critical that we've already had discussions with, we've already sort of fleshed out a fairly clear pathway forward, is a variance. So by our estimate, approximately 80 to 90% of our currently permitted wildlife rehabilitators already meet or exceed the standards that are being proposed in this rulemaking process. That leaves between 10 to 20% of our wildlife rehabilitators who we would work with them as currently permitted individuals to seek and receive a variance for their existing enclosures. We expect that this process will take a couple of months, and we are already in the process of soliciting information from individual wildlife rehabilitators and their facilities to expedite that process. Next slide, please. All right, so that concludes. If you have any questions, I'm here to respond and answer, and definitely thank everyone for their time and their patience.
Thank you, Vicki. And thank you in particular for highlighting that that work on the variance process. It's one of the questions that I had. We're really interested in making sure we understand how that's proposed to work. I also want to sort of step back and say that it has been a year. You pointed that out in your timeline since this first came to the WRC. And so, you know, I want to make sure we make time to hear from folks who are here to speak to this topic. And I don't want to be pre-decisional, but I do want to just sort of signal that I'm leaning towards moving this forward, because there's still significant time before this would go to notice. I think we can have the process sort of stretch out and go to notice in June, potentially, rather than April, for instance. But that, what I'm hearing all around is that the process has yielded like a document that's, you know, coming together well, and that there's been a lot of receptivity, even though there's still a lot of lively conversation around many of the ideas coming to the table. And to just emphasize that ongoing adjustments will be able to continue. And you highlighted that too, Vicki, that, you know, there's still a process unfolding throughout the spring and summer, so that everyone involved can continue these conversations and climb in and get the documentation ready, because it is so important for both the rehab community and the wildlife you're caring for, that that we do wrap this process up and land in a place where work is able to continue in a way that's, you know, that's good. So with that, I just want to open it up to discussion and get a show of hands in the room for who's interested in speaking to this topic. Okay, we have 2 in the room, and I see 2 hands raised online, 3. If there's, you know, you can keep raising your hands. What I would ask is that if you would like to speak to it online, it's helpful if you do raise your hand now, and the reactions button is a place you can raise your hand. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand, and that helps me have a sense of how many folks want to participate, so that we make sure there's time for everybody. Okay. So I see 7 hands online, 2 in the room, and we'll start with folks in the room. There's no strict time limit, but I do want to encourage folks to be concise so that we can hear from everybody and give all the other items on the agenda there too.
Okay, I'll go first.
Please introduce yourself too.
My name is Sam Christie, and I'm currently the Vice President of Board of Directors for the California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators, also known as CCWR. This is my 3rd WRC, and I think you'll notice that things are feeling more hopeful today. I agree that, you know, it's not our intention to keep this in the WRC indefinitely, but I do still have some things that I think are worth discussing. So first, and thanks to Vicki for mentioning our committee. So we're calling it the CCWR 679 Response Committee. And I have Dr. Rebecca Dewar to thank for coming to CCWR and suggesting that she has experience with editing publications to go to support the wildlife rehabilitation field. And so she came to us with this idea. Basically, as we all have said for the last year, wildlife rehabilitators don't have time to engage with a thorough review process in their baby season, which is busy through April through September. Some people are busy even beyond that. And true to form, I think that was mostly the case. A lot of people weren't able to give their meaningful input during that time. Shortly after, people tried to jump back into the review process outlined by CDFW in the fall. And it was around that time that Dr. Dewar and CCWR realized that there was more opportunity to engage and maybe try an approach that was a little bit more specific to our skill set. And so at that time, we brought together this committee, which is 11 rehabilitation experts from California. We have been meeting weekly on Saturdays, and we assign ourselves homework in the week before. We meet after reviewing we discuss as a group, and then we have a good collection of focused input, and then we've been meeting directly with Vicki Monroe. And those meetings have been extremely productive, and we're very appreciative of her time for that. We have put many hours into this. I know I personally have put about 50 hours into this review in the last 6 weeks that we've been working on it. I would say the majority of our suggestions are readily accepted by Vicki and hopefully adopted into the draft. The things that have not been accepted, there's been good communication about why the suggestions needed to be rejected or modified. We have reviewed sections 0.1 through 0.3 and 0.5 through 0.9, of course, leaving out the biggest beast of all of them, which is 0.4. We left that out because the review teams that CDFW had organized were working on that. We didn't really have too many concurrent reviews going on. So we still have yet to review that as a committee and then provide that focused input. We're going to be working on that over the next couple of weeks, but that section is going to take us almost as long as all of the other sections combined, just with how much content is there. So what we realized as we were doing this is that we've answered a lot of questions, but we still need to do more. What we would like to do is a phase 2 of this committee. And I want the Wildlife Resources Committee to know that when we ask for more time, we take that really seriously. We've had an extremely productive 6 weeks on this committee, and if anyone's interested, I've outlined what we would be doing for the following 8 weeks in a phase 2, which would be outreach. Yeah. Look at it if you'd like, which would be outreach to the community, facilitated through CCWR, and hopefully continuing to meet with Vicki Monroe with that focused input, as we feel that that process has been really helpful. So that draft timeline would take us about 8 weeks, beginning in early February after we finish with phase 1 of our review, and taking us into early April. So I'm glad that you've already acknowledged the possibility, if the WRC recommends this going to the commission, that it doesn't necessarily need to be fast tracked to the April meeting for adoption, because we'd be much more in favor of looking at it for the June or August meetings for adoption and going to notice at that time. I want to say that the momentum has been great, so we appreciate the extra time. Our community definitely has the perception that once this goes to public comment, that their input would be less meaningful. Whether or not that's the case, I just wanted to say that that's been the continued perception. So we really appreciate being able to give comments in this conversational way now. And then Ari, I'm going to just mention a couple of your comments earlier about the standards incorporation, and Ari, you've been really helpful in the process and has met with CCWR, and we appreciate all of your help and guidance. Not taking into account whether or not that reference could be incorporated into the regs, I did just want to point out that one of the continued complications we're having with the miscommunication is what manual means to the department in this context and what manual means to rehabilitators. And I have here a copy of the standards document, just so that you can see, how comprehensive that document is. And of course, we don't need to include things about federal permitting and all of that, but a lot of the, it's not extraneous detail, it's context. And so when we look at a manual, what that means to rehabilitators is this is how to do something. This is how to do something well, how to learn how to do it. The 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual is really more of an enforcement guide. And we understand that. And if it were properly named, I think that people would understand earlier what that really is. And so if that was a possibility of giving it the name of, 679 Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Regulations or enforcement guide, because as you mentioned, should language doesn't belong in regulations, but it's very much appreciated in a manual and a how-to guide. So that's been a basis of some of the confusion as well, but I'm going to leave it at that. I'm sure lots of other people have comments, and we'll cover some of my other things. Thank you so much.
And thank you for pointing that out. And I certainly hope that nobody meant my comments to denigrate the manual, because it's an amazing document for what it is. It really is. Like, it is extremely comprehensive and has some extremely really useful information. And I haven't read it cover to cover, but I really enjoyed reading a lot of it, frankly. I just think it's really interesting. So for what it is, it's a fantastic document.
Yeah.
But I think I was just trying to explain basically what you just said, right? the two documents have two very different purposes, right?
And it's the question over that purpose, which causes people to linger so long over point 4 is, are we regulating enough that we can, you know, are we trusting everyone to do the right thing, like as we always have, or are we gonna regulate everything?
Your point about the name is a good one. We'll take that up
Thanks.
and think about that.
Discussing that over here too. Okay, there are more hands that have gone up in the time that we've been sitting, but I know that we have one more in the room. Because there are 11 more folks to speak, I'm totally not picking on you, Sam, but that's like if everybody talks for that long, we're going to be here until after close of business. So please, if you want to disagree with something someone else has said, that's awesome. I'll pass it over to our next speaker in the room.
Okay, just, Sam actually said a lot of the stuff I was gonna say.
Okay.
That cuts down what I was gonna say.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Dr. Rebecca Dewar. I'm the veterinarian and research director at International Bird Rescue. I've been there since 2009. But I've been involved in California wildlife rehabilitation since 1988. And I started as a volunteer at a large facility. Then I worked my way up to being a paid staff person. Then I became a director of animal care, and then I decided to go back to school. So I did a marine biology degree, a DVM, and then a master's and a PhD, all on wildlife rehabilitation topics. So anyway, overeducated wildlife rehabilitator. I'm also on the board of directors for National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. I did not have anything to do with the making of that particular volume, but I've been an editor for some of their other publications that they produce. We specialize in making educational materials for wildlife rehabilitators. We also are trying to put some more science behind wildlife rehabilitation. So we just had a paper come out in Marine Ornithology, the journal, regarding post-release survival of the brown pelicans that we treat. And feel free to read it. It's open access online. So I offered to chair this committee and came up with the thought for this, just because it seemed to me from the pace that you folks had mentioned that you wanted this to progress versus what I was seeing happening with all those small group meetings. It seemed like it was, you know, a lot of chaos and non-progression towards a final product. So I thought that if we came up with a nice core of people to do the work, to kind of gather everyone else's input and comments and stuff, and then directly interface with Vicki Monroe, that we could make progress quickly. And that has enabled us to essentially come to some resolution about 8 out of 9 of those points in the regulations. So a big issue for us, again, has been this point 4 section. And the reason that is such a big deal is because it includes all of that caging type stuff. And the original draft that we were all given contained excessive detail and excessive vagueness simultaneously, down to the point of you'll have 3 sticks that are 2 inches above the ground type of detail. Well, at the same time, skipping all that other stuff like day and night cycles and feeding required, you know, there's so much missing. So finding that sweet spot of detail versus enforceable things has been a big sticking point. And I'm still a little vague on what exactly is supposed to go in that, compared to, say, that particular NWRA standards book, which includes so much nuance for how to take care of all these different diversities. So in any case, our next task for the committee is to work on point 4 as it currently is drafted, and collect the comments of our small group committee. And once we've gone over that packet of queries and potential edits with Vicki Monroe, we're going to open it up to act as a place for all of those comments from all 140 or 80 people who usually attend these meetings, and try to consolidate those as a way of helping the department make those changes satisfactory to everyone, and kind of meet the process where it is in order to progress it quickly. But we do probably need some guidance on the level of detail that really needs to be those must items versus the nuanced items. Since, of course, in our field, there is some disagreement on certain aspects. So where do you put the level of a requirement? So Well, the last thing I probably want to say is a big thank you to Vicki Monroe for being so available to let us sit in her office for 6 hours and go through these regulations line by line. We look forward to seeing this process through to its end, and hopefully we will come to something that we can all live with and be happy with.
Thanks, Dr. Duarte. And I just want to express thanks on behalf of all of us at this end of the table for the time and energy that you and many others, probably some of them are speaker, putting into this process, because it's invaluable. It's super critical. I also just want to make sure that I understand, or maybe I'm just echoing back here what I've heard. We don't want to go to notice in April because you need a little bit more time than that, but we can go to notice in June, and that's compatible with your 8-week timeline. And that is not to say that conversation doesn't continue past there, just to be clear, but
we want to make sure that our community has meaningful dialogue with the department during the season that they're able to do it, which for them pretty much ends in April. So we want to make sure that we have that opportunity at least to that point.
Okay.
And then, yes, but with the momentum of things as they are right now, June would probably be realistic.
Thank you.
Depends on that level of detail again.
Yeah, right. Okay. 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 Oh, every time I look up at the screen, there are more hands. There are 11 hands online. I implore you all, please, if you want to reiterate something that's already been said, resist, because it's really, really critical that we make sure everyone have a chance to contribute input about the particular item at hand. And so I want to hear from all of you the new stuff. And we've got 10 speakers. I see one hand went down.
Our first group of 3 who've joined us online is going to be R. Travis, Doris Duncan, and Napa Wildlife Rescue. R. Travis, go ahead, please.
Hi, Rick Travis, California Rifle Pistol Association. I want to thank the department for this and also all the positive wildlife rehabbers. We have 2 questions. One, how are we going to be addressing some of the people who, to be polite, I'll call them pseudo wildlife rehabbers? They don't have the license, don't have permits, but they get known in their local areas as the possum lady, the coyote lady, or whatever, and they're often interfering, and it doesn't seem like a whole lot's done to regulate that. And the second one is when people's permits aren't current. We've had several people call into us to talk to us about the illegal use of medicines without a proper permit and what's being done to address that. Thank you.
Thanks for those questions. I'm going to go ahead and continue through the speakers, but then we'll maybe see if folks from the department can answer some of those questions.
Doris, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Doris Duncan, Executive Director for Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue. I started as a volunteer about 27 years ago, and I would just want to address what it was like for me working with the rehab community as a new person. I was involved with 3 different wildlife centers, a home care center, a smaller center, and a larger center. And when I was in the process of reaching out to the people for help to build a proper aviary for a red-tailed hawk I was caring for, none of them could really help me. It's either because they couldn't or wouldn't or didn't know how. And so I ended up reaching out to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Captain Tom Belt helped me. He listened attentively to me. He really expressed his concern for the dilemma that I was in, and he referred me to one of his favorite people, raptor specialist Marge Gibson. And so he also said, hey, if you ever need help, check back with me. And that's when I established my relationship with the department, and it was really because I couldn't get help from my own community. But that was, 27 years ago. But I continue to work pretty close with the department. They were the ones who referred me to the California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators. And because I was so grateful to Captain Tom Belt, I became a board member on the CCWR Council because I found out that they were the people who were trying to join the efforts of the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the rehab community. So I thought that was the perfect place for me to be. But then as I began to work more and more with my community, the wildlife rehabbers, I realized how early on how different we all were, even though we all were rehabilitating wildlife. A lot of people didn't agree with each other or had different practices, techniques, standards, and ethics. And that's still very true. So it's been kind of hard and sometimes working with my community, but there's a lot of people that I just, really love and respect. But because of that, I quickly learned that I didn't want to rely on just one resource of written material or standards, and that was written by just maybe one group of people. At that time, there wasn't a lot of inclusion of other people in the community as a well-rounded out and thought out resource. It seemed like groups were fragmented within the wildlife community. So if I really wanted to get the right balance and clear direction, I ended up always going back to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, because I found that they made that they could see a nice balance between what we were doing and what the department efforts going on with rehab in the state had going on. And, you know, fortunately, they have a very difficult job. Something I don't ever have to do is enforcing the regulations to protect wildlife in the care of some of the people in our community that aren't practicing professional skills. These are the people you never see at a conference. They're not reading any of the materials that groups of wildlife professionals are writing for them to have the better practices. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife is having to go in and confiscate animals and maybe shut down some of the centers that, you know, don't have the means to be in compliance. And the reason this is a concern of mine and that I want to bring it up at this level is because I've had to see a lot of the animals that have suffered at the expense of rehabilitators. And that's only about, you know, 1/10 of the population. Most everybody is just amazing and wonderful, and we all really support each other. But it's those few that don't seem to have the practices or can't leave their own personal experiences out of it. That one of the things I am grateful for is the department sees the whole picture. The perspectives that they have to take into consideration are the Wildlife Resource Committee, the Fish and Wildlife Commission, all the chiefs
I
and
need to ask
deputies
you to
and
wrap it up,
warden's.
please, just so we have time to hear from everyone
Okay.
else too. But I appreciate very much your comments and thanks for sharing that story.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that one of the things that through this writing process and the regulations and you know, the care and standards they're trying to put in the document is because they have considered so many levels at the state, us included. And I really appreciate that. And I'm happy that things are getting a little bit better between us, because when this first started out, there were a lot of pretty horrible and nasty comments being made towards Vicki Monroe and Heather Perry. And I felt like they were being bullied online. And I feel like a lot of people in our community were afraid to really speak out because nobody wanted to be treated like that. And so I really want to thank them for their process and everything. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doris. Our next participant is Napa Wildlife Rescue.
Hi, my name's Linnea. I'm the manager of Napa Wildlife Rescue. I just wanted to add the context that I really feel that the people on the CCWR response committee who are helping the department review are really experts in our field. It's not just a random selection of people who volunteered, it's people who really know what they're doing. So I strongly support any recommendations that they make to the committee. And part of the reason why the Section 4 is so complicated, my center is just a mid-sized center. We only take in about 1,200 animals a year. And last year we saw 105 different species, 105 different animals with different ecological niches, needs, both medical and caging and housing. So when everyone wants to know sort of what level of detail, what do you want in that, it's because our level of knowledge has to go into really fine detail so we can do right by this wide variety of species. Then the last thing I'd like to say is if you're going to revise the name from manual, please also do not use the word protocol. Those two words are the words that we use in our community as how-to guides. So if you change it to protocol, you're going to have the same problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Linnea.
Our next participants on the Zoom are Sylvie from YUWR, Jenny Schlietz, and Veronica Bowers. Sylvie, go ahead, please.
Sorry about that. So I first want to say California Fish and Wildlife has been wonderful about listening to rehabber suggestions and working with us on this process, and we're really appreciative. However, I would like to ask that we are given more time. I do feel like many rehabbers were unable to participate in the spring and fall due to baby season, as well as summer. And I think we lost a lot of rehabbers during that time because once they had gone through so much of the manual being revised, I don't think it was super easy to jump back in. There are still questions about basic definitions and terminology and the level of detail to which the manual will regulate, as Rebecca addressed. There's been ongoing difficulty in getting current drafts each time they're sent out. We're told in that email that they're probably already out of date due to ongoing edits. That has actually discouraged me from reviewing the draft because in my line of work, you review a final draft, you make your comments, you go from there. If it's constantly moving, I don't know what I'm reviewing. And then in some of the team meetings, I've had concerns that we don't have enough input from specialists in various species. There have been animals where no one has had experience rehabbing that animal. And I just think it's inappropriate for us to write a regulation where no one has experience on that animal. I think we need to find people who have rehabilitated those animals so that they can comment on that. So I understand that, you know, we're told that there'll be plenty of time to participate, but spring is here, babies are here. You're gonna, again, lose a lot of participation due to spring season. And so I just think we need more time. And I would ask also that when we have a final draft, rehabbers are given about a month to review that final draft while edits are not being made. And so we can all take time to make edits on the same document and move from there, because I think it's important for us to all be looking at the same document and have enough time to participate, especially, again, babies are here. So again, I'm really grateful and I hope you'll still give us more time.
Thanks, Sylvie, for those comments. Jenny, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jenny Schleeps. I'm a wildlife rehabilitator, also the publications manager for the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. And I'm one of the editors of the 2021 Standards for Wildlife Rehabilitation. I wanted to start by just saying that I appreciate the movement that has happened in moving this document forward and some of the changes that have been made in particularly some of the more important sections in the 679. But I did just want to maybe clarify a couple of things that Ari said initially in his discussion about standards. So there was a sentence that was written in the standards book, and it's been in every edition, the third, the fourth, and this current edition from 2021, that states that the book is not intended to act as an enforcement program. That is correct. It's not an enforcement program because neither NWRA nor IWRC have any regulatory authority to do that. But two sentences after that, in continuation in that same paragraph, it does say some government agencies may use this edition or earlier editions to assist them in their assessments. Such use is encouraged. So I just want to clarify that the intent of this book was that it actually act as standards and be available if departments choose to use as a regulatory platform. That's why we had it reviewed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, by two of the regulatory agents there, and by a state regulatory person. The other couple of pieces that I just want to address quickly for clarification about how standards can and cannot be used is that it is available to people as a member of NWRA or IWRC without charge. Every enforcement agency that has asked for it has a free PDF that is sitting in their enforcement office. And while the department did request to make use of the waterbird chapter, because waterbirds are complicated, as are songbirds, as are many of the species that are involved in wildlife rehabilitation, we did say that we did not feel comfortable with that because it relies on the context and the information provided in the avian chapter, and that relies on portions in biosecurity. Again, you know, NWRA and IWRC are professional organizations who have long experience in writing standards. We know that they're very difficult, so we have compassion for what you're going through in writing these. And there is a difference in terms of how you're writing regulations and standards. And I think that is one of the things that has been a little bit confusing here. So I just wanted to take the time to just sort of clarify our understanding of the book that we published and how it can be used for that purpose of regulatory language when it's adopted by incorporation.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Our next three participants on Zoom are Veronica Bowers, January Bill, and Yggdrasil Urban Wildlife Rescue. Veronica, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Veronica Bowers. I'm the director and founder of Native Songbird Care and Conservation. I've been a wildlife rehabilitator for 25 years, and I am serving on the CCWR 679 response team. I'm not going to go on very long because most of my colleagues are expressing many of the feelings and thoughts and opinions and facts that I already have, but I think it's very important for the commission and also to remind the department that California has some of the very best and most professional wildlife rehabilitators in the US. Several of us are truly leaders in our area of focus and experts of our field. I do not feel that the team's approach that CDFW has created for input is effective. As mentioned earlier by another one of my colleagues, there are not necessarily experts on these teams, and some of the input that's being given is not useful. So I hope going forward that process can be more closely evaluated because it's taking a lot of valuable time away from the rest of us who have devoted hundreds of hours on this process already. Also, I'd like to mention that most of us, well, none of us are being paid to do this, yet we're doing it because we want to ensure the professionalism of our work and ensure the well-being and care of California's wildlife. So I'm going to pass it on to probably January's next. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Thanks for your service. January?
Hi there. So my name's January Bill. I'm with Bird LAX. And I want to thank you to the Wildlife Resource Committee for time to speak today. I just wanted to say I'm a permitted career wildlife rehabilitator of 25 years who've worked with the state on numerous projects. And I'm currently serving on the department's Waterbird Review Team, as well as the California Council of Wildlife Rehabilitators 679 Response Committee. And I welcome regulation updates and new supporting documents that help ensure a higher standard of care to wildlife. But we are definitely not there yet. And I'm asking that the Wildlife Resource Committee not take action today on the new proposed regulation updates because the 679 California Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual requires a significant amount of work and development to become a high standard care manual that serves California Native wildlife, the rehabilitators, and also meets the department's needs. In its current form, it lowers standards of care. We need more true collaborative time with the department. So, for example, the California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators 679 Response Committee has only just started meeting with the department in the last few months. And from the the latest draft that we've been given, many review teams have not had their agreed upon work incorporated into the manual. And I wanted to echo Becky's sentiment about or comment about there is a lack of clarity on the purpose of the manual. And I think that makes it very difficult for all of us. And it speaks volumes to the process, the fact that we don't even know what the purpose of the manual is still. Also, of course, the manual means a book of instructions for learning like that was already covered by some of my colleagues. And I just want to echo that comment as well. And I recommend changing the 679 Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual title to reflect what it is and incorporate the 2021 standards, which is more of a how-to manual to help supplement what's missing from the department's manual. For example, the department has removed vital information like media guidelines, essential release requirements like providing release distances from capture location, and neonate enclosure dimensions and requirements. Neonates account for a significant portion of wildlife admitted into wildlife rehabilitation facilities. as most of our patients come in during the summer months. Without requirements for these ages and stages of wildlife rehabilitation, care standards will be lowered. We need more time to address and remedy these missing components in this manual. So more time, please. In addition, the department's core group does not include a practitioner, and as a result, draft language has been a roadblock, since a lot of zoo and vet language and processes do not apply or fit into our work. It requires a lot of editing and explanation on our part as to why certain requirements and wording will not support our community. Another reason we need more time, committed time. The department's outreach and engagements don't necessarily equate to collaboration. I just wanted to point that out. And I think we'll be doing a disservice to California native wildlife and new wildlife rehabilitators by not taking the time required to make this 679 manual a truly high care standards manual. And it's not my opinion alone. In fact, 30 wildlife rehabilitators signed on to the Bird LAX letter request for more time that we submitted to the Wildlife Resource Committee. I feel like we've demonstrated our commitment as a community to collaborate. Now we're asking the department and the Wildlife Resource Committee to do the same by not rushing these unfinished regulations and supporting documents to the commission. Let's take the time to work together to meet all of our goals of enforceable regulation and high care standards, please. Thank you.
Thanks, January. Appreciate it.
Yggdrasil Urban Wildlife Rescue, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it pretty short. My name is Lila Travis. I'm the founder and director of Yggdrasil Urban Wildlife Rescue. I've been doing wildlife rehabilitation since 1998. And I'm also one of the honored few on the CCWR Regulations Committee. And pretty much, I wanted to say two things. One, the collaboration with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has been incredibly reassuring in the past few months. And it started out really difficult, and I'm really grateful that our communities have been working together to try to form a better document. The second part of my comment is just that I think that there are two things going on. We're trying to rewrite the 679 regulations, and then there's the manual. Why are we rushing through both things? Why not just do the regulations now and work on the manual at a future time collaboratively? Manuals are, as everybody has stated, books of instruction if you look in a dictionary, and they're usually hundreds of pages long, depending on the nuance and the detail needed for whatever they're instructing. And they take years to form. So how about, let's simplify this process, work with the wildlife rehab and fish and wildlife community to rewrite the regulations that have gone unadjusted for decades, and make a promise to work on this manual together over the next several years. That's my comment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ella. We have 3 more commentaries. David.
We have 3 more Zoom participants rounding out our folks who raised their hands. That will be Monte Merrick, Cambria Wells, and Marie. Monte Merrick, go ahead, please. Monte, you'll need to unmute yourself and then start over.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
You got me now?
Yes, we do.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name, as you all just heard, is Monte Merrick. I've been a practicing wildlife rehabilitator in California. I started in Washington, but in California. For the last 22 years, I've worked in Los Angeles, Ventura, San Luis Obispo, Inyo, Solano, Del Norte, Trinity, and Humboldt counties. And I'm on the CCWR Task Force 679 Task Force Committee as well, and also on the Water Bird Review Team. And so I have this little thing I was going to read. Hopefully it's not too long. Meaningful, enforceable.
Sorry, I'm just gonna. It looks like you're holding multiple sheets of paper, and I'm just gonna suggest. Okay, couple minutes would be perfect. That's about where we're at for everyone else.
Okay. Well, and then I would just like to say that, meaningful, enforceable regulations to govern our profession are a necessity. I believe after a pretty rocky start, Stakeholders in the department are now engaged in a productive process that, given time, can produce updated regulations that protect our patients, support care providers, provide means to enforce the baseline standards for enforcement across the state. But we need a realistic time frame to continue this work before we produce something that can be turned over to the full commission for consideration, especially like public comment and implementation. We have over 70 permitted wildlife rehabilitation facilities in California that operate by professional standards developed over decades by practitioners from around the world within the regulatory frameworks of the pertinent agencies, state and federal, and providing care for our state's injured and orphaned wild animals. We treat about 100,000 animals a year in California, and well over 99% of our patients are the victims of interaction with the human-built world. Without this community, those 100,000 animals would receive nothing, and they would suffer painfully cruel and stupid deaths. Instead, because of this community of rehabilitators, tens of thousands of these animals are given a second chance at their birthright of wild and free lives. And besides for providing this care, the wildlife rehabilitators of California also provide the backbone for internationally important oiled wildlife response and rehabilitation organization, Oiled Wildlife Care Network, based at UC Davis, has over 40 member organizations. Bird X, which I'm a co-founder of, is one of those organizations, proudly. And we provide the labor and the know-how.
Can I ask you to wrap up? We're at almost 3 minutes, and I want to be fair to everyone.
Okay. Well, I think that what we want to get at here is that the wildlife rehabilitation community has flourished in California. People come from all over the world to learn the craft here, and this was all under the current regulations. So while I certainly support an update of new regulations, the hurry or the rush, I mean, we basically started working on this in November. I saw the timeline in the earlier presentation, but the 18 to 23 stuff didn't really include us until about November. And we just need more time. That's all. And I'm sorry that I wanted to add too much into there. So I hope that we're going to get
limited time.
up now. Goodbye.
Thank you, Marty.
Our next speakers online are Cambria Wells, Marie, and Rebecca Dimitrik as well. Cambria Wells, go ahead, please.
Fucking doors talk for fucking 15
minutes. Monty, you're gonna want to mute yourself.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guy. Forgive.
Hi, Cambria.
Hello, my name is Cambria Wells. I'm the current president of the CCWR Board of Directors. I'm sorry, I wish I could be there today. I was in my clinic last night and physically couldn't get to Sacramento in time. Really grateful that everybody who's spoken so far is part of our, CCWR response committee. I think the folks engaged with that have been really influential, really participative. It's been really important. Particular shout outs to Sam and Becky, who've been absolutely indispensable. Just a couple of things I wanted to touch on that we weren't able to cover so far. With regard to the timeline, the pressures that people are feeling, there's a couple of things that we've asked about, not entirely gotten answers to, particularly the issue of variance. So we are working with the department to get specific answers to what variance looks like for rehabilitators. So if you have an enclosure that doesn't fit what is in the current regulations, how does that get adjusted for? How do you show an officer who shows up to your house that you have permission for that enclosure to be that way? On the part of both law enforcement who are having to deal with this situation and rehabilitators who want to be on the up and up, who want to show that they have that permission, we need a really, really clear process for that, and we need a nimble process for that. Our concerns are whether the department can actually issue those variances in a timely manner, and how long those variances are good for, how easy they are to prove. We've gotten some answer to that, but there just lingers some of these concerns because historically getting an inspection was difficult. We know how limited the department is on resources, and we're really sympathetic to that. But when that affects our own work and our own ability to satisfy certain requirements, that creates a lot of anxiety. The other thing that I wanted to address was sort of the review timeline. There's a lot of concern here about, do we have enough time to address these issues? And one of the things we've talked about within the CCWR community, within other members of our community, is that if we had some kind of reassurance that this wasn't done and dusted once it passes through the Fish and Game Commission this time, that there's going to be frequent meaningful reviews by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife of these more granular issues. California's wildlife rehab community is pretty disparate on what they consider to be the appropriate way to do a number of different kinds of wildlife rehab. And the field itself is developing really, really, really quickly. There's not time for it here, but I could illustrate a lot of ways my own facility that I work at is very different from a facility in another state or even another county. The ability to know that the department is going to come back as the field develops, as we learn more, as we speak to each other and review this document and potentially make changes, I think would take some of the pressure off. You know, there's a lot of pressure right now to get this done perfectly right at this exact time. And there's a lot of fear that it won't be reviewed again in any reasonable amount of time because it took so long to get to this point of reviewing it at all. So if we can form some kind of agreement, CCWR is happy to collaborate on that front. But if we can form some kind of commitment to look at this again, I think that will take some of the pressure to get this perfect off. If we can have good regulations this time and make them great over the course of the next 5 to 10 years.
Cambria, I just want to ask right now, can we just have language like that? I feel like there are other regs in which we have some language about the frequency with which we revisit them. What does that look like, or how might we do that?
Then make it 7.
Well, it's not, okay, I mean, we hear you, Cambria. I think that's, you know, that makes a lot of sense to me too, and it's hard because there's so many things coming across the docket, but absolutely, you know, we don't want to let things sit for 30 years again on my end either. All right.
Yeah, and specifically on our end, we have some concern about it being done no later than 2027. I think from our point of view, if it goes into effect in 2025, we want to look at it being looked at again in 2 years, because we believe issues with that document will create issues not only for rehabbers, but for law enforcement who have to deal with this. And that could create some serious community disparity. So.
Thanks, Cambria. We have 2 more folks who are still waiting to join the discussion, so I want to give them a chance to speak and then address some of these questions.
Marie, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marie Travers, and I'm a co-founder of Bird LAX. I've been a wildlife rehabilitator in California for 23 years, and I'm one of the people on the task force helping with the review of the regulations. I totally support the creation of better and more enforceable regulations for California. My comment is that the department seems to have been so focused on making our regulations more enforceable that it's been done at the expense of considering the best care of the wildlife that we care for. It's also been at the expense of supporting the wildlife rehabilitators in California that care for over 100,000 animals a year at no cost to the department or the state. The current draft regulations will definitely be more enforceable, but without our meaningful involvement, they won't serve the wildlife that the department is responsible for managing. I don't think it's possible for the department to elevate standards of care by removing critical information from the current version of the regulations, like the items that January mentioned earlier that exist that we're working with now, and also removing the reference to the standards for wildlife rehabilitation, even though we have an old version that Mr. Kornman referred to. And what he didn't explain while he was talking is that that document, the Standards for Wildlife Rehabilitation, the 2021 version, and other previous versions are successfully used in several other states. And the current version is on deck to be adopted by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the regulation of migratory birds. And what he categorized as extraneous pages of information is actually information that's critical to wildlife rehabilitators, like best practices and our code of ethics. So I'm not really sure what the rush is to push this through. That hasn't ever been explained to us, but I just wanted to say that in order to do a good job, we will need till at least June and maybe even longer to create a complete document that serves not only the department and its wardens, but also wildlife rehabilitators and most importantly, our wild patients. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Marie.
Thanks, Marie. Our final participant with their hand raised on Zoom is Rebecca Dimitri. Go ahead,
Hi,
please.
thank you guys so much. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, everybody that's working on this. I want to just echo everybody, my colleagues who have spoken, and just really underline, I think this needs more time to be done right, so that we're not back visiting it in 2027 or beyond. Let's do it right. Let's take the time. It's scary to have the timeline you're proposing. If it can just be a little, some wiggle room there and not so definite, I think that would make everybody feel a lot better and be able to work together better. I mean, what I just don't understand what the negative thing would be to allow this to be worked on a little bit longer into 2025. That's it. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time, guys.
Rebecca.
That's everybody on Zoom.
All right. Thanks everyone so much for contributing to the discussion. I just want to start out by asking whether folks at the department would like to respond there's some questions raised about timeline, mainly. I think that's what we haven't really hit on yet that folks have asked about.
What, I'm happy to help respond. What was the exact question or questions? I scribbled quite a few. So
yeah, okay, well, I mean, what I'm hearing is, let me just summarize what I'm understanding. First of all, I'm understanding there's a huge amount of time that's been invested into this process, both on the part of the department, thank you, Vicky, and on the part of many, many members of the community, including those who are participating in the 679 response committee. And that's tremendous. And I said it once before, it's like, it's really, really critical to the process. So I just want to appreciate that. I'm hearing a lot of positivity about the directions that the relationship have taken between the department and the community. Also really, really wonderful to hear. And then people are, giving us nuance. I don't think anybody would disagree that there's more to a regulation that needs to guide, there's more than what is going to be in the regulation that is going to guide get best practices and evolving sort of understanding of how to do right by this community's patients, right? So, that nuance about like what is going to be in the reg, what parts of the manual are part and parcel with that because they need to be, because they're providing the detail. But then beyond that, other guidance, other ongoing sort of educational materials for the wildlife rehab community and so on. So it's not all in the regs. There's more to it than that, and it can't all be in the regs. Is kind of what I'm hearing. But we can't ignore the other parts either. And then, some mixed feedback about the timing. So I've heard from some folks that there's an 8-week timetable right now that the response committee is following, and that 8-week timetable rolls into April. And it's important to get that in before really like baby season starts. I'm hearing that. I'm also hearing folks saying, that's not long enough. And so I think that's where I want some clarification about. I think mainly clarification about if we go to notice, and if I say, okay, I understand this process is going to take until April, so let's go to notice in June, not April, not the next full commission meeting that we could put it on. What does the process look like from there forward? And like, I think what I'm wanting to reassure people about and understand myself is what opportunities are there throughout the rest of 2024 then for people to have input into the process, maybe even
So the basic rulemaking process is once you go to notice, then there's a public notice release. It gets published, mailed out to folks, and notifications sent, etc. That you would do that in June. That notice would actually probably be mailed in probably early to mid-July. And then you would have a discussion during your August meeting. And I'm assuming you would then want to adopt at your October meeting. Okay. That means you have about a 2.5 month period from when the notice actually goes out for folks to then provide, it's not quite 2.5 months, it's about 2 months. For folks to provide comments, to submit those to the commission, and for those to be considered by the commission during the rulemaking process. In an ideal world, we receive minimal comments during that period because we go through these lengthy processes in advance to try and negotiate and collaborate and, you know, work through some of that minutia. And in some cases, it's not minutia, it's big picture issues. As opposed to trying to do that through a commission meeting, because we don't have the benefit of this kind of a forum.
Right.
To have these conversations, right? Commission meeting, formal, you have 1 to 2 minutes. If you're lucky and the president's in a good mood, you might get 3 minutes. You make your statement and then you walk away. And there's no dialogue, there's no conversation like we're having today. So it's really not conducive to incorporating a lot of changes unless you set up a separate process outside of the commission that feeds into the commission process, that the commissioners feel confident that whatever comes out of that, we're going to trust and not have to spend a long time in a commission meeting to work through and affirm that we can accept or live with or turn out that process.
Thanks. And I think what I understand from that is that we go to notice in June and then a document needs to be ready in July. Is that correct?
For the public.
For the public.
And the reason why it doesn't come out immediately after the commission meeting is we bring draft documents to the commission meeting and then those get refined based on the conversation that's held at the meeting. And it then also has to go to the Office of Administrative Law 10 days prior to it actually being published. So even if we were to go the following Tuesday to send that to OAL, it's 2 weeks minimum. And that's if everything is ready, absolutely ready to go in the moment.
Can I maybe chime in?
Chad, yeah,
Thank
please.
you. I appreciate all the dialogue and I appreciate everybody's efforts over the last year. I feel a little bit of deja vu, like we were here a year earlier with the same confirmation of timelines, people's availability, what have you. I find some contradiction in the letter that we received and supplemental comments of the timelines that don't work and the potential proposal for a June posting or notification at the commission meeting. They don't line up, but frankly, I don't find a whole lot of opportunity in the letter that we received that focused on a couple of months, the April, May, June, July, August, October, sort of being busy in timelines. It's very difficult. I feel we need to move forward. I fear that if you're sort of contemplating support for what we received in the timeline here that puts us through April, that my staff will be rushed to get to a June because we do not yet know what that April timeline will produce as far as comments and feedback to our staff to put materials together to meet a June timeline. That gives us a very short turnaround depending on how the collaboration goes and what is sort of at the culmination of those last items in that timeline. So I'm concerned about pressures there and potentially would ask for a squeeze on both ends to sort of give the department the time to prepare and finalize whatever needs to be forward and prepared for June.
And for those, because as I'm listening to what you're saying, Chad, I totally understand, we understand, but I can imagine folks on the other end saying, what do you mean you can't get that produced in 2 months? The reality is that, again, following the April meeting, there's gonna be, direction and whatever materials are produced and provided to the department, those then have to get incorporated into a massive amount of documentation. Every single change has to be justified for the Office of Administrative Law. And that process is a joint process between our team and the department. That work happens, but the materials, in order to get through the review and approval process between both of our organizations, have to be ready 5 to 6 weeks prior to the commission meeting. So we're not talking about the documents have to be ready by June. The documents actually have to be ready by early May. First week of May, in order to get through that review process and finalizing everything, which not only includes the eyesore, but it informs what was called a manual, a standard 399, which looks at financial implications, which can't really be produced until we have a final set of materials. Right? So there's a lot of work that has to go in, and that all has to be done about 5 to 6 weeks before the commission.
Sam, you wanted to weigh in?
I just wanted to say that our hope would be to follow the same review framework that we have followed for phase 1, which was meeting with Vicki Monroe weekly to submit our changes, our suggestions weekly. So it wouldn't be a big pile at the end of April or after we finish our phase 2. The hope is that Vicky might have availability for us to continue on the same path where we've been submitting weekly and finishing those sections as we go. And that timeline that I gave with the 8 weeks is already probably as tight a squeeze as our community can manage with the amount of content there is to review.
Some of which is actually being created currently, like there was
Yeah.
really nothing.
And if it went
Waterford,
to, if it went to adoption in April, that same 6 weeks that you're talking about for time for the draft to make it to the commission, time for your internal review, that gives us currently, starting the clock right now, only 6 weeks to make all of those meaningful changes, to continue that dialogue. 6 weeks from right now to end up with a draft that we're happy enough with, which I think that squeeze is probably gonna be too much pressure for people.
We do have a recommendation okay, let me rephrase that. I think we came into this feeling like it's important to move this process forward. I know there are questions about why do we need to move this process forward, but we're long overdue for an improved framework of regulation for this community. So, a lot of work, a lot of intensity going into this. I hear you, but April's too soon. That's totally clear. I guess I just want to clarify, Chad, with your previous comment. It wasn't clear to me whether you were saying, June is too soon too?
No,
or
I
we
want to
can
move
make it to
forward. I
June?
want to keep us moving. I think it's incumbent on all of us to put our pressure down. We've been at this a year. We'll have been at it at 18 months or longer by the time we actually get through this, probably closer to 2 years by the time it's
Yeah.
finally done. And so I want to just recognize the sort of squeeze that's on all of us, no matter which day we pick, and the sort of differences and the concerns that we hear from the community, but also that the community has also expressed that there really isn't a good time for them because there's a whole lot of things that go on in the space, and everybody probably has a different window than others where there's some overlap. So I would not recommend that we delay any further than.
You're just saying it's gonna be a full court press on
It's
all
gonna be
sides. for us
everybody
to meet
pushing
that.
forward
We're
to
gonna
get
have
it
to
going.
work hard to get there too. Okay, I hear that. And I also just want to convey that, I think there were a number of other questions that came up. And I know, that there are folks in the department who can answer those questions, but the thing that I really took away from them is that we're not looking at an overhaul of this document at this point. There's a section by section process. There are questions that are coming up. There are questions about, how exactly is a variance going to work? What is the documentation going to be for that? How much in the weeds are we going to get about the details around, enclosure requirements for particular species? That feels like stuff that, as much as it is a lot to get through, we can get through it. It's not sort of fundamental changes to the nature of the document. And, I would just reassure also that if we are moving forward, that's not the end of opportunities for the public to have input. As everybody knows, the public are still very much part of the process from when we go to notice all the way until a rulemaking occurs. And sometimes that also gets pushed out because the public do have more, stakeholders do have more questions they raise that we need to give time to. So we're not sort of putting the train on the tracks and then there's no way to slow it down if we need to. So I'd like to recommend that we support a future rulemaking regarding wildlife rehabilitation, just based on Vicky's presentation today about all the work that's happened, based on the discussion today, and to say that it's overwhelmingly positive. I'm really glad to hear that things are moving in the direction they are. It's a lot of work, so thank you.
Just wondering, I'm noticing here that the phase 2 timeline doesn't start for 3 weeks, it looks like.
We are still completing phase 1.
Okay.
So our committee still has not had a chance to review point 4, which is the largest and most complicated section.
Okay. And we haven't spoken specifically to Vicky yet about point 7, 8, or 9, but our committee didn't have very many comments on those sections, so it should be straightforward.
That's great. Oh, and I didn't specify. Okay, I want to recommend that we support a future rulemaking and not aim for the April meeting, aim for June, as previously discussed, just to make sure that we're perfectly clear on that. We need more time. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone, for that conversation. We need to take a break. Let's just at least take a 7-minute break until 4:45. And at the very minimum, there's one more agenda item that we need to make sure we get through. I think maybe we'll try for 2. We'll talk about that in a second before we come back. So break until 4:45. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. to the January meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. We're going to go on to agenda item 4 now, inland sport fishing. And I just want to let folks know that given the time, it's almost 5 o'clock. What we're going to do is item 4, inland sport fishing. Item 5, plastic pollution from shotgun wads. We at least want to kick off that initial discussion. And so we won't necessarily have a full period that we would normally spend on that conversation, but we do want to have the opportunity to introduce it. We already did item 6, and we're going to have to continue item 7, take of non-game mammals. I'm sorry about that. I wanted us to get to that item today as well. But since the day of the end of the day is approaching, saying words backwards, we're going to continue that to the May meeting. I believe the department does not have updates for us today, so item 8 we'll skip through, and then we'll go to general public comment and future agenda items. So if you were here for non-game mammals, we apologize. We're not going to have time for that item. If you're here for plastic pollution from shotgun wads, we will do our best to receive everyone's input to the discussion, but we'll just be forewarned, we may not have time to hear from everybody this time around. Okay. So item 4, inland sport fishing, I'll turn over to Ari to introduce.
Okay, at the September 2023 meeting, WRC meeting, the department proposed changes for Castaic Lake, Parker Lake, Deep Creek, department's Valley District, and a low flow information change for department regions 1, 3, and 4. Today, the department will amend its proposal for Parker Lake and introduce a proposal for Willow Creek. So we have a presentation from Karen Mitchell of the Fisheries Branch to introduce that.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me? I know. I don't know why. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why you can't see me.
That's okay. We can see your slides. We can hear you really well.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thanks. Okay. So first we take a look at this beautiful little kern golden trout. Again, my name is Karen Mitchell, and I am a regulations specialist for Fisheries Branch. And I want to say hello, good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta and everybody in the room who has stuck around. So I will be presenting the department's proposed changes to the inland sport fishing regulations for the 2025 angling season. Next slide, please. We do have 6 proposed regulation changes. We did go over these back in September, but we are amending our proposal for Parker Lake, and we have a new proposal for amending the trout regulations on Willow Creek. So just quickly, for the first one, we are proposing to reduce the size limit for black bass from 15 inches to 12 inches. That's the statewide standard on Castaic Lake. The bag limit is not going to change. The current regulation was originally put in place to protect a trophy black bass fishery in Castaic Lake, but that no longer exists. Parker Lake, the new proposal is to reduce the bag limit for trout in Parker Lake from 5 fish to 2 fish and add a 14-inch minimum size limit. The reason that this is highlighted, as Ari mentioned, is this proposal is different from what we presented at the September WRC meeting. So I'll talk about that in the next slide. For Deep Creek, we're simply amending the fishing boundary description for clarity purposes. We're also proposing to allow the take of American shad by spearfishing in the Valley District. We're also proposing to change the way low flow fishing information is presented to the public from the current phone lines to web-based. And again, as I mentioned, we are proposing a new regulation change to reduce the trout bag limit for Willow Creek. Next slide, please. So for Parker Lake, the original proposal was to reduce the daily bag limit from 5 trout per day to catch and release only. And this was to address the decline of the brook trout and brown trout populations, as well as the decline in the size of brown trout in Parker Lake. However, after further consideration, staff determined that reducing harvest to 2 fish per day in combination with a minimum size limit, that this would satisfy the underlying reasons for submitting this proposal. The intent of this regulation change is to restore the fast action brook trout and trophy brown trout fishery in this designated wild trout water without having to augment the fishery via hatchery stocking. Next slide, please. So the public actually submitted a regulation change petition to the commission in August of 2022. The department reviewed the petition and recommended to the commission that it accept this petition or grant this petition in part. The department does have one change that is different from the original proposed regulation change. The area that we're going to address is Willow Creek upstream from the confluence with the West Fort Carson River to the main tributary of Willow Creek. As stated here, this is a very small watershed and it has experienced several droughts in the past 10 years. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this regulation change is to protect all species of trout in Willow Creek. The current regulations fall under the statewide regulations for trout, which as you see is open all year, a 5 fish bag limit, 10 fish in possession, and there's no gear restrictions. The proposal that was submitted by the public is also open all year, but catch and release fishery with artificial flies and barbless hooks. The department does not support an artificial flies gear restriction because it's not inclusive of all angling groups. So the only change the department is proposing from the original proposal submitted by the public is just to change it to artificial lures instead of artificial flies. Next slide, please. So the timeline today, we are requesting the WRC to move these proposals forward to the full commission. And if so, we will request to go to notice at the April commission meeting. The discussion hearing would be in June, adoption hearing would be in August. And if approved by the full commission, the new regulations would go into effect January 1st, 2025. Next slide. And then we have here our beautiful McLeod red band trout. And I am here to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Karen. Good presentation. A couple of just really quick questions. I just want to clarify on the Willow Creek petition. You said the purpose is to protect all species of trout, including Lahontan and cutthroat. Could you just remind me like what all is actually in Willow Creek right now? Are there Lahontan and cutthroat there now, or is that potentially? And then what other species are in there?
Take that one, Karen?
Go ahead, please do.
Yeah, so it's currently a conglomerate of species. There are Lahontan's cutthroat trout that are stocked downstream. There's currently trout, and there's probably, I don't know for certain rainbows, but for sure there are brook trout. So Sarah's correct, there are rainbow trout.
There are. Okay, so rainbow and Lahontan.
Lahontan cutthroat trout would be coming from downstream sections.
But haven't moved up yet.
We don't know. It's a pretty data limited watershed.
Yeah.
It's a very small watershed. A very small creek. So, it's kind of one of the reasons that we don't have a ton of data on this one. We ran this by our district biologists in the area when the petition came in. And they were supportive of it because it is such a small watershed, drought impacted, and there's been a couple of recent Caldwell fire, Tamarack fires have impacted not necessarily that watershed, but the watershed around it. So everything is kind of feeding in and coming out of those watersheds. So,
Karen, did you want to add something?
I do, but this is for the low flow change going from phone lines to web based. I did want to mention that our Region 3 staff have been conducting a survey. It's an online questionnaire, and it started December 12th, and it's going through February 18th. And so far they have received 4,481 responses. They've had an even distribution of responses from each region, with only 16% of the responses not being associated with the proposed rate change. 64 support the online update, and 14% had no preference. So that survey is still going for about another month, and we'll have an update in April.
Nobody against?
Yeah.
Nobody's against it?
No, so far, no. I know there's actually missing 6% where I'm not sure what but so far nobody interested.
Like miscellaneous. Okay, thanks for that. Are there folks who are here to participate in a discussion of inland fishing regulations today? If you're on Zoom, It'd be wonderful if you could raise your hand if you would like to contribute to this discussion. I'll wait a moment to see if there's anyone in the room.
And also if you're on the phone and
Oh, right,
want
thank
to
you.
contribute, you need to press *9 once.
Okay. Just wait a moment to see if anyone is raising their hand, but I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I'll keep looking up there. I just want to check in about, you know, every time we sort of do a special different thing for a body of water or a reach, that it sort of moves us a little bit further away from that goal of having like a uniform set of, you know, consistent regs for everywhere. So I guess I just want to check in about that and hear any thoughts, Jay, that you might have about,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah,
should we do
definitely.
that?
So these are not considered a boutique reg. Everything that's been proposed today are within the approved categories that were approved by the commission. So we're definitely not out trying to do anything special, fancy for any way. These are still within the core regulatory options that were approved by the commission.
Great. Yeah, and I was really happy to see the shift from artificial flies to artificial lures at Willow Creek proposed regs too.
Yeah, and I know we discussed Parker Lake before. We met with our district biologist in Region 6, the staff there. They did adjust that from the last time we discussed from 0 bag to 2 fish. Biologists there felt pretty strongly that allowing the harvest of large fish would still maintain some harvest opportunities, but allow the younger, smaller cohort of fish to recruit into the fishery and take some pressure off of the brown trout fishery that's there, that's starting to see some pretty significant impacts from fishing. So.
Great, thanks. Good to see some opportunity sustained. There's no other discussion. I think based on that, I'm just going to recommend that we support a future rulemaking for inland sport fishing. And move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for that presentation again, Karen. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is 5, plastic pollution from shotgun wads. And I'll turn it over to Ari to introduce the item.
Historically, shotgun wads were made from plant fiber, but modern shells employ plastic wads to protect gun barrels and improve performance. Yes. Often the plastic wad is ejected 20 to 40 yards from the hunter and is not retrieved, particularly in wet environments. The plastic waste accumulates in the environment and much of it originates in or makes its way into estuaries and other coastal wetlands and ultimately into the ocean. Today we'll hear a presentation from the Surfrider Foundation for some background on the issue, followed by a discussion. And I just want to emphasize that this is just a discussion at this point. There aren't any concrete actions or even proposals that are being contemplated yet. So with that, we get the presentation.
Yeah, do we have information about who our speakers are?
We've got Anna Kaufman from the Program Lead and Executive Committee Director for the San Francisco Surfrider Chapter. And I'm not really sure other, maybe you can introduce yourself.
I'm not talking much, I'm more of a support role, but my name is Miholy Gare. I'm the Plastic Pollution Policy Manager with the Surfrider Foundation.
And a big thank you to both of you for being here today and being so patient all day long.
Yes. No worries, we're happy to be here. So should I just dive into this?
Yes, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. So this is an initiative that we started probably in 2019 after the San Francisco beach cleanups. We found thousands and thousands of plastic shotgun wads on Ocean Beach and Baker Beach. I personally at that time had about 3,000 in my garage. And then I noticed through social media that others around the world also had the same issue. So we started the Shotgun Wad Watcher, which you know, has the visuals and pinpoints on the map, and you can click on the pin and see what other people are finding and the location that it is. Next slide, please. So this is a perfect example of San Francisco Bay. This is at Richmond, at Point Richmond, not Point Richmond, just north of there, Point Pinole Regional Park. These are about 500 watts that 2 people picked up in 2 hours. There is the Richmond Rod and Gun Club that's shooting speed over open water, and the ammunition that they're using, they were told by Kent Cartridge that the shotgun wads were photodegradable, which just means that they break down into microplastics. It doesn't mean that that's a good thing, but they were misinformed and they thought that that was a good thing for their cause. So they invited me to speak to them. They started doing their own local cleanups and are trying to get their hands on a more environmentally responsible shotgun wadding material. And we can talk about that later. Next slide. These are the variety that we are finding in San Francisco Bay, and this is San Pablo Bay. The ones in the middle, Richmond Rod and Gun Club said that those are what theirs look like, and I believe their skeet shooters have to use or are encouraged to buy their ammunition from the gun club. The others are just random. I believe they're from duck hunting, and each wad typically weighs about 2 grams, and to put that in perspective, an average plastic bag from a grocery store weighs about 5 grams. So about 2.5 wads equal the equivalent of like just tossing a plastic bag into the environment. Next slide. Most of the people in the room, most of the hunters are aware of the anatomy of a shotgun shell, but a lot of people that we've spoken to weren't. I didn't know what shotgun wad was 5 years ago, but now I seem to be talking about it an awful lot. And most of them, as we've discussed already, are plastic at this time, and now bioplastics are starting to enter the environment and into the ammunitions world. And we just want to caution about that, because we learned a lot through the plastic straw bans when compostable straws entered the marketplace, which is PLA plastic. They look and act just like plastic, and so when they were going into the industrial compost facilities, the compost experts were just pulling them right back out. They were just contaminating true compost because they looked just like plastic straws. They couldn't tell the difference, and so out of caution, they just pulled them right out. So it just created this whole new problem. And then when they did when they were treated in the facilities, they just turned into this messy, icky sludge. So that's about that. So anyway, this just shows that the wad goes 20 to 40 yards. It goes into the marsh, it goes into the wetlands, it goes into the waterways. And like I said, we find thousands and thousands of them in San Francisco beaches and Sausalito, Horseshoe Bay, anywhere up and down through the Bay Area, throughout California. It's the same problem. Next slide. This photo was taken December 31st, I believe. It's at Kelly's Cove, right below the Cliff House. It's not staged, it's just there they are. They show up in great numbers during the duck hunting season, which is why we're here talking about it. What happens upland and upstream is totally affecting those of us on the coast. I'm a San Francisco resident. I'm a native Californian, and we haven't seen this problem and probably until 2016, when drought years started turning into more wet years and flushing out the delta, and this is what we see on a regular basis now. And all these pens on the map, those are just shotgun wads that have been reported by beach cleaners and volunteers like myself. Next slide. This is Horseshoe Bay, the photo there. That's a typical setting. It's a very small beach. I invite any of you to come there. It's less than a quarter-mile beach, and on an average basis, I'd say I pick up 50 to 100 wads every time I go there. And you can just see up into the White Rays, up and down the coast. They're everywhere that we go. Next slide. Humboldt County, we have online, we have Supervisor Mike Wilson from Humboldt County. This photo was taken at Stone Lagoon. I was there in September, and on that particular cleanup, I found 101 shotgun wads, and that was in September before the hunting season began. So it would be a different scenario now. And if time allows, he's here to speak after this presentation. Next slide. NOAA did a project speaking with the Don Edwards Hunting Reserve and Eden Landing to try to educate the shooters there about plastic shotgun wads. A lot of them obviously were aware of shotgun wads. And they focused on shotgun wad retrieval, which is a challenging thing, especially when you're shooting over water, you're in boats, you know, they're going everywhere. So it's not necessarily the most realistic thing to do. And then they tried to get wads, people to put them in these plexiglass containers, and you can see they're mostly cartridges in those containers, not wads. I can maybe see 3. So it, you know, it's not necessarily the most productive use of their time. It's more about the materials that the ammunition manufacturers are currently using that we can talk about at some point. Next slide. Today, this is one of the most recent maps that we had. It's all across the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, they've been marked so far in New Zealand, Australia, and South Africa. But we tracked over 100,000 shotgun wads just through this initiative before the map kind of broke down. We're working on that right now. Next slide. This is more sort of a manufacturing update. The photo on the left is a wadless technology. It's using finely ground walnut shell media that was created by Jason McDevitt, who is also online. He was the founder of Green Ops Ammo and is a marine biologist from Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences. If time allowing, he's also ready to speak to it. And then Rio Ammo, they have a starch-based wadding material that breaks down in the marine environment. It's a water-soluble wadding material. Next slide. So thank you. Thanks for putting this on the agenda. We're really happy to start a conversation about it. As you can see, there's all kinds of shapes and colors, and most of these are all plastic, and they're not going anywhere. There's some estimates that can take 100 to 1,000 years to break down in the natural world, and they are breaking down from photodegradation. They are entering our food chain. Oysters are eating them, or breaking down the microplastics. And so unfortunately, we're consuming them as well. So that's what we want to talk about.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Could you answer one quick question about one of the maps that was showing it had some red targets on there?
Yeah, we use that as the pinpoint. And so when you see the numbers, that just means there's, like in Hawaii, there's 10 different pinpoints there. And if you zoomed into the map, they would become
the little red
bullseye.
Points. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a question about this map too.
Yeah.
Thank you for raising that.
I did.
So
This is
an effort to count wads that are detected on beaches.
It's an effort to not only count them and we have the data collection going, but to prove the point that it's not just a San Francisco problem.
Okay.
It's not just a, UK problem. It's a global
So
issue.
globally, so far, how long has the effort been underway?
We started it in January of 2019, and then we started having some technical problems, and so it kind of went offline for a while. So we don't have current numbers right now.
Okay, but this might be like a couple of years worth of data kind of thing.
Yeah, and then, the pandemic, people weren't allowed to go out and pick up
Sure,
data.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
Like,
it's a
maybe
really
like 2 years, not 4.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how much did you say they weigh again?
2 grams.
2 grams.
An average wad for bigger loads, there's bigger, fatter, the black wads, they would weigh more.
Okay. Thank you. Great. We have somebody you had said,
Jason McDevitt
was waiting to speak, who's an official, an appointed official.
No, Mike Wilson.
Mike Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see 2 hands raised in the Zoom.
That's Jason's the marine biologist and
Okay.
Mike's the supervisor.
And are there other folks who want to have a chance to participate in this conversation? I'll just give folks a chance to raise their hands, or if they're participating by phone, to press *9. just to get a sense for how many folks would like to discuss. All right. Okay, several. As I said, we're it's late in the day. I think though that with 8 folks, we can hear from everybody if folks are concise. So it's 5:15 and I'd like to help folks get out of here. It's no longer going to be at a reasonable time, but we're sort of aiming for 6. So I just want to ask folks, we'll go ahead and try to get to everybody. And in order for that to happen, really, really a minute, 2 max. I am going to actually time folks, but I will ask Mike Wilson to go ahead and go first, please. And then we'll circle back and resume with the rest of the line.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks. Thanks for joining us.
Great. My name is Mike Wilson. I'm a 3rd District Supervisor here in Humboldt County. I'm also the North Coast representative for the California Coastal Commission. I'm just thankful that for Surfrider and others to bring this issue to bear. I first heard about this or really observed it on our beaches maybe 10 or so years ago when I was on the Harbor District here, which is also a conservation district as well, and had folks asking about what these were that they were seeing on the beaches and in our bay. And with a little research, I was able to figure this out pretty fast. I'd actually done some shooting in the past of myself, but actually did not really understand that I was shooting these wads into the environment. And so there was also concern from some of our folks who were collecting or tagging the dead birds on the beach that they do those studies, and worried about the consumption of these what they considered squid-like looking plastic debris. And what I found is that when folks see or understand what a wad is, they can't unsee them. They start finding them everywhere and all over the place. That being said, I encourage the effort of everybody to look for alternatives, an alternative material. This is as we move forward to trying to remove plastics from our environment, we need to figure out ways to not push them into the environment as best we can. And if we're finding cartridges on the ground, that's the easy parts to pick up. We still find those, but these wads are definitely something that we have here, especially in Stone Lagoon, or what's it called, Chicpactwa Lagoon, and Humboldt Bay. They're just kind of everywhere during hunting season, and it would be really great if we could move forward with something that will help move us away from that material. So that's all I really have to say, and thanks you guys for sticking it out as well. I really appreciate your commitment.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, we now have 7 other folks, and I'll let David run that show.
Sure. We'll have Jason McDevitt, Bob Hughes, and Rick Travis. Jason, go ahead, please.
Okay, so thanks so much for this opportunity. So I am a research professor at William & Mary, as Anna said, and I previously founded a company called Green Ops Ammo, which briefly sold shot shell ammunition with biodegradable wads before that technology was acquired by Winchester. So I really applaud the committee's consideration of this issue, and I just want to make a couple quick points. So first, as Anna said, a typical shot shell wad weighs about 2 grams, plastic grocery bag 5 grams. They're both made from polyethylene. In 100 years, they're both going to be polyethylene microplastics. And so most hunters are, very ardent conservationists, and they'd be appalled if they took a friend hunting and the friend casually, threw out 8 grocery bags into the environment. But if you shoot a box of 20 shells, that's essentially what you're doing if you can't pick up the wads. And I'm not saying anyone wants to do that and not casting any blame. You really have no choice at this point, and that's because there's very limited ammo available with biodegradable wads. And so that's what needs to be changed. And so second, I'd like to address an email from a hunter who's opposed to consideration of this issue. And that email was provided in the notes for this meeting. And I agree with almost everything that that gentleman said in his email. So I agree, there's been a lot of regulations around the country that are put forth with the intention of punishing gun owners. I don't think that'll be the case here. I agree that the overwhelming majority of hunters take conservation issues very seriously. I agree that many of the currently available wads that are advertised as biodegradable are not actually that biodegradable, so there's a lot of greenwashing. I agree that there's limited ammo options with biodegradable wads, particularly in gauges that and other than 12 gauge. And I agree that relative to plastic bag pollution, the issue of polluted plastic wads is a small one. However, I don't agree that the solution is to ignore this issue and to focus instead on bigger problems. Instead, let's tackle this one because it's pretty easy to solve. So 75 years ago, all wads were biodegradable, and this problem didn't exist, and people hunted just fine. So conventional polyethylene wads became the standards for very good reason. So they're incredibly effective, they're incredibly cheap, and they allow for very fast loading. So it's great technology, but obviously the problem is end of life issues. And while plastic wads are great, every major manufacturer has seen the writing on the wall for some period, and they have developed or acquired a biodegradable wad option, or at least arguably biodegradable wad. And these biodegradable wads are more expensive to produce. They're often more expensive to load.
wrap up so that I can get to everybody else, to be fair.
So basically you have a product that costs more and might perform worse. And even if people want to buy it, you know, if you're Winchester or Federal, do you really want to sell a lot of such a product? And the answer is no, at least until everyone else has to do the same thing. And that's the way it's been for several years. Things aren't changing. And that's why I encourage the commission to do something about it. And until that happens, either by phasing out sales of conventional plastic wads or taxing them, providing incentives for environmentally preferable wads, nothing's going to change. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. We'll now have Bob Hughes, followed by Rick Travis. Bob, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've submitted a letter with my comments on this earlier, so hopefully the commissioners will have a chance to review that, probably in the notes. This is my overview of this whole issue, is that we're kind of looking at the needle in terms of a haystack. California puts about 12,000 tons of plastics in landfills every day. Compared to that, the amount of shot shells wads are out there is minuscule, very minuscule. Not to say there shouldn't be efforts moving towards more bio-friendly components of shot shells. Problem is the technology is not there yet. This reminds me of a way of the conversion to steel shot. As you may remember, most of you, steel shot when first came out was very ineffective, resulting in thousands of additional cripples of waterfowl during hunting season. Even now, steel shot cells are no match to the lead loads that were available, maybe 2/3 as effective. And more effective cell loads such as tungsten and bismuth are much more expensive, so most hunters are still using the relatively poor steel shot alternatives. Likely with wads have a lot to do with ballistics. Ballistics are very important. For this to really ramp up, it'll take several years. Most hunters, due to shot shell availability problems and other issues, have stocked up the last few years. They may have 2, 3 or more years of resources available in terms of ammunition. And for this to take place, should be a phase-in period of, I would say, 5 to 10 years for existing stocks to be used up. Otherwise, what you do with all your components. Reloaders like myself who load their own have for the last several years been converted to bismuth and have experimented with nitro wads or sort of wads that were made out of a material that breaks down versus plastic wads, and the ballistics just aren't there yet. So if this is rushed through like steel shot was, for many years to come, you'll have a much higher rate of cripples in terms of waterfowl take, much more firing of shells to get up to what you like in terms of your daily bag limit or a portion of that. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Rick Travis, go ahead, please.
Rick Travis, Legislative Director for the California Rifle Pistol Association. We've represented hunting for almost 150 years. We have a few concerns with this right now that need to be taken into consideration. The hunting community has just had an additional 11% tax put on it. We're already seeing the negative impacts of increased taxation. It's already hard to find a lot of the ammunition to stay within the law. And this is not going to be an issue, as it's already been explained, it's going to be solved overnight. But how this is handled should be handled gently by the department, because you already have a lot of people saying, forget it, I'm just not going to hunt anymore. And whether that's by design, by some in the state or not, that is the impact that we are feeling throughout the country, and especially here in California. So I would caution that whatever we do, we take it in the vein that hunters are the best conservationists. We believe in conservation, we want to support it, but a lot of hunters are really starting to feel a very negative morale because of some of these issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
I'm assuming Mark's iPhone is still Mark Henley, so our next participant is going to be Mark Henley, followed by Bill Gaines and AJ Cecchettini. Mark, go ahead, please.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, great. All right. Yeah. And I'm driving. I apologize. Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. And again, appreciate Vice President Zavaleta and the commission staff, the department staff for looking into these issues. You know, we looked at the report. We appreciate, you know, what was in that Surfrider report, and actually agree with some of the non-regulatory incentive-based recommendations. I think there actually is some very good recommendations in there. What we are opposed to is just any new mandates or regulatory requirements. As the previous speaker, Rick Travis, just said, if we get that, given all the other regulations we've had to deal with in the last 10 years, it's just going to create a further disincentive for people to hunt, and that's, you know, hunt waterfowl, and that's going to then in turn reduce funding for waterfowl and wetland conservation. So we're very concerned about that. You know, as in terms of the issues that I see with this, and they were noted in the report, first of all, is the availability of these biodegradable wads. If you go into any brick and mortar store right now, good luck finding them. I mean, I have not seen one on a shelf in any town in California. Yes, they are available over the internet or mail order, but as many of you know, internet and mail order is very restricted. The sale of it in California, the transaction has to be face-to-face, and so it's very difficult to do that. The cost of these shells are going to probably be higher. That's the last thing we need, is more expenses as it relates to waterfowl hunting. If you look at some of the waterfowl loads now, they're up to $65, $70 a box. They've almost tripled in price. We have an ammunition tax that's also scheduled to go into effect July 1st. So that's going to make it even worse. And then in terms of the performance, I mean, the questions I would have about these types of loads is, will they work over time? I mean, 5 to 10 years down the line, will they still perform? And then what about materials, shot materials like tungsten that are very hard? These wads adequately protect your barrel and perform well with tungsten. So those would be our comments. Again, there are some good things in the report. We would just recommend to focus on the incentive-based, non-regulatory approaches to this issue. Thank you.
Mark.
Bill Gaines, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you so much. I won't reiterate what Rick Travis and Mark Henley have said, but availability, cost, and performance are obviously critical. I did get online. I've read through the report as well. I did get online and searched all over to see if I could find any loads out there for waterfowl that had these biodegradable wads. I could not. And as Mark indicated earlier, when you're a Californian, you cannot go online and buy out of state without shipping those loads through a retailer here in California that's got an ammunition permit, which drives the cost up even further. You know, and this dialogue ought to be really being held with the manufacturers, because they're the key to this. As Jason mentioned earlier, waterfowl hunters are some of our greatest conservationists. The contribution that they make to California wetlands habitats is significant. Half of our irrigated wetlands here in interior California are there because they're duck clubs, with the incentive being to hunt ducks, but they're managed year round on a private landowner's dying to do so. Also, the cost of licenses, stamps, and everything else associated with duck hunting creates great revenue, not only to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, but also with the federal stamp to the Fish and Wildlife Service. You know, the cost of shells, as Mark indicated, is already through the roof. You know, duck hunters, if they could get these loads of biodegradable wads, if they were available, they were cost efficient, and they performed appropriately, I promise you everybody would buy them. But right now, that is not even remotely the case. So agree with Henley. Let's focus on the incentive-based fixes on this. In the meantime, hopefully we can get the manufacturers up to speed and we can get these on the market. But until we do so, we just have to try to do what we can to incentivize people to be as safe and as clean as they can out there in the field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bill. I just want to remind folks that it's really late. I appreciate very much you keeping your comments concise.
AJ Cecchettini, go ahead, please.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'll keep it quick. So one thing that came up from the surf riders presentation, I'm curious if we've been able to identify that all of the wads gathered were solely from waterfowl hunting and or non-toxic shot shells. There are ways to identify that, you know, on the make and model of each wad. I'm curious about that. Some things that have already been covered. One thing that came pretty apparent to me was the availability of just ammo right now for non-toxic shot. I have a 10-year-old that just started hunting the last 2 years, and I've been able to find 4 boxes of 28 gauge non-toxic shot since he got his license. Very frustrating to find ammunition. One thing that wasn't brought up was reloaders, people who are reloading their own ammo, the availability of load data for reloads. None of that's really available for the non-toxic stuff. So that leaves it up to the reloader himself to find a non-toxic wad, spend $60 to make 5 shells, send it away for ballistics testing, because no one does it in the state. And then if you nail it and you have a good load, then you're good to go. Usually it doesn't happen the first time around. You're doing that multiple times until you find something that you would feel comfortable with taking out in the field and using it to harvest an animal. Again, ammo tax, California shipping to FFL fees, $50 per transaction minimum. We are spending an audacious amount of money per round already just to fire the gun. So I would really like people to be forthcoming with any of the bio stuff. I mean, we're talking, where do you get the wads, what it's all about, how much money does it cost? Right now, it's not there. And I can't even imagine forcing people into doing this, you know, in its current state. If I'm a lifelong surfer, I've been a Surf Rider member. I also hunt, and I can't see how, you know, forcing this on people without any other options is going to be, you know, a good mutualistic relationship between the two. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, AJ.
The last 3 speakers online that'll round us out here are Sebastian Garcia, Rick Duenas, and Gary Brennan. So Sebastian, go ahead, please.
Hi, Sebastian Garcia, California Regional Director of the National Wild Turkey Federation. Although I work for the turkeys, I am an avid waterfowl hunter, and I'm just very, very skeptical about this, and the commission should be very careful moving forward. On the surface of it, I agree that you know, waste in the environment isn't a good thing, but I would say that the effects of the wads in the environment are very minimal. I think, as Bob said, I think there's a lot other trash out there that could be focused on more so than the wads of hunters. This almost seems to me like there might be some anti-hunter sentiment here, in the sense that, you know, I think that it is a very, very small impact that our wads produce. I'm not saying that it's not an issue, but it's not an issue that big that I think merits restricting hunting or putting any sort of policy in place where the wads have to be biodegradable. The industry is just not there yet. So any push here to restrict hunting or to make ammo harder to get is something that I would take with a lot of caution. I think instead the effort here should be to push the manufacturers to do this, but we're still several years out from anything like that happening. So I just wanted to say, you know, like I said, proceed with caution on whatever the commission decides to do here. And I appreciate you guys staying late for us and hearing out our comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Duenas, go ahead, please.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Rick Duenas. I'm an avid waterfowl hunter. I wanted to echo a lot of the sentiments brought up about ammo availability and the industry not being there. However, I wanted to add some kind of proposals or ideas to that front, recognizing that it is a problem, the plastic pollution from wads. You could draw parallels to the non-lead ammo for the sake of mammals. Potentially, the department could try to incentivize hunters to adopt biodegradable wads by making it easier to get them. There's a nonprofit or NGO down in Monterey County that called Ventana Wildlife Society that actually subsidizes non-lead ammo for hunters in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and some of the other counties down there in the Condor Zone. That's an idea for Surfrider, or potentially the department to partner with an NGO that kind of does that kind of thing. Another idea is trying to incentivize hunters to pick it up voluntarily with like raffles or special opportunities, special hunts like that. Potentially partnering with, say, Cal Waterfowl or something like that, instead of some compulsory order that makes it harder to get ammo and ultimately takes people out of the field. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you.
Our last speaker online today is Gary Brennan. Gary, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Hey, I'm Gary Brennan with San Diego County Wildlife Federation, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about this, both with everybody involved. Rick Travis and Bill Gaines and Mark Hanley, they pretty much said a lot of it. So have a lot of other people here. And I think as hunters, I think we would be willing to make the switch to biodegradable wadding for shot shells. And I mean, when I started hunting, it was cardboard shot shells, it was cardboard wadding in it and all that other stuff. That's how long it's been. But if we do something like we did with a non-lead based ammunition and make it a mandatory, and even that program was originally set up with incentives. They were going to create a fund to pay the difference between the non-lead and the lead ammunition, which was $20 a box back then. Some of these shot shells right now extremely expensive the way they're built. Even Winchester fast steel, which is some of the least expensive stuff out there, is used to get it 2-3 years ago for $9 a box, and now it's $15-$20 a box, and that's without the ammunition taxes and everything else that are going into effect. So I know that the ranges, because I represent 3 ranges that do trap, skeet, and sporting clays. I know they police as many as they can find when they do their range cleanup days. So I don't think it'd be too much of a hard sell to those folks to have a biodegradable wadding out there. With the hunting community, once again, we get raked over the coals pretty regularly with everything that's been happening, and I don't see them going easy into the night. I think we have to start with manufacturers, okay, and try to get them on board before we start making regulations, because like everybody else has said, ammunition is hard enough to get with the way we have to get it in California. You can talk to Kim Rodes about that. I'll be heading to the SHOT Show in Las Vegas next week, and maybe I'll just start going around all the shotgun manufacturers ammunition manufacturers, and see what they have available. And if I get anything conclusive, I'll let Melissa know, and she can pass it on to the board. So, but that's all I have. Thanks for sticking around for us for the whole day, and I'm out. Thanks.
Gary?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Any comments from staff? Questions?
No comments. I mean, totally appreciate the issue, all the concerns on every side. I think there is a larger conversation to be had. I don't know how to start that in my mind. I've got some ideas or thoughts of how that could go. I think it takes every single one of those folks on the phone that just spoke out, particularly some of the advocates that are big in this community to help us sort of change that mold and that mindset. It's going to take manufacturers. It's going to take them to produce products that are of a reasonable price range so folks can absorb if there is an increase. It's going to take them to have the availability of those products. I think there's a lot of benefits. I think it's a worthy cause for sure, and I think we all do. I think we all see the value of that. There's a lot of consternation about one more thing on a hunters versus the rest of everyone else in Amazons that put plastic in the environment every single day, you know, by the millions. I totally get all of that as well. We're all those same consumers in one way or another. So I do worry about that pressure, but I think there's some educational pieces here. And I do think it's a long game here to make this happen. I don't think anything could happen quickly. But I think it's worthy of some continued conversations with the right people to further explore whether there's any validity here to make this a go in this state and with our constituents. But I'm super cautious on all of that based on what we've heard today for sure.
I did have a question or two, and maybe I'll direct them at the Surfrider folks. And if you don't know, that's fine. That, you know, what I just want to clarify, like, what are there documented impacts of WADs on wildlife? Because I know there's been speculation about maybe animals might consume them. They look like squid. But are there any data on that?
There are. I can send you some footnotes and some backup information on that. And you know, just to clarify, we're not trying to penalize hunters at all. This is not an anti-hunting mission at all. It's a plastic pollution issue. We've been trying to speak with the ammunition manufacturers since 2017, and they all default into the supply and demand issue. So Kent Cartridge imports the Kent Game Board product. It's a cardboard wadding, I believe, and they just don't think the demand exists. So the demand can't come from Surfrider. The demand has to come from the hunting community. And so we're not here to tax anybody or anything. We're trying to start a dialogue with the community. We've spoken with California Waterfowl Association. Holly I believe her name's Holly Hensley. Do I have that right? Okay. She's tested greenhouse ammo. This was back in 2019 or something, you know, so we've had an open dialogue. So I appreciate all the comments here and agree with a lot of it. I know, you know, like there's so many different factors. I know there's performance issues. We're not trying to injure birds. If someone's gonna shoot a bird, we want it shot, right? So all of that is not falling flat on us at all, but it's definitely, you know, there's a tipping point with any plastic pollution issue, really. Yeah. And so Amazon, plastic straws, you know, all those things, and it's just a matter of like what we can do at what level, and we can all contribute.
Well, I'm certainly open to learning more, and I think, yeah, you know, I asked that question because I think there are some parallels drawn to the lead shot issue, and you know, look, nobody likes plastic pollution, and also often plastic pollution is more of like a visual issue, but it's not necessarily clear that it's having any population level impacts on wildlife or any health impacts on people, notwithstanding microplastics. I know microplastics are a huge issue, but the other difference from lead is that, you know, we've eliminated pretty much, like there are a lot of there are a lot of regs that prevent a lot of lead from being in the environment. And so, you know, lead shot, it's like it's one of the last things. It's going directly into wildlife. It's a toxin. And so I just want to be careful with those parallels, and you're not drawing those parallels, other folks are, but as this conversation expands, plastics, they're kind of ubiquitous. And this is, you know, one piece of that. So I think it's going to be important to make sure we do have data on effects of WADs on wildlife, to move the conversation, you know, in directions where we understand how that fits in. And no one wants plastics, and also it's clear from people's comments today, is there are all these costs to conservation also of considering any kind of constraint on hunters, just like you said. So availability isn't there yet, performance not necessarily there yet. I appreciate the comment that no wads were plastic 75 years ago. That's a good like little marker to have, but I also hear a lot of good suggestions about working on retrieval, about education and outreach, and maybe like sort of giving folks more opportunities to try using some of these biodegradable wads, about incentives, and working on the supply side, notwithstanding your comment that it is hard to do that. Because what I'm hearing is that we have to be really careful, we have to be really cautious about digging the opportunities we have to support hunter-based conservation by pursuing this issue that is not the whole plastics pollution issue by any stretch. Yeah. And thank you for the presentation, and thanks everyone for their comments. Great discussion. All right. I think let's see, I have to remind myself for a moment here, where are we in the flow? So this was an initial discussion, and we can continue the conversation. I'm looking forward to information that
I'll send you
you've sent me. That's great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure.
So we are continuing, we did item 6, we're continuing item 7. Department updates. We have no department updates.
We're gonna skip that today.
So we'll skip that for today. Sorry, people have department updates that we're just gonna have to sit on for now. And the last item on the agenda is general public comments. Well, second to last item, we get to talk about future agenda items too. And so I'll turn it over to Ari to just remind folks what general public comment is for.
General public comment is for items that are not on the agenda today. So if you have any comment that was not covered by an agenda item, please raise your hand. I guess we don't have anybody left in the room, so raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 if you're on the phone.
Great, I'll pause for a moment in case we have folks looking for the button. Thanks again. Okay, I'm seeing no hands for general public comment. So we will go on to item 10, future agenda items, to review the work plan, agenda topics and timeline, and consider new topics for commission consideration.
Okay, staff has no recommendation for new topics to add. The proposed agenda for the May 2024 meeting is well, it's May, so we typically do our initial vetting for a bunch of our periodic and annual regulations. So it would be initial vetting for upland resident game birds, mammal hunting, waterfowl hunting, Central Valley sport fishing, and Klamath River Basin sport fishing. And then continuation of the 3 discussion topics that were on tap for today: take of non-game mammals, shotgun wads, and waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. And that's all we have on tap for May meeting at this point.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Great. That sounds like a full docket, particularly because we had to continue take of non-game mammals, which again, I apologize for having had to do that to folks who were here for that item. And the May meeting is, remind us where, or can you? Do you remember?
I can. The May meeting is Eureka.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so that's when we're gonna go north
on May 16th.
All right. Fantastic.
That may change. I don't know if we're actually still going to go up there. The idea was to coordinate a field trip for the Klamath dams for WRC, but we might be able to we may be doing that outside of WRC as a separate field trip.
And summer.
Right. So in which case we might shift it. We might shift the location,
okay.
But stay tuned. We'll have the discussion about that. See what we can come up with for that meeting.
Okay.
It might still be in the north, just not in Eureka. Wairika, sorry. Wairika.
There is also Eureka.
It might actually be.
That was Wairika's central.
Wairika, yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll bring that to the commission potentially at the February meeting, but more likely that we will.
Right.
We're in the process right now of trying to coordinate with the folks who are managing the dam removal process.
Great. And part of this is always to identify any new topics to recommend to the full commission to put, to give the committee for evaluation. So I don't have anything top of mind there, but I just want to check in with staff about whether there's anything else that we need to bring back to WRC. Potentially, we'd like to ask the commission for permission to do that with.
So, no.
Our colleagues. Okay. And the WRC recommends that the commission update the committee work plan with the staff proposed changes. And that includes that continuation of the non-game mammals plan. So that's the end of our agenda. Thanks, everyone. Meeting adjourned.